Roland Barthes. Mythologies. The Mythologies texts were written between 1954 and 1956, the book itself appeared in 1957. Here we find two determinations: on the one hand, an ideological critique of the language of so-called mass culture, on the other hand, a first semiological dismantling of this language. I had just read Saussure and I came away with the conviction that by treating collective representations as systems of signs one could hope to get out of pious denunciation and give an account in detail of the mystification which transforms petty bourgeois culture into universal nature. The two gestures that are at the origin of this book, it is obvious, could no longer be traced in the same way today, which is why I give up trying to correct it. Not that matter has disappeared from it, but ideological criticism, at the same time as the demand for it suddenly reappeared, May 1968, was subtlety, or at least demands to be, and the semiological analysis, inaugurated, at least as far as I am concerned, by the final text of the Mythologies, has developed, clarified, complicated, divided. It has become the theoretical place where a certain liberation of the signifier can be played out, in this century and in our West. I could not therefore, in their past form, here present, write new mythologies. However, what remains, besides the main enemy, the bourgeois norm, is the necessary conjunction of these two gestures: no denunciation without its instrument of fine analysis, no semiology which ultimately does not assume itself as a semioclasty. R.B. February 1970. Forward. The following texts were written every month for about 2 years, from 1954 to 1956, according to current events. I then tried to reflect regularly on a few myths of French daily life. The material for this reflection could have been very varied: a press article, a photograph from a weekly magazine, a film, a show, an exhibition, and the subject very arbitrary. It was obviously about my news. The start of this reflection was most often a feeling of impatience in the face of the natural with which the press, art, common sense constantly dress up a reality which, to be the one in which we live, is not. Less perfectly historical, in a word, I suffered from seeing nature and history conflated at all times in the narrative of our current events, and I wanted to recapture in the decorative exhibition of what goes from itself, the abuse ideology which, in my view, is hidden there. The notion of myth seemed to me from the beginning to account for these false facts. I then understood the word in a traditional sense. But I was already convinced of one thing from which I then tried to draw all the consequences: myth is a language. Also, dealing with facts apparently the most distant from any literature, a wrestling match, a cooked dish, an exhibition of plastic, I did not think to leave this general semiology of our bourgeois world, which I had approached the literary side in previous essays. However, it was only after having explored a certain number of current events that I attempted to define the contemporary myth in a methodical way, a text which I have of course left at the end of this volume, since it only systematizes earlier materials. Written month after month, these essays do not pretend to an organic development. Their link is one of insistence, of repetition. Because I don't know if, as the saying goes, repeated things are pleasing, but I believe that at least they mean something. And what I have been looking for in all of this are meanings. Are these my meanings? In other words, is there a mythology of the mythologist? No doubt, and the reader will see for himself my gamble. But to be honest, I don't think the question is posed quite that way. Demystification, to use yet another word that is beginning to wear out, is not an Olympian operation. I mean that I cannot lend myself to the traditional belief which postulates a natural divorce between the objectivity of the scholar and the subjectivity of the writer, as if one were endowed with freedom and the other of a vocation, both suitable for concealing or sublimating the real limits of their situation. I claim to live fully the contradiction of my time, which can make sarcasm the condition of truth. R.B. I Mythologies. The world where we wrestle. The emphatic truth of the gesture in the great circumstances of life. Baudelaire. The virtue of wrestling is to be an excessive spectacle. Here we find an emphasis which must have been that of ancient theaters. Moreover, wrestling is an outdoor spectacle, because what makes the essential of the circus or the arena, it is not the sky, romantic value reserved for worldly parties, it is the tough character and vertical of the light sheet. From the very bottom of the dirtiest Parisian halls, wrestling participates in the nature of the great solar spectacles, Greek theater, and bullfights. Here and there, a shadowless light develops an emotion without retreat. There are people who believe that wrestling is an ugly sport. Wrestling is not a sport, it is a spectacle, and it is no more despicable to attend a wrestling performance of pain than to witness the sufferings of a mole or Andromache. Of course, there is fake wrestling that is played at great expense with the unnecessary appearances of a regular sport. It has no interest. Real wrestling, improperly called amateur wrestling, is played in second-rate theaters, where the public spontaneously agrees to the spectacular nature of the fight, like the public of a suburban cinema. These same people are then indignant that wrestling is a rigged sport, which, moreover, should remove its ignominy from it. The audience doesn't care if the fight is rigged or not, and they're right. He confides in the first virtue of the spectacle, which is to abolish all motives and all consequences. What matters to him is not what he believes, it is what he sees. This public knows very well how to distinguish wrestling from boxing. He knows that boxing is a Jansenist sport, based on the demonstration of excellence. You can bet on the outcome of a boxing match. In wrestling, it would make no sense. The boxing match is a story that is built before the eyes of the spectator. In wrestling, on the contrary, it is each moment that is intelligible, not the duration. The spectator is not interested in the rise of a fortune, he awaits the momentary image of certain passions. Wrestling therefore requires an immediate reading of juxtaposed meanings, without it being necessary to link them. The rational future of the fight does not interest the amateur of wrestling, whereas on the contrary a boxing match always implies a science of the future. In other words, wrestling is a sum of spectacles, none of which is a function. Each moment imposes the total knowledge of a passion which arises straight and alone, without ever extending towards the crowning of an issue. Thus the function of the wrestler is not to win, it is to accomplish exactly the gestures that are expected of him. It is said that judo contains a secret part of symbolism. Even in efficiency, it is a matter of restrained gestures, precise but short, drawn precisely but with a line without volume. Wrestling, on the contrary, offers excessive gestures, exploited to the paroxysm of their significance. In judo, a downed man is barely there, he rolls on himself, he slips away, he dodges defeat, or, if it is obvious, he immediately leaves the game. In wrestling, a man on the ground is there exaggeratedly, filling the view of the spectators to the end with the intolerable spectacle of his impotence. This function of emphasis is indeed the same as that of the ancient theatre, whose mainspring, language and accessories, masks and cothurns, contributed to the exaggeratedly visible explanation of a necessity. The gesture of the defeated wrestler signifying to the world a defeat which, far from masking, he accentuates and holds like a climax, corresponds to the ancient mask responsible for signifying the tragic tone of the show. In wrestling, as in the old theaters, you are not ashamed of your pain, you know how to cry, you have a taste for tears. Each sign of wrestling is therefore endowed with total clarity, since everything must always be understood immediately. As soon as the adversaries are on the ring, the public is invested by the obviousness of the roles. As in the theater, each physical type expresses to excess the job that has been assigned to the combatant. Thauvin, obese and crumbling 50-year-old, whose kind of asexual hideousness always inspires feminine nicknames, spreads in his flesh the characteristics of the ignoble, because his role is to represent what, in the classic concept of the bastard, concept key to any wrestling match, comes across as organically repulsive. The nausea voluntarily inspired by Thauvin therefore goes very far in the order of signs. Not only is ugliness used here to signify baseness, but also this ugliness is entirely gathered together in a particularly repulsive quality of matter, The pale sag of dead meat, the public calls Thavan la Barbac, so that the crowd's passionate condemnation no longer rises out of their judgment, but from the deepest zone of their mood. We will therefore get bogged down with frenzy in a later image of Thavan entirely consistent with his physical departure. His actions will respond perfectly to the essential viscosity of his character. It is therefore the body of the wrestler which is the first key to combat. I know from the start that all of Thavan's acts, his betrayals, his cruelties, and his cowardice, will not disappoint the first image he gives me of the ignoble. I can rely on him to accomplish intelligently and up to at the end all the gestures of a certain formless baseness, and thus fill to the brim with the image of the most repugnant bastard there is, the bastard octopus. The wrestlers therefore have a physique as peremptory as the characters of the Italian comedy, who display in advance, in their costume and their attitudes, the future content of their role, just as Pants can never be anything but a ridiculous cuckold, Harlequin an astute valet, and the doctor an imbecile pedant. In the same way Thavan will never be anything but the ignoble traitor, Rainiers, tall blonde with a limp body and crazy hair, the disturbing image of passivity, Mazod, arrogant little rooster, that of the grotesque fatuity, and Orsino, a feminized Zazu who appeared from the start in a blue and pink dressing gown, that, doubly pungent, of a vindictive slut, because I don't think the public at the Élysée Montmartre follows Litra and takes the word bitch for a masculine. The physique of the wrestlers therefore establishes a basic sign which contains the germ of the whole fight. But this germ proliferates because it is at each moment of the fight, in each new situation, that the body of the wrestler throws to the public the marvelous entertainment of a mood which naturally joins a gesture. The different lines of meaning illuminate each other, and form the most intelligible of spectacles. Wrestling is like diacritical writing. Above the fundamental meaning of his body, the wrestler has episodic but always welcome explanations, constantly helping to read the fight through gestures, attitudes, and facial expressions that carry the intention to its fullest extent. Here, the wrestler triumphs with an ignoble grin when he holds the good sportsman under his knees. There, he gives the crowd a smug smile, a harbinger of impending revenge. There again, immobilized on the ground, he strikes the ground with great blows of his arms to signify to everyone the intolerable nature of his situation. There finally, he draws up a complicated set of signs intended to make it clear that he rightly embodies the always entertaining image of the bad sleeper, inexhaustibly fantasizing around his dissatisfaction. It is therefore a real human comedy, where the most social shades of passion, fatuity, refined cruelty, sense of payment, always meet by luck the clearest sign that can collect them, express them, and carry them triumphantly to the confines of the room. We understand that at this level, it no longer matters whether the passion is authentic or not. What the public demands is the image of the passion, not the passion itself. There is no more a problem of truth in wrestling than in the theater. Here as there what is expected is the intelligible representation of moral situations that are ordinarily secret. This hollowing out of interiority in favor of its exterior signs, this exhaustion of content by form, is the very principle of triumphant classical art. Wrestling is an immediate pantomime, infinitely more effective than theatrical pantomime, because the wrestler's gesture needs no storytelling, no decor, in a word, no transference to appear true. Each moment of wrestling is therefore like an algebra that instantly reveals the relationship between a cause and its figurative effect. There is certainly a kind of intellectual pleasure among wrestling enthusiasts in seeing the moral mechanics work so perfectly. Certain wrestlers, great actors, entertain like a Molière character, because they succeed in imposing a reading of their interiority. A wrestler with an arrogant and ridiculous character, as we say that Harpagon is a character, Armand Mazod, always brings joy to the audience with the mathematical rigor of his transcriptions, pushing the design of his gestures to the extreme point of their significance, and giving to his fight the kind of anger and precision of a great scholastic dispute, the stakes of which are both the triumph of pride and the formal concern for truth. What is thus delivered to the public is the great spectacle of pain, defeat, and justice. Wrestling presents the pain of man with all the amplification of tragic masks, The wrestler who suffers under the effect of a reputedly cruel hold, a twisted arm, a stuck leg, offers the excessive figure of suffering. Like a primitive pieta, he reveals his face, exaggeratedly deformed by an intolerable affliction. We understand that in wrestling, modesty would be out of place, being contrary to the voluntary ostentation of the show, to this exhibition of pain, which is the very purpose of the fight. Also all the acts generating suffering are particularly spectacular, like the gesture of a conjurer who shows his cards very high. One would not understand a pain which would appear without an intelligible cause. An effectively cruel secret gesture would transgress the unwritten laws of wrestling and would be of no sociological efficacy, like a mad or parasitic gesture. On the contrary, the suffering seems to be inflicted with amplitude and conviction, because everyone must not only see that man is suffering, but also and above all understand why he is suffering. What wrestlers call a hold, that is to say any figure which allows the adversary to be immobilized indefinitely and to be held at his mercy, has precisely the function of preparing in a conventional, therefore intelligible way, the spectacle of suffering. To methodically install the conditions of suffering, the inertia of the vanquished allows the momentary victor to establish himself in his cruelty and to transmit to the public this terrifying laziness of the torturer who is sure of the future of its gestures, roughly rubbing the muzzle of the impotent adversary or scraping his spine with a deep and regular fist, accomplishing at least the visual surface of these gestures. Wrestling is the only sport to give such an exterior image of torture. But here again, only the image is in the field of the game, and the spectator does not wish the real suffering of the combatant, he only tastes the perfection of an iconography. It is not true that wrestling is a sadistic spectacle, it is only an intelligible spectacle. There is another figure even more spectacular than the grip, it is the headline, this great slap of the forearms, this latent punch with which one knocks out the opponent's chest, in a flabby noise and in the exaggerated sagging of the vanquished body. In the headline, the catastrophe is brought to its maximum of evidence, to such an extent that at the limit, the gesture appears only as a symbol. It is going too far, it is departing from the moral rules of wrestling, where any sign must be excessively clear, but must not reveal its intention of clarity. The public then shouts cheek, not because it regrets the absence of effective suffering, but because it condemns the artifice. As in the theater, one leaves the game as much by excess of sincerity as by excess of primer. We have already said that wrestlers took full advantage of a certain physical style, composed and exploited to develop before the eyes of the public a total image of defeat. The limpness of tall white bodies collapsing to the ground in one piece or collapsing into the ropes beating their arms, the inertia of massive wrestlers reflected pitifully by all the elastic surfaces of the ring, nothing can signify more clearly and more passionately the exemplary abasement of the vanquished. Deprived of any spring, the flesh of the wrestler is nothing more than a filthy mass spread on the ground and which calls for all the fierceness and all the jubilation. There is here a paroxysm of meaning à la antique which can only recall the luxury of intentions of the Latin triumphs. At other times, it is still an ancient figure that emerges from the coupling of the wrestlers, that of the supplicant, of the man rendered at mercy, bent, on his knees, arms raised above his head, and slowly lowered by the vertical tension of the victor. In wrestling, unlike judo, defeat is not a conventional sign, abandoned as soon as it is acquired. It is not an outcome, but on the contrary a duration, an exhibition. It takes up the old myths of public suffering and humiliation, the cross and the pillory. The wrestler is as if crucified in full light, in the eyes of all. I have heard it said of a wrestler stretched out on the ground, he is dead, little Jesus, there, on the cross, and these ironic words revealed the deep roots of a spectacle which accomplishes the very gestures of the oldest purifications. But what wrestling is mostly responsible for mimicking is a purely moral concept, justice. The idea of payment is essential to wrestling, and the make him suffer of the crowd means above all a make him pay. It is therefore, of course, an immanent justice. The more the action of the bastard is low, the more the blow that is rightly returned to him brings joy to the public. If the traitor, who is naturally a coward, takes refuge behind the ropes, arguing his bad right by a cheeky mimic. He is ruthlessly caught there and the crowd rejoices to see the rule violated in favor of a deserved punishment. The wrestlers know very well how to flatter the power of indignation of the public by proposing to them the very limit of the concept of justice, this extreme zone of the confrontation where it is enough to leave the rule a little more to open the doors of a frantic world. For a wrestling fan, nothing is more beautiful than the vengeful fury of a betrayed fighter who throws himself with passion, not on a happy adversary but on the scathing image of disloyalty. Naturally, it is the movement of justice that matters here much more than its content. Wrestling is above all a quantitative series of compensations, eye for eye, tooth for tooth. This explains why the reversals of situations have in the eyes of regulars of wrestling a kind of moral beauty. They enjoy it like a welcome romantic episode, and the greater the contrast between the success of a blow and the return of fate. The closer a fighter's fortune is to its downfall, the more satisfactory the melodrama is judged to be. Justice is therefore the body of a possible transgression. It is because there is a law that the spectacle of the passions which overflow it has all its value. It will therefore be understood that out of 5 wrestling matches, only about 1 is regular. Once again it must be understood that regularity is here a use or a genre. As in the theater, the rule does not at all constitute a real constraint, but the conventional appearance of regularity. Also, in fact, a regular fight is nothing but an exaggeratedly polite fight. The fighters put zeal, not rage, in confronting each other. They know how to remain masters of their passions. They do not fight not on the vanquished. They stop fighting as soon as they are given the order, and salute each other at the end of a particularly arduous episode in which they have not however ceased to be loyal to each other. Towards the other. It should of course be read that all of these polite actions are signaled to the public by the most conventional gestures of loyalty, shaking hands, raising arms, ostensibly moving away from a sterile hold that would detract from the perfection of combat. Conversely, disloyalty exists here only through its excessive signs, kicking the vanquished hard, taking refuge behind the ropes, ostensibly invoking a purely formal right, refusing to shake hands with one's partner before or after the fight, taking advantage from the official pause to come back as a traitor on the back of the adversary, give him a forbidden blow out of sight of the referee, blow which obviously only has value and use because in fact it is half of the room can see it and be indignant about it. Evil being the natural climate of wrestling, the regular fight takes on above all an exceptional value. The user is surprised, and salutes it in passing as an anachronistic and somewhat sentimental return to the sporting tradition. Those are oddly regular. He suddenly feels moved by the general goodness of the world, but would no doubt die of boredom and indifference if the wrestlers did not quickly return to the orgy of bad feelings, which alone make good wrestling. Extrapolated, regular wrestling could only lead to boxing or judo, whereas real wrestling derives its originality from all the excesses that make it a spectacle and not a sport. The end of a boxing match or a judo meeting is dry like the concluding point of a demonstration. The rhythm of wrestling is quite different, because its natural meaning is that of rhetorical amplification, the emphasis of passions, the renewal of paroxysms. The exasperation of replies can naturally lead only to the most baroque of confusions. Some fights, and the most successful ones, are crowned with a final chevauchée, a sort of unbridled fantasia where regulations, laws of the genre, arbitral censorship, and limits of the ring are abolished, swept away in a triumphant disorder which overflows into the room and leads pell-mell mixes the wrestlers, trainers, referee, and spectators. We have already noted that in America wrestling represents a kind of mythological combat between good and evil, of a parapolitical nature, the bad wrestler always being supposed to be a red. French wrestling covers a completely different heroization, of an ethical and no longer a political order. What the public is looking for here is the progressive construction of an eminently moral image, that of the perfect bastard. We come to wrestling to witness the renewed adventures of a great leading role, a unique, permanent and multifaceted character like Guignol or Scapin, inventive in unexpected figures and yet always faithful to his job. The bastard is revealed as a character of Molière or a portrait of La Bruyère, that is to say as a classical entity, as an essence, whose actions are only significant epiphenomena arranged in time. This stylized character does not belong to any nation or party, and whether the wrestler is called Kozichenko, nicknamed Mustache because of Stalin, Urpatzian, Gaspardi, Jovignola, or Noliers, the user does not assume any other country than that of regularity. What is a bastard for this public composed, it seems, partly of irregulars? Essentially an unstable, who accepts rules only when they are useful to him and transgresses the formal continuity of attitudes. He is an unpredictable man, therefore asocial. He takes refuge behind the law when he judges that it is favorable to him and betrays it when it is useful to him. Sometimes he denies the formal limit of the ring and continues to strike an adversary legally protected by the ropes. Sometimes he re-establishes this limit and demands the protection of what a moment before he did not respect. This inconsistency, much more than betrayal or cruelty, puts the public beside itself, offended not in its morality but in its logic. It considers the contradiction of arguments as the most ignoble of faults. The forbidden move only becomes irregular when it destroys a quantitative balance and disturbs the rigorous counting of compensations. What is condemned by the public is in no way the transgression of pale official rules, it is the lack of revenge, it is the lack of penalty. Also, nothing more exciting for the crowd than the emphatic kick given to a defeated bastard. The joy of punishing is at its height when it is based on a mathematical justification. The contempt is then unbridled. It is no longer a question of a bastard but of a bitch, oral gesture of the ultimate degradation. Such a precise end demands that wrestling be exactly what the public expects of it. The wrestlers, men of great experience, know perfectly how to influence the spontaneous episodes of the fight towards the image that the public has of the great marvelous themes of its mythology. A wrestler can irritate or disgust, he never disappoints, because he always accomplishes until the end, by a progressive solidification of the signs, what the public expects of him. In wrestling, nothing exists except totally, there is no symbol, no illusion, everything is given exhaustively, leaving nothing in the shadows. The gesture cuts off all parasitic senses and ceremonially presents to the public a pure and full meaning, round like nature. This emphasis is nothing other than the popular and ancestral image of the perfect intelligibility of reality. What is mimicked by wrestling is therefore an ideal intelligence of things, it is a euphoria of men, lifted for a time out of the constitutive ambiguity of daily situations and installed in the panoramic vision of a univocal nature, where the signs would finally correspond to the causes, without obstacle, without escape, and without contradiction. When the hero or the villain of the drama, the man who had been seen a few minutes before possessed by a moral fury, grown to the size of a kind of metaphysical sign, leaves the wrestling room, impassive, anonymous, a small suitcase in hand and his wife on his arm, no one can doubt that wrestling holds the power of transmutation which is specific to the spectacle and to the cult. On the ring and at the very bottom of their voluntary ignominy, the wrestlers remain gods, because they are, for a few moments, the key which opens nature, the pure gesture which separates good from evil and reveals the figure of justice finally intelligible. The Harcourt actor. In France, you are not an actor if you have not been photographed by the studios de Harcourt. The actor from Harcourt is a god, it never does anything, it is seized at rest. A euphemism, borrowed from worldliness, accounts for this posture. The actor is supposed to be in the city. It is naturally an ideal city, this city of actors where nothing is but celebrations and love, whereas on the stage everything is work, a generous and challenging gift. And this change must surprise to the highest degree. We must be seized with confusion when we discover suspended from the stairs of the theater, like a SPHYNX at the entrance to the sanctuary, the Olympian image of an actor who has stripped the skin of the restless, all too human monster, and finally finds his timeless essence. The actor takes his revenge here, obliged by his priestly function to sometimes play old age and ugliness. In any case the dispossession of himself, he is made to rediscover an ideal face, detached, as with the dry cleaner, from the improprieties of the profession. Passed from the stage to the city, The actor from Harcourt does not abandon the dream for the reality. It's quite the opposite. On stage, well-built, bony, carnal, with thick skin under makeup; in the city, flat, smooth, her face sanded by virtue, aired by the soft light of Harcourt's studio. On stage, sometimes old, at least showing age; to the city, eternally young, fixed forever at the pinnacle of beauty. On stage, betrayed by the materiality of a voice too muscular like the calves of a dancer; in the city, ideally silent, that is to say mysterious, full of the deep secrecy that is supposed to be in any beauty that does not speak. Finally, on stage, engaged by force in trivial or heroic gestures, effective in any case; to the city, reduced to a face purified of all movement. Yet this pure face is rendered entirely useless, that is to say, luxurious, by the aberrant angle of the view, as if Harcourt's camera, authorized by privilege to capture this unearthly beauty, had to placed in the most improbable zones of a rarefied space, and as if this face which floats between the coarse ground of the theatre and the radiant sky of the city, could only be surprised, stolen for a short moment from its timelessness of nature, then devoutly abandoned to its solitary and royal course, sometimes maternally plunged towards the receding earth, sometimes uplifted, ecstatic. The face of the actor seems to return to his celestial home in an ascent without haste and without muscles, unlike the spectator humanity who, belonging to a zoological class different and able to move only by the legs, and not by the face, must walk back to his apartment. We should one day attempt a historical psychoanalysis of truncated iconographies. Walking is perhaps, mythologically, the most trivial gesture, therefore the most human. Any dream, any ideal image, any social promotion first of all suppresses the legs, whether by portrait or by self. Reduced to a face, to shoulders, to hair, the actresses thus testify to the virtuous unreality of their sex, in what way they are manifestly angels in the city, after having been on stage lovers, mothers, bitches, and maids. The men, with the exception of the young first ones, of whom it is admitted that they belong rather to the angelic gender, since their face remains, like that of the women, in a position of evanescence, the men display their virility by some urban attribute, a pipe, a dog, glasses, a fireplace armrest, trivial objects but necessary for the expression of masculinity, audacity only allowed to males, and by which the actor in the city manifests in the manner of the gods and kings on the go that he is not afraid of sometimes being a man like the others, provided with pleasures, the pipe, with affections, the dog, with infirmities, the glasses, and even with an earthly domicile, the fireplace. Harcourt's iconography sublimates the materiality of the actor and continues a necessarily trivial scene, since it functions, through an inert and consequently ideal city. Paradoxical status, it is the scene that is reality here, the city is myth, dream, wonderful. The actor, rid of the too incarnated envelope of the job, rejoins his ritual essence of hero, of human archetype located at the limit of the physical norms of other men. The face is here a romantic object; its impassivity, its divine pace suspends the daily truth, and gives the confusion, the delight, and finally the security of a superior truth. By a scruple of illusion very proper to an epoch and to a social class too weak both for pure reason and powerful myth, the crowd at intermissions, which is bored and shows itself, declares that these unreal faces are those of the city and thus gives itself the good rationalist conscience to suppose a man behind the actor, but at the moment of stripping the mime, the Harcourt studio, at the right time, brings up a god, and everything, in this bourgeois public, both jaded and living on lies. Everything is satisfied. Consequently, Harcourt's photography is for the young actor a rite of initiation, a diploma of high companionship, his true professional identity card. Is he really enthroned, as long as he has not touched the holy ampulla of Harcourt? This rectangle in which his ideal head is revealed for the first time, his intelligent, sensitive or mischievous air, depending on the job he proposes for life, is the solemn act by which the whole of society accepts to abstract him of its own physical laws and assures it the perpetual income of a face which receives as a gift, on the day of this baptism, all the powers ordinarily refused, at least simultaneously, to the common flesh, an unalterable splendor, a pure seduction of all wickedness. An intellectual power that does not necessarily accompany the artist's art or beauty. This is why the photographs of Therese Le Pratt or Agnes Varda, for example, are avant-garde. They always leave the actor with his incarnational face and frankly confine him, with exemplary humility, to his function. Social, which is to represent, and not to lie. For a myth as alienated as that of the faces of actors, this party is very revolutionary, not to suspend from the stairs the classic, pampered, languid, angelized or virilized de Harcourts, depending on gender, it is a boldness whose few theaters afford the luxury. The Romans in the cinema. In Mankiewicz's Julius Caesar, all the characters have a fringe of hair on their foreheads. Some have curled it, others filiform, others crested, others oiled, all have combed it well, and bald people are not admitted, although Roman history has provided a good number of them. Those who have little hair weren't even off so easily, and the hairdresser, the main craftsman of the film, always knew how to extract a last lock from them, which also joined the edge of the forehead, of these Roman foreheads, whose exiguity has always signaled a specific mixture of right, virtue, and conquest. What is attached to these obstinate fringes? Quite simply the poster of Romanity. We thus see operating here uncovered the mainspring of the spectacle, which is the sign. The frontal lock floods with evidence, no one can doubt to be in Rome, once. And this certainty is continuous, the actors speak, act, torture themselves, debate universal questions, without losing anything, thanks to this little flag extended on the forehead, of their historical plausibility. Their generality can even swell in all security, crossing the ocean and the centuries, joining the Yankee Ho of Hollywood extras. It doesn't matter, everyone is reassured, settled in the quiet certainty of a universe without duplicity, where the Romans are Romans by the most legible signs, the hair on the forehead. A Frenchman, in whose eyes American faces still retain something exotic, judges the mixture of these gangster sheriff morphologies and the small Roman fringe to be comical. It is rather an excellent music hall gag. This is because, for us, the sign functions excessively, it discredits itself by letting its finality appear. But this same fringe brought to the only naturally Latin forehead of the film, that of Marlon Brando, imposes on us without making us laugh, and it is not excluded that part of the European success of this actor is due to the integration perfect Roman capillarity in the general morphology of the character. On the other hand, Julius Caesar is incredible, with his face of Anglo-Saxon lawyer already broken in by 1,000 secondary police or comic roles, he whose good-natured skull is painfully raked by a hairdresser's lock. In the order of hair meanings, here is an undersigned, that of nocturnal surprises. Portia and Calpurnia, awake in the middle of the night, have their hair conspicuously neglected. The first, younger, has the floating disorder, that is to say that the absence of primer is there in a way at the first degree. The second, riper, presents a more elaborate weakness, a mat goes around the neck and comes back in front of the right shoulder, so as to impose the traditional sign of disorder, which is asymmetry. But these signs are both excessive and derisory, they postulate a naturalness that they do not even have the courage to honor to the end, they are not frank. Another sign of this Julius Caesar, all the faces sweat without stopping, commoners, soldiers, conspirators, all bathe their austere and tense features in an abundant ooze, of Vaseline. And the close-ups are so frequent, that obviously the sweat is an intentional attribute here. Like the Roman fringe or the nocturnal braid, sweat is also a sign. Enough to? Of morality. Everyone sweats because everyone is debating something within themselves. We are supposed to be here in the place of a virtue that works horribly, that is to say in the very place of tragedy, and it is sweat that is responsible for accounting for it. The people, traumatized by the death of Caesar, then by the arguments of Marc Antoine, the people sweat, economically combining, in this single sign, the intensity of their emotion and the rough character of their condition. And virtuous men, Brutus, Cassius, Casca, also never stop sweating, thereby testifying to the enormous physiological work carried out in them by virtue which will give birth to a crime. To sweat is to think, which is obviously based on the postulate, very specific to a people of businessmen, that thinking is a violent, cataclysmic operation, of which sweat is the least sign. Throughout the film, only one man does not sweat, remains clean-shaven, soft, watertight, Caesar. Obviously, Caesar, object of the crime, remains dry, because he does not know, he does not think, he must keep the clean, solitary, and polished grain of a piece of evidence. Here again, the sign is ambiguous, it remains on the surface but does not for all that renounce passing itself off as a depth, it wants to make people understand, which is commendable, but at the same time gives itself out as spontaneous, which is cheated, it declares itself to be both intentional and irrepressible, artificial and natural, produced and found. This can introduce us to a morality of the sign. The sign should only be given in two extreme forms, or frankly intellectual, reduced by its distance to an algebra, as in the Chinese theater, where a flag totally signifies a regiment, or deeply rooted, somehow invented each time, delivering an internal and secret side, signal of a moment and no longer of a concept. It is then, for example, the art of Stanislavski. But the intermediate sign, the fringe of Romanness or the perspiration of thought, denounces a degraded spectacle, which fears naive truth as much as total artifice. Because if it is fortunate that a spectacle is made to make the world clearer, there is a guilty duplicity in confusing the sign and the signified. And it is a duplicity specific to the bourgeois spectacle, between the intellectual sign and the visceral sign. This art hypocritically places a bastard sign, both elliptical and pretentious, which it baptizes with the pompous name of natural. The writer on vacation. Gide read Bossuet on his way down the Congo. This posture pretty much sums up the ideal of our writers on vacation, photographed by L.E. Figaro, to combine banal leisure with the prestige of a vocation that nothing can stop or degrade. So here is a good report, very effective sociologically, and which informs us without cheating on the idea that our bourgeoisie has of its writers. What seems to surprise and delight this bourgeoisie at first is its own breadth of view in recognizing that writers are also people who commonly take vacations. The holidays are a recent social fact, whose mythological development it would be interesting to follow. First a school fact, they have become, since paid holidays, a proletarian fact, at least laborious. Affirming that this fact can henceforth concern writers, that specialists in the human soul are also subject to the general status of contemporary work, is a way of convincing our bourgeois readers that they are keeping up with the times. We flattered to recognize the necessity of certain prosaisms, one softens to modern realities through the lessons of Siegfried and Forrestal. Of course, this proletarianization of the writer is granted only with parsimony, and to be better destroyed afterwards. Barely endowed with a social attribute, holidays are a very pleasant one. The man of letters very quickly returns to the empyrean which he shares with vocational professionals. And the naturalness in which we eternalize our novelists is in fact instituted to translate a sublime contradiction, that of a prosaic condition, produced, alas, by a very materialistic era, and of the prestigious status that bourgeois society liberally concedes to its men of the mind, provided they are harmless to him. What proves the marvelous singularity of the writer is that during these famous holidays, which he shares fraternally with the workers and the banners, he does not stop, if not working, at least producing. A fake worker is also a fake vacationer. One writes his memoirs, another corrects proofs, the third prepares his next book. And he who does nothing admits it as a truly paradoxical behavior, an avant-garde feat, which only a strong mind can afford to display. We know from this last bravado that it is very natural for the writer to always write, in all situations. First of all, It assimilates literary production to a kind of involuntary secretion, therefore taboo, since it escapes human determinism. To speak more nobly, the writer is the prey of an interior God who speaks at all times, without worry, the tyrant, about his medium's holidays. The writers are on vacation, but their muse watches, and gives birth without stopping. The second advantage of this logeria is that by its imperative character, it passes quite naturally for the very essence of the writer. This one no doubt concedes that he is provided with a human existence, an old country house, a family, shorts, a little girl, etc., but unlike the other workers who change of essence, and are no longer on the beach as summer vacationers, the writer, he retains everywhere his nature as a writer. Provided with holidays, he displays the sign of his humanity, but the God remains. One is a writer like Louis XIV was king, even on the commode. Thus the function of the man of letters is a little to human labor what ambrosia is to bread, a miraculous, eternal substance, which condescends to the social form to make itself better understood in its prestigious difference. All of this introduces the same idea of a Superman writer, of a kind of differential being that society puts on display to better play on the factitious singularity that it concedes to him. The good-natured image of the writer on vacation is therefore nothing other than one of those devious mystifications that good society operates to better enslave its writers. Nothing better exposes the singularity of a vocation than to be contradicted, but not denied, far from it, by the prosaic nature of its incarnation. It is an old trick of all hagiographies. So we see this myth of literary vacations extending very far, well beyond the summer. The techniques of contemporary journalism are increasingly used to give the writer a prosaic spectacle. But it would be wrong to take this for an effort to demystify. It's quite the opposite. No doubt it may seem touching and even flattering to me, a simple reader, to participate by confidence in the daily life of a race selected by genius. I would no doubt feel deliciously fraternal a humanity where I know from the newspapers that such great writer wears blue pajamas, and that such a young novelist has a taste for pretty girls, reblochon cheese, and lavender honey. Nevertheless, the balance of the operation is that the writer becomes a little more star, leaves this earth a little more for a celestial habitat where his pajamas and his cheeses do not prevent him from resuming the use of his noble demiurgic word. To publicly provide the writer with a very carnal body, to reveal that he loves dry white and blue steak, is to make me even more miraculous, more divine in essence, the products of his art. Far from the details of his daily life making the nature of his inspiration closer and clearer to me, it is all the mythical singularity of his condition that the writer acknowledges, by such confidences. Because I can only put to the account of a superhumanity the existence of beings vast enough to wear blue pajamas at the very time when they manifest themselves as universal consciousness, or even to profess the love of reblochons with this same voice, which they announce their next phenomenology of the ego. The spectacular alliance of so much nobility and so much futility means that we still believe in the contradiction, totally miraculous. Each of its terms is also, it would obviously lose all its interest in a world where the work of the writer would be desacralized to the point of appearing as natural as his clothing or taste functions. The Blue Blood Cruise. Since the coronation, the French have languished after a revival of monarchical news, of which they are extremely fond. The boarding of 100 princes on a Greek yacht, the Agamemnon, greatly distracted them. The coronation of Elizabeth was a pathetic, sentimental theme. The Blue Blood Cruise is a piquant episode. The kings played men, as in a comedy by Fiers et Calieves. This resulted in 1,000 comical situations with their contradictions, of the Marie Antoinette playing at the milkmaid type. The pathology of such amusement is heavy. Since one is amused by a contradiction, it is because one assumes its terms to be very distant. In other words, kings are of a superhuman essence, and when they temporarily borrow certain forms of democratic life, it can only be an unnatural incarnation, possible only by condescension. To show that kings are capable of prosaism is to recognize that this status is no more natural to them than angeliism to ordinary mortals. It is to note that the king is still by divine right. Thus the neutral gestures of everyday life have taken on an exorbitantly audacious character on El Agamemnon, like those creative fantasies where nature transgresses its reins, kings shave themselves. This trait has been reported by our mainstream press as an act of incredible singularity, as if in him kings consented to risk all their royalty, thereby professing their faith in his indestructible nature. King Paul wore a short-sleeved shirt, Queen Frederica a printed dress, that is to say no longer singular, but the design of which can be found on the bodies of mere mortals. Formerly kings disguised themselves as shepherds, today, dressing for a fortnight in a uniprix is for them the sign of disguise. Another democratic status, getting up at 6 in the morning. All this informs by antiphrasis on a certain ideality of daily life, wearing cuffs, being shaved by a minion, getting up late. By renouncing these privileges, the kings push them back into the heavens of dreams. Their sacrifice, quite temporary, fixes in their eternity the signs of daily happiness. What is more curious is that this mythical character of our kings is today secularized but in no way averted by means of a certain scientism. The kings are defined by the purity of their race, the blue blood, as puppies, and the ship, privileged place of any enclosure, is a kind of modern ark, where the principal variations of the monarchical species are preserved. So much so that we openly calculate the chances of certain pairings, locked up in their sailing stud farm. The thoroughbreds are sheltered from any bastard weddings, everything is prepared for them, annually, so that they can reproduce among themselves, as few on earth as the pug dogs. The ship fixes them and collects them, constitutes a temporary reserve where one keeps, and by chance where one risks perpetuating an ethnographic curiosity as well protected as a park in zoo. The two secular themes mingle, that of the god-king and that of the object-king. But this mythological sky is all the same not so harmless to the earth. The most ethereal mystifications, the amusing details of the cruise of the blue blood, all this anecdotal spiel, with which the mainstream press has drunk its readers, is not given with impunity. Strong in their reflo divinity, the princes democratically engage in politics. The Count of Paris abandons El Agamemnon to come to Paris to supervise the fate of the Cid, and the young Juan of Spain is sent to the aid of Spanish fascism. Mute and blind criticism. Critics, literary or dramatic, often use two rather singular arguments. The first is to abruptly decree the object of criticism ineffable and therefore criticism useless. The other argument, which also reappears periodically, consists in admitting that one is too stupid to understand a reputedly philosophical work. A play by Henry Lefebvre on Kierkegaard thus provoked among our best critics, and I am not talking about those who openly profess stupidity, a feigned panic of imbecility, the aim of which was obviously to discredit Lefebvre by relegating him to the ridicule of pure cerebrality. Why then does criticism periodically proclaim its impotence or incomprehension? It's certainly not out of modesty. Nothing more comfortable than someone confessing that he doesn't understand anything about existentialism, nothing more ironic and therefore more assured than another confessing quite sheepishly that he does not have the chance to be initiated into the philosophy of the extraordinary, and nothing more military than a third pleading for the ineffable poetics. All this means in fact that one believes oneself to have a sufficiently sure intelligence for the admission of a misunderstanding to call into question the clarity of the author, and not that of one's own brain. One mimics silliness, see this is the better to make the public cry out, and thus led it advantageously from a complicity of impotence to a complicity of intelligence. It's an operation well known to the Verdurin salons. Whose job it is to be intelligent, don't understand anything about it, yet you wouldn't understand anything about it either, so you're as smart as me. The true face of these seasonal professions of lack of culture is the old obscurantist myth according to which the idea is harmful, if it is not controlled by common sense and feeling. Knowledge is evil, both have grown on the same tree. Culture is permitted on condition of periodically proclaiming the vanity of its ends and the limits of its power. See also on this subject the ideas of Mr. Graham Greene on psychologists and psychiatrists. The ideal culture should be only a gentle, rhetorical outpouring, the art of words to testify to a passing wedding of the soul. This old romantic couple of the heart and the head has no reality, however, except in an imagery of vaguely Gnostic origin, in those opiate philosophies which have always ultimately formed the backup of strong regimes, where one gets rid of intellectuals by sending them to occupy themselves a little with emotion and the ineffable. In fact, any reservation about culture is a terrorist position. To make a profession of criticism and to proclaim that one understands nothing of existentialism or Marxism, because by an express fact it is above all these philosophies that one admits not to understand, is to erect one's blindness or its silence as a universal rule of perception, is to reject Marxism and existentialism from the world. I don't understand, therefore you are idiots. But if one fears or if one despises so much in a work its philosophical foundations, and if one claims so strongly the right not to understand anything about it and not to speak about it, why become critical? Understanding, enlightening, it is nevertheless your job. Of course, you can judge philosophy in the name of common sense. The trouble is that if good sense and feeling understand nothing of philosophy, philosophy understands them very well. You don't explain the philosophers, but they explain you. You don't want to understand the Marxist Lefebvre's play, but be sure that the Marxist Lefebvre understands perfectly well your incomprehension, and above all, because I believe you are more twisted than uneducated, the deliciously harmless admission that you make of it. Saponides and detergents. The First World Detergency Congress, Paris, September 1954, allowed the world to indulge in the euphoria of Omo. Not only do detergent products have no harmful action on the skin, but they may even to be saving minors from silicosis. However, these products have for some years been the object of such massive publicity that they now form part of this area of the daily life of the French, where psychoanalysis, if it were kept up to date, should indeed carry a little their gaze. One could then usefully oppose to the psychoanalysis of purifying liquids, Javel, that of saponidated powders, Lux, Persil, or detergents, Rye, Payak, Cryo, Omo. The ratios of remedy and harm, of product and dirt are very different in the one case or the other. For example, bleach has always been felt as a kind of liquid fire whose action must be carefully measured, otherwise the object itself is affected, burnt. The implicit legend of this type of product is based on the idea of a violent, abrasive modification of the material. The respondents are chemical or mutilating, the product kills the dirt. On the contrary, the powders are separating elements, their ideal role is to liberate the object from its circumstantial imperfection. We drive out the dirt, we no longer kill it. In Omo imagery, dirt is a skinny, black little enemy that runs away from beautiful clean linen at the mere threat of Omo's judgment. The chlorines and the ammonias are undoubtedly the delegates of a kind of total fire, savior but blind. The powders are on the contrary selective, they push, lead the dirt through the frame of the object, they are a function of police, not of war. This distinction has its ethnographic counterparts. The chemical liquid prolongs the gesture of the washerwoman beating her laundry, and the powders rather replace that of the housewife squeezing and rolling the laundry along the inclined washtub. But in the very order of powders, it is still necessary to oppose to psychological advertising, psychoanalytical advertising. I understand this word without attaching to it a particular meaning of school. For example, the Persil whiteness bases its prestige on the evidence of a result. We set vanity in motion, social appearance, by comparing two objects, one of which is whiter than the other. Omo advertising also indicates the effect of the product, in a superlative form, but above all reveals the process of its action. It thus engages the consumer in a sort of lived mode of the substance, makes him an accomplice of a deliverance and no longer merely the beneficiary of a result. Matter here is provided with value states. Omo uses two of them, quite new in the order of detergents, the deep and the sparkling. To say that Omo cleans in depth, see the sketch of the cinema publicit, is to suppose that the laundry is deep, which we had never thought, and which is incontestably to magnify it, to establish it as a flattering object to those obscure impulses of envelopment and caress which are in every human body. As for foam, its meaning of luxury is well known. First, It has an appearance of uselessness, then its abundant, easy, almost infinite proliferation, suggests in the substance from which it issues, a vigorous germ, a healthy and powerful essence, a great wealth of active elements under a small original volume. Finally it flatters in the consumer an aerial imagination of the material, a mode of contact that is both light and vertical, pursued like a happiness as much in the taste order, foie gras, desserts, wines, as in that of the clothes, muslin, tools, and in that of soaps. Start taking her bath. The foam can even be a sign of a certain spirituality, insofar as the spirit is reputed to be able to draw everything from nothing, a large surface of effects from a small volume of causes. Creams have a completely different psychoanalysis, order, they abolish wrinkles, pain, fire, etc. The important thing is to have been able to mask the abrasive function of the detergent under the delicious image of a substance that is both deep and aerial, which can govern the molecular order of the fabric without attacking it. Euphoria which should not make us forget that there is a plan where Persil and Omo is just like the plan of the Anglo-Dutch Trust Unilever. The poor and the proletarian. Chariot's latest gag is having spent half of its Soviet price in Abbé Pierre's coffers. Basically, this amounts to establishing an equality of nature between the proletarian and the poor. Chariot has always seen the proletarian in the guise of the poor, hence the human force of his representations, but also their political ambiguity. This is clearly visible in this admirable film, Modern Times. Chariot constantly brushes against the proletarian theme, but never assumes it politically. What he shows us is the still blind and mystified proletarian, defined by the immediate nature of his needs and his total alienation at the hands of his masters, bosses and policemen. For Chariot, the proletarian is still a man who is hungry. The representations of hunger are always epic in Chariot: disproportionate size of the sandwiches, rivers of milk, fruits that are carelessly thrown away barely bitten, in derision. The eating machine, of patronal essence, only provides fragmented and visibly bland food. Stuck in his famine, the man Charlotte is always situated just below political awareness. The strike is a catastrophe for him because it threatens a man truly blinded by his hunger. This man joins the working condition only when the poor and the proletarian coincide under the gaze, and beatings, of the police. Historically, Chariot more or less covers the restoration worker, the laborer in revolt against the machine, distraught by the strike, fascinated by the problem of bread, in the proper sense of the word, but still unable to access knowledge of the political causes and the need for a collective strategy. But it is precisely because Chariot represents a sort of raw proletarian, still outside the revolution, that his representative force is immense. No socialist work has yet succeeded in expressing the humiliated condition of the worker with so much violence and generosity. Only Brecht, perhaps, foresaw the need for socialist art to always take man on the eve of the revolution, that is to say, the man alone, still blind, on the point of being opened to the revolutionary light by the natural excess of its misfortunes. By showing the worker already engaged in a conscious fight, subsumed under the cause and the party, the other works reflect a necessary political reality, but without aesthetic force. Now Chariot, in accordance with Brecht's idea, shows his blindness to the public in such a way that the public sees both the blind man and his spectacle. Seeing someone not seeing is the best way to intensely see what he does not see. Thus at Guignol, it is the children who denounce to Guignol what he pretends not to see. For example, Tramp in his cell, pampered by his guards, leads the ideal life of the American petty bourgeois, his legs crossed. He reads his newspaper under a portrait of Lincoln, but the adorable smugness of the posture completely discredits him, that it is no longer possible to take refuge there without noticing the new alienation it contains. The slightest entanglements are thus rendered vain, and the poor are constantly cut off from their temptations. In short, this is why the man Charlotte triumphs over everything. It is because he escapes everything, rejects all sponsorship, and never invests in man except man alone. His anarchy, politically debatable, represents perhaps the most effective form of revolution in art. Martians. The mystery of the flying saucers was first of all terrestrial. It was supposed that the saucer came from the Soviet unknown, from this world as deprived of clear intentions as another planet. And already this form of the myth contained the germ of its planetary development. If the saucer of a Soviet spacecraft became so easily a Martian spacecraft, it is because in fact Western mythology attributes to the communist world the very otherness of a planet. The USSR is an intermediate world between Earth and Mars. Only, in its becoming, the marvelous has changed meaning. We have gone from the myth of combat to that of judgment. Mars indeed, until further notice, is impartial. Mars comes to Earth to judge the Earth, but before condemning, Mars wants to observe, hear. The great USSR-USA dispute is therefore now felt to be a culpable state, because here the danger is out of all proportion to the good law, hence the mythical recourse to a celestial gaze, powerful enough to intimidate both parties. Future analysts will be able to explain the figurative elements of this power, the dreamlike themes that compose it, the roundness of the machine, the smoothness of its metal, this superlative state of the world that would be a seamless material. On the contrary, we understand better all that in our perceptual field contributes to the theme of evil, angles, irregular planes, noise, the discontinuity of surfaces. All of this has already been carefully laid out in science fiction novels, of which Martian Psychosis only repeats the descriptions to the letter. What is most significant is that Mars is implicitly endowed with a historical determinism modeled on that of the Earth. If the saucers are the vehicles of Martian geographers who have come to observe the configuration of the Earth, as I don't know what American scientist has said aloud, and as many people no doubt think quietly, it is because the history of Mars has matured at the same rate as that of our world, and produced geographers in the same century in which we discovered geography and aerial photography. The only advance is that of the vehicle itself, Mars being thus only a dreamed Earth, endowed with perfect wings as in any dream of idealization. Probably that if we landed in our turn on Mars as we have built it, we would only find the Earth itself, and between these two products of the same history, we would not be able to disentangle which is ours. For in order for Mars to have reached geographical knowledge, it too must have had its Strabo, its Michelet, its Vidal de la Black and, step by step, the same nations, the same wars, the same scholars and the same men as us. Logic requires that it also has the same religions, and of course, particularly ours, to us French. The Martians, said the Progress of Lyons, necessarily had a Christ, therefore they also have a Pope, and here is the open schism without which they could not have become civilized to the point of inventing the interplanetary saucer. Because, for this newspaper, religion and technical progress being in the same way precious assets of civilization, one cannot go without the other. It is inconceivable, it is written, that beings having reached such a degree of civilization that they can reach us by their own means, i.e. pagans. They must be deists, recognizing the existence of a god and having their own religion. So this whole psychosis is based on the myth of the identical, that is to say of the double. But here as always, the double is ahead, the double is judge. The confrontation of East and West is already no longer the pure combat of good and evil, it is a sort of Manichaeist melee, thrown under the eyes of a third gaze. He postulates the existence of a supernature at the level of the sky, because it is in the sky that the terror is. The sky is henceforth, without metaphor, the field of appearance of atomic death. The judge is born in the same place where the executioner threatens. Again this judge, or rather this supervisor, we have just seen him carefully reinvested by the common spirituality, and differ very little, in short, from a pure terrestrial projection. For it is one of the constant features of all petty bourgeois mythology, this inability to imagine the other. Otherness is the concept most antipathetic to common sense. Every myth tends inevitably to a narrow anthropomorphism, and, what is worse, to what one could call a class anthropomorphism. Mars is not only the Earth, it is the petty bourgeois Earth, it is the small canton of mentality, cultivated, or expressed, by the big illustrated press. Barely formed in the sky, Mars is thus aligned by the strongest of appropriations, that of identity. Operation Astra. Insinuating into the order the complacent spectacle of its servitudes has now become a paradoxical but peremptory means of inflating it. Here is the diagram of this new demonstration. Take the value of order that one wants to restore or develop, first demonstrate at length its pettiness, the injustices it produces, the bullying it arouses, plunge it into its imperfection by nature, then at the last moment save her despite or rather with the heavy fatality of her flaws. Examples. There is no shortage. Take an army, manifest the corporalism of its leaders, the limited, unjust character of its discipline, and in this stupid tyranny, plunge an average being, fallible but sympathetic, archetype of the spectator. And then, at the last moment, reverse the magic hat, and draw from it the image of a triumphant army, flags in the wind, adorable, to which, like Sganarelle's wife, one can only be faithful, although beaten, from here to eternity, as long as there are men. Take another army, put down the scientific fanaticism of its engineers, their blindness, show all that such inhuman rigor destroys, men, couples. And then take out your flag, save the army through progress, attach the greatness of one to the triumph of the other, Jules Roy's cyclones. The Church finally, speak in a burning way of its self-righteousness, the narrow-mindedness of its bigots, point out that all this can be murderous, do not hide any of the miseries of the faith. And then, in extremis, imply that the letter, however ungrateful, is a way of salvation for its victims themselves, and justify moral rigor by the sanctity of those it overwhelms, Living Room by Graham Greene. It's a kind of homeopathy. We cure doubts against the Church, against the army, by the very evil of the Church and the army. One inoculates a contingent evil to prevent or cure an essential evil. To rebel against the inhumanity of the values of order, it is thought, is a common, natural, excusable disease. It should not be struck head-on, but rather exorcised as a possession. The patient is made to act out the representation of his illness, he is brought to know the very face of his revolt, and the revolt disappears all the more surely that once distanced, watched, the order is nothing more than a mixed Manichaean, therefore fatal, winning on both counts and consequently beneficial. The imminent evil of servitude is redeemed by the transcendent good of religion, country, church, etc. A little confessed evil dispenses with recognizing a lot of hidden evil. We can find in advertising a romantic diagram which gives a good account of this new vaccine. This is the Astra advertisement. The short story always begins with a cry of indignation addressed to the margarine, a margarine mousse. It is unthinkable. Margarine. Your uncle will be furious. And then the eyes open, the conscience softens. Margarine is a delicious food, pleasant, digestible, economical, useful in all circumstances. We know the moral of the end, you are rid of a prejudice that was costing you dearly. It is in the same way that the order delivers you from your progressive prejudices. The army, an ideal value. It is unthinkable, look at its bullying, its corporalism, the ever-possible blindness of its leaders. The Church, infallible. Alas, it is very doubtful, look at his bigots, his powerless priests, his murderous conformity. And then common sense takes stock, what are the petty dross of order compared to its advantages? Well worth the price of a vaccine. What does it matter, after all, that margarine is only fat, if its yield is superior to that of butter? What does it matter, after all, whether order is a little brutal or a little blind, if it allows us to live cheaply? Here we are, too, rid of a prejudice which cost us dear, too dear, which cost us too many scruples, too many revolts, too many fights and too much loneliness. Marital. We get married a lot in our good illustrated press, great marriages, the son of Marshal Juin and the daughter of a finance inspector, the daughter of the Duke of Castries and the Baron de Vitrolles, marriages of love, Miss Europe 53 and his childhood friend, future, marriages of stars, Marlon Brando and Josiane Mariani, Raf Valloni and Michelle Morgan. Naturally, All these marriages are not seized at the same time, because their mythological virtue is not the same. The grand marriage, aristocratic or bourgeois, responds to the ancestral and exotic function of the wedding. It is both a potlatch between the two families and a spectacle of this potlatch in the eyes of the crowd that surrounds the consumption of wealth. The crowd is necessary, therefore the grand marriage is always entered in the public square, in front of the church. It is there that the silver is burned and the assembly is blinded by it. Uniforms and clothes, steel and ties, of the Legion of Honor, the army and the government, all the great jobs of the bourgeois theatre, the military attaches, tenderized, a captain of the Legion, blind, and the Parisian crowd, moved. Force, law, mind, heart, all these values of order are thrown together in the wedding, consumed in the potlatch but thereby instituted more solidly than ever, grossly prevaricating the natural richness of any union. A great marriage, it must not be forgotten, is a fruitful accounting operation, which consists in passing the order's heavy debit to the credit of nature, in absorbing in the public euphoria of the couple the sad and savage history of men. Order feeds on love, lies, exploitation, greed. All bourgeois social evil is bailed out by the truth of the couple. The union of Sylviane Carpentier, Miss Europe 53, and her childhood friend, the electrician Michel Wimbourg, makes it possible to develop a different image, that of the happy cottage. Thanks to her title, Sylviane could have led the brilliant career of a star, traveling, making movies, earning a lot of money. Wise and modest, she renounced ephemeral glory and, faithful to her past, she married an electrician from Palaiseau. The young spouses are presented to us here in the post-nuptial phase of their union, in the process of establishing the habits of their happiness and settling in the anonymity of a small comfort. We arrange the two-room kitchen, we have breakfast, we go to the cinema, we go to the market. Here the operation obviously consists in putting at the service of the petit bourgeois model, all the natural glory of the couple. That this happiness, by definition petty, can however be chosen, that is what bails out the millions of French people who share it by condition. The petty bourgeoisie can be proud of the rallying of Sylviane Carpentier, just as the church once drew strength and prestige from some aristocratic veiling. The modest marriage of Miss Europe, her touching entry, after so much glory, into the two kitchen rooms of Palaiseau, it is M. Durand's choosing La Trappe, or Louise de la Valliere Le Carmel, great glory for La Trappe, Carmel, and Palaiseau. Love stronger than glory revives here the morality of the social status quo. It is not wise to leave one's condition, it is glorious to return to it. In exchange for this, the condition itself can develop its advantages, which are essentially those of flight. Happiness is, in this universe, to play a kind of domestic confinement, psychological questionnaires, tricks, do-it-yourself, household appliances, schedules. All this paradise utensil of l'Express glorifies the closure of the home, his homebody introversion, everything that occupies him, infantilizes him, makes him innocent and cuts him off from a broader social responsibility. Two hearts, one cottage. Yet the world also exists. But love spiritualizes the cottage, and the cottage masks the hovel. Misery is exorcised by its ideal image, poverty. The wedding of stars, on the other hand, is almost never presented except in its future aspect. What he develops is the almost pure myth of the couple, at least in the case of Vallone Morgan. For Brando, the social elements still dominate, as we will see shortly. Conjugality is therefore borderline superfluous, carelessly relegated to a problematic future. Marlon Brando is going to marry Josiane Mariani, but only when he has shot 20 new films. Michelle Morgan and Raf Vallone may form a new civil couple, but Michelle will have to divorce first. It is in fact a matter of chance given as certain insofar as its importance is marginal, subject to this very general convention which states that publicly marriage is always the natural end of coupling. What matters is, under the guarantee of a hypothetical marriage, to convey the carnal reality of the couple. Marlon Brando's future marriage is still full of social complexes. It is that of the shepherdess and the lord. Josiane, daughter of a modest fisherman from Bandal, accomplished however, since she has her first part of Bacot and speaks fluent English, theme of the perfections of the young girl to be married. Josiane touched the darkest man in cinema, a sort of compromise between Hippolyte and some solitary and savage sultan. But this abduction of a humble French woman by the Hollywood monster is only total in its return movement. The hero chained by love seems to pour all his prestige back onto the small French town, the beach, the market, the cafes, and Bandal grocery stores. In fact, it is Marlin who is fertilized by the petty bourgeois archetype of all the readers of illustrated weeklies. Marlin, says Un Semaine du Monde, Marlin, in the company of his future mother-in-law and his future wife, like a French petty bourgeois, takes a peaceful apéritif walk. Reality imposes its setting and its status on the dream, the French petty bourgeoisie being clearly today in a phase of mythical imperialism. In the first degree, Marlin's prestige is muscular, Venusian; in the second degree, it is of a social order. Marlin is consecrated by Bandal, much more than he consecrates her. Dominici, or the triumph of literature. The whole Dominici trial was played on a certain idea of psychology, which happens to be, coincidentally, that of well-meaning literature. Physical proofs being uncertain or contradictory, recourse has been had to mental proofs, and where to find them if not in the very mentality of the accusers? We have therefore reconstituted with chic but without the shadow of a doubt, the motives and the sequence of acts. We did like those archaeologists who go and collect old stones from the four corners of the excavation site, and with their very modern cement erect a delicate resting place of Sesostris, or who reconstitute a religion that died 2,000 years ago by drawing on old stock of universal wisdom, which is in fact only their own wisdom, elaborated in the schools of the Third Republic. The same goes for the psychology of old Dominici. Is it really his? We do not know anything. But we can be sure that it is indeed the psychology of the President of Assizes or the General Council. Do these two mentalities, that of the old rural Alpine and that of the justice personnel, have the same mechanics? Nothing is less sure. Yet it was in the name of a universal psychology that the old Dominici was condemned, descended from the charming empyrean of bourgeois novels and essentialist psychology. Literature has just condemned a man to the scaffold. Listen to the Advocate General, Sir Jack Drummond. I told you, was scared. But he knows that the best way to defend himself is to attack. So he rushes at this fierce man and grabs the old man by the throat. There is not a word exchanged. But for Gaston Dominici, the simple fact that we want to make him touch the ground is unthinkable. He could not, physically, support this force which suddenly opposed him. It is plausible like the temple of Sesostris, like the literature of M. Genvois. Only to base archaeology or the novel on a why not, it doesn't hurt anyone. But justice? Periodically some trial, and not necessarily fictitious like that of L'Étranger, comes to remind you that she is always ready to lend you a spare brain to condemn you without remorse, and that, Cornelian, she paints you as you should be and not as you are. This transport of justice into the world of the accused is possible thanks to an intermediate myth, of which officialdom always makes great use, whether it be that of the courts of assizes or that of literary forums, and which is transparency and transparency. Universality of language. The presiding judge, who reads Le Figaro, obviously has no qualms about talking to the old illiterate goatherd. Don't they have in common the same language and the clearest there is, French? Wonderful assurance of classical education, where the shepherds converse without embarrassment with the judges. But here again, behind the prestigious, and grotesque, morality of the Latin versions and the French dissertations, it is a man's head that is at stake. The disparity of languages, their impenetrable enclosure, has nevertheless been underlined by a few journalists, and Junot has given numerous examples of this in his court reports. We see there that there is no need to imagine mysterious barriers, Kafka-like misunderstandings. No, the syntax, the vocabulary, most of the elementary, Analytical materials of language seek each other blindly without joining, but no one has any scruple about it. Did you go to the bridge? Ali. There is no aisle. I know, I've been there. Naturally everyone pretends to believe that it is the official language that is common sense, that of Dominici being only an ethnological variety, picturesque by his poverty. However, this presidential language is just as particular, laden with unreal clichés, the language of school writing, not of concrete psychology, unless most men are obliged, alas, to have the psychology of the language that they are taught. These are simply two particularities that clash. But one has the honors, the law, the force for itself. And this universal language comes to relaunch the psychology of the masters. It allows him to always take others for an object, to describe and condemn at the same time. It is an adjective psychology, it only knows how to provide its victims with attributes, knows nothing of the act outside the guilty category into which it is forced. These categories are those of classic comedy or of a treatise on graphology: boastful, angry, selfish, cunning, bawdy, tough. Man only exists in his eyes through the characters which designate him. Society as the object of a more or less easy assimilation, as the subject of a more or less respectful submission. Utilitarian, putting any state of consciousness in brackets, this psychology nevertheless claims to found the act on a prior interiority. It postulates the soul, it judges man as a conscience, without bothering to have first described him as an object. Now, this psychology, in the name of which we can very well cut off your head today, comes directly from our traditional literature, which is called in bourgeois style, literature of the human document. It was in the name of the human document that old Dominici was condemned. Justice and literature have entered into an alliance, have exchanged their old techniques, thus revealing their deep identity, impudently compromising each other. Behind the judges, in curule armchairs, the writers, Janot, Salacro. At the desk of the prosecution, a magistrate. No, an extraordinary storyteller, endowed with an indisputable spirit and a dazzling verve, according to the shocking satisfaction granted by El Imon to the Advocate General. The police themselves do their writing ranges here. A divisional commissioner: never have I seen a more comedian liar, more suspicious player, more pleasant storyteller, more shrewd shrew, more sprightly septuagenarian, more sure of himself despot, more devious calculator, more cunning dissembler. Gaston Dominici, he's an astonishing Frogali of human souls and animal thoughts. He doesn't have many faces, the false patriarch of Grand Terra, he has 100. Antitheses, metaphors, flights of fancy, it is all classical rhetoric that accuses the old shepherd here. Justice took on the mask of realistic literature, of rural tales, while literature itself came to the courtroom to seek new human documents, to innocently pluck from the faces of the accused and the suspects, the reflection of a psychology that she had been the first to impose on him. Only, opposite the literature of repletion, always given as literature of the real and the human, there is a literature of tearing. The Dominici trial was also that literature. There were not only writers starving for the real and brilliant storytellers here whose dazzling verve carried away a man's head, whatever the degree of guilt of the accused, there was also the spectacle of a terror with which we are all threatened, that of being judged by a power that only wants to hear the language it lends us. We are all potential Dominici, not murderers, but accused deprived of language, or worse, decked out, humiliated, condemned under that of our accusers. Stealing his language from a man in the very name of language, all legal murders begin there. Iconography of Abbé Pierre. The myth of Abbé Pierre has a precious asset, the abbé's head. It is a beautiful head, which clearly presents all the signs of the apostolate, the good look, the Franciscan haircut, the missionary beard, all this completed by the cane of the priest worker and the cane of the pilgrim. Thus are united the figures of legend and those of modernity. The haircut, for example, half-shaved, without finishing and above all without form, certainly claims to accomplish a hairstyle entirely abstract from art and even from technique, a sort of zero state of the haircut, one must to have one's hair cut, but that this necessary operation does not at least imply any particular mode of existence, that it is, without however being something. Abbé Pierre's haircut, obviously designed to achieve a neutral balance between short hair, an essential convention for not being noticed, and unkempt hair, a state likely to show contempt for other conventions, thus joins the hair archetype holiness. The saint is above all a being without formal context. The idea of fashion is antipathetic to the idea of holiness. But where things get complicated, unbeknownst to the abbot, it is to be hoped, is that here as elsewhere, neutrality ends up functioning as a sign of neutrality, and if one really wanted to go unnoticed, everything would have to start over. The zero cup, on the other hand, simply displays Franciscanism, first conceived negatively so as not to thwart the appearance of holiness. It very quickly passes to a superlative mode of signification, it disguises the abbot as Saint Francis. Hence the abundant iconographic fortune of this cut in the illustrated and in the cinema, where it will be enough for the actor Rebaz to wear it to absolutely merge with the abbot. Same mythological circuit for the beard. No doubt it can simply be the attribute of a free man, detached from the daily conventions of our world and who is reluctant to waste time shaving. The fascination of charity can reasonably have these kinds of contempt, but it must be noted that the ecclesiastical beard also has its little mythology. One is not bearded at random. Among the priests, the beard is above all a missionary or Capuchin attribute. It cannot help but signify apostolate and poverty. It somewhat abstracts its wearer from the secular clergy. The clean-shaven priests are supposed to be more temporal, the bearded ones more evangelical. The horrible Frollo was shaved, the good Father de Foucauld bearded. Behind the beard, one belongs a little less to one's bishop, to the hierarchy, to the political church. One seems freer. A little maverick, in a word more primitive, benefiting from the prestige of the first solitaries, possessing the harsh frankness of the founders of monasticism, depositaries of the spirit against the letter. To wear a beard is explore the zone, Brittany, or Nyas-Ulland with one heart. Obviously, the problem is not to know how this forest of signs could cover Abbé Pierre, although it is actually quite surprising that the attributes of kindness are sorts of transportable pieces, objects of easy exchange between reality, Abbé Pierre from match, and fiction, Abbé Pierre from the film, and that in a word the apostolate presents itself from the first minute already, fully equipped for the great journey of reconstructions and legends. I only wonder about the enormous consumption that the public makes of these signs. I see him reassured by the spectacular identity of a morphology and a vocation, not doubting one because he knows the other, no longer having access to the very experience of the apostolate except through its bric-a-brac and accustoming itself to having a good conscience in front of the only storehouse of holiness. And I am worried about a society that consumes the poster of charity so avidly that it forgets to question itself about its consequences, its uses, and its limits. I then come to wonder if the beautiful and touching iconography of Abbé Pierre is not the alibi which a good part of the nation allows itself, once again, to substitute with impunity the signs of charity to the reality of justice. Novels and children. According to L., who once brought together 70 novelists in a single photograph, the woman of letters constitutes a remarkable zoological species. She gives birth pell-mell to novels and children. We announce, for example, Jacqueline Lenore, 2 girls, a novel; Marina Gray, 1 son, 1 novel; Nicole Dutriel, 2 sons, 4 novels, etc. What does that mean? This, writing is a glorious but bold conduct. The writer is an artist, he is recognized as having a certain right to bohemianism, as he is generally charged, at least in France DL, with giving society the reasons for his good conscience. He must be paid for his services, he is tacitly granted the right to lead a somewhat personal life. But beware, that women do not believe that they can take advantage of this pact without having first submitted to the eternal status of femininity. Women are on earth to give children to men, that they write as much as they want, that they decorate their condition, but especially that they do not leave it, that their biblical destiny is not disturbed by the promotion which is conceded to them, and that they immediately pay by the tribute of their motherhood this bohemian naturally attached to the life of a writer. So be courageous, free, play the man, write like him, but never stray from it, live under his gaze, make up for your romances with your children, run your career a little, but quickly return to your condition. A novel, a child, a bit of feminism, a bit of conjugality, let's attach the adventure of art to the solid stakes of the home, both will greatly benefit from this coming and going. In the matter of myths, mutual aid is always fruitfully practiced. For example, the muse will give its sublime to humble household functions, and on the other hand, by way of thanks for this good office, the myth of the birth rate lends to the muse, whose reputation is sometimes a little light, the guarantee of her respectability, the touching decor of the nursery. So everything is for the best in the best of worlds, that of her, if the woman gains confidence, she can very well reach, like men, the superior status of creation. But let the man quickly reassure himself, his wife will not be taken away from him for all that, she will nonetheless by nature remain an available progenitor. She nimbly plays a scene à la Molière, says yes on one side and no on the other, takes care not to offend anyone, like Don Juan between his two peasant women. She says to women, you are worth men, and to men, your wife will never be anything but a woman. At first the man seems absent from this double delivery, children and novel seem to come as alone as each other, belonging only to the mother, for a little, and by dint of seeing 70 times works and children in the same parenthesis, one would believe that they are all fruits of imagination and dream, miraculous products of an ideal parthenogenesis which would give woman the Balzacian joys of creation and the tender joys of motherhood. Where is the man in this family picture? Nowhere and everywhere, like a sky, a horizon, an authority that both determines and encloses a condition. Such is this world of her, the women there are always a homogeneous species, a constituted body, jealous of its privileges, even more in love with its servitudes. The man is never inside, femininity is pure, free, powerful, but man is everywhere around, he presses from all sides, he makes things exist, he is from all eternity the creative absence, that of the Racinian God, a world without men, but entirely constituted by the gaze of man. The feminine universe of L is very exactly that of the gynoecium. There is this double movement in L's every step, close the gynoecium, and then only then, let the woman go inside. Love, work, write, be business women or women of letters, but always remember that man exists, and that you are not made like him. Your order is free on condition that you depend on his, your freedom is a luxury, it is only possible if you first recognize the obligations of your nature. Write, if you want, we will all be very proud of it, but don't forget to have children either, for that is your destiny. Jesuit morality, make accommodations with the morality of your condition, but never let go of the dogma on which it is based. Toys. That the French adult sees the child as another himself, there is no better example than the French toy. Common toys are essentially an adult microcosm, they are all diminished reproductions of human objects, as if in the eyes of the public the child was in fact only a smaller man, a homunculus to whom it is necessary to provide objects in his size. Invented forms are very rare, a few construction sets, based on the genius of odds and ends, only offer dynamic forms. For the rest, the French toy always signifies something, and this something is always entirely socialized, constituted by the myths or techniques of modern adult life, the army, the radio, the post office, medicine, miniature doctor, operating rooms for dolls, school, art hairdressing, wave helmets, aviation, paratroopers, transport, trains, Citroën, Vedette, Vespa, service stations, science, Martian toys. That French toys literally prefigure the universe of adult functions can obviously only prepare the child to accept them all, by constituting for him, even before he thinks, the alibi of a nature which has always created soldiers, postmen, and Vespas. The toy here delivers the catalogue of everything adults are not surprised at: war, bureaucracy, ugliness, Martians, etc. It is not so much the imitation, moreover, that is a sign of abdication, as its literalness. The French toy is like a shrunken head of gibbero, where we find the wrinkles at the size of an apple. And adult hair. For example, there are dolls that urinate, they have an esophagus, they are given a bottle, they wet their nappies, soon, no doubt, the milk in their bellies will turn into water. We can thereby prepare the little girl for household causality, condition her for her future role as mother. Only, faced with this universe of faithful and complicated objects, the child can only constitute himself as an owner, a user, never a creator. He does not invent the world, he uses it. Gestures are prepared for him without adventure, without astonishment, and without joy. They are made into a small homeowner who doesn't even have to invent the springs of adult causality, they are provided to him ready-made, he has only to help himself, they never give him anything to go through. The slightest construction game, provided it is not too refined, involves learning about the world quite differently. The child does not create significant objects in it, it matters little to him that they have an adult name, what he exercises is not a use, it is a demiurge. He creates forms which walk, which roll, he creates a life, not a property, the objects lead themselves there, they are no longer an inert and complicated matter in the palm of the hand. But this is rarer, the French toy is usually an imitation toy, it wants to make child users, not child creators. The gentrification of the toy is not only recognizable by its forms, which are all functional, but also by its substance. The current toys are of a thankless material, products of a chemistry, not of a nature. Many are now molded into complicated pastes, the plastic material has an appearance that is both coarse and hygienic, it extinguishes the pleasure, the softness, the humanity of the touch. A dismaying sign is the gradual disappearance of wood, a material that is nevertheless ideal for its firmness and its tenderness, the natural warmth of its contact. Wood removes, from any form it supports, the wound of two sharp angles, the chemical coldness of metal. When the child handles it and knocks it, it neither vibrates nor squeaks, it has a deaf and clear sound at the same time, it is a familiar and poetic substance, which leaves the child in a continuity of contact with the tree, the table, the floor. Wood neither hurts nor breaks down, it does not break, it wears out, can last a long time, live with the child, gradually modify the relationship between the object and the hand. If it dies, it is by diminishing, not by swelling, like those mechanical toys which disappear under the hernia of a broken spring. Wood makes essential objects, timeless objects. Now there are hardly any more of these wooden toys, these Vosges sheepfolds, possible, it is true, in a time of craftsmanship. The toy is henceforth chemical, of substance and color, its very material introduces a synesthesia of use, not of pleasure. Moreover, these toys die very quickly, and once dead, they have no posthumous life for the child. Paris was not flooded. Despite the embarrassment or misfortune it may have brought to thousands of French people, the January 1955 flood was part of the festival, more than of the catastrophe. First, it has disoriented certain objects, refreshed the perception of the world by introducing unusual and yet explainable points. We have seen cars reduced to their roofs, truncated street lamps, their heads only floating like water lilies, houses cut off like children's cubes, a cat stuck on a tree for several days. All these everyday objects suddenly seemed separated from their roots, deprived of the rational substance par excellence, the earth. This rupture had the merit of remaining curious, without being magically threatening. The sheet of water acted as a successful but known trick, the men had the pleasure of seeing modified, but all in all natural forms, there was able to remain fixed on the effect without regressing in anguish towards the obscurity of the causes. The flood has upset the daily perspective, without however drifting it towards the fantastic, The objects were partially obliterated, not deformed, the spectacle was singular but reasonable. Any somewhat loose break from everyday life introduced into the festival. Now, the flood has not only chosen and disoriented certain objects, it has upset the very synesthesia of the landscape, the ancestral organization of horizons, the usual lines of the cadastre, the curtains of trees, the rows of houses, the roads, the very bed of the river, this angular stability which prepares the forms of the property so well, all this has been erased, extended from the angle to the plan, no more roads. More banks, more directions, a flat substance which goes nowhere, and which thus suspends the becoming of man, detaches him from a reason, from a ostensility of places. The most disturbing phenomenon is certainly the very disappearance of the river. The one who is the cause of all this upheaval, is no more, the water no longer has any course, the ribbon of the river, this elementary form of all perception geography, of which the children, precisely, are so fond, passes from the line to the plan. The accidents of space no longer have any context, there is no longer any hierarchy between the river, the road, the fields, the embankments, the vague grounds. The panoramic view loses its major power, which is to organize space as a juxtaposition of functions. It is therefore at the very center of the optical reflexes that the flood carries its trouble. But this disorder is not visually threatening. I am talking about press photos, the only means of really collective consumption of the flood. The appropriation of space is suspended, perception is astonished, but the overall sensation remains soft, peaceful, motionless, and binding. The gaze is drawn into an infinite dilution. The rupture of the daily visual is not of the order of the tumult, it is a mutation of which we only see the accomplished character, which removes the horror of it. To this appeasement of sight, engaged by the overflow of calm rivers in a suspense of the functions and names of the terrestrial topography, obviously corresponds a whole happy myth of sliding. In front of the flood photos, each reader feels himself slipping by proxy. Hence the great success of the scenes where we see boats walking in the street. These scenes are numerous, newspapers and readers have been greedy for them. This is because we see the great mythical and childish dream of the aquatic walker fulfilled in reality. After millennia of navigation, the boat still remains a surprising object. It produces desires, passions, dreams. Children in their game or workers fascinated by cruising, all see in it the very instrument of deliverance, the always astonishing resolution of a problem inexplicable to common sense, walking on water. The flood relaunches the theme, gives it the everyday street as a piquant setting. We go by boat to the grocer, the priest enters his church in a boat, a family goes canoeing for provisions. Added to this kind of challenge is the euphoria of rebuilding the village or neighborhood, of giving it new paths, of using it a little like a theatrical place, of varying the childish myth of the hut, for the difficult approach to the house refuge, defended by water itself, like a fortified castle or a Venetian palace. Paradoxically, the flood made a world more available, manageable with the kind of delight that the child takes to arrange his toys, to explore them and to enjoy them. The houses were no longer anything but cubes, the rails isolated lines, the herds transported masses, and it is the little boat, the superlative toy of the childish universe, which has become the possessive mode of this space laid out, spread out, and no longer rooted. If we move from myths of sensation to myths of value, the flood retains the same reserve of euphoria. The press was able to very easily develop a dynamic of solidarity there and reconstitute the flood day by day as a consolidator event of men. This is essentially due to the foreseeable nature of the evil. There was, for example, something warm and active in the way the newspapers assigned the flood its peak day in advance. The more or less scientific time allowed for the outbreak of the evil was able to bring people together in a rational elaboration of the remedy, dams, blockages, evacuations. It is the same industrious euphoria that brings in a harvest or laundry before the storm, raises a drawbridge in an adventure novel, in a word, fights against nature with the only weapon of time. Threatening Paris, the flood was even able to wrap itself a little in the 48th myth. The Parisians erected barricades, they defended their city with cobblestones against the enemy river. This legendary mode of resistance was very appealing, supported by a whole imagery of the stopping wall, the glorious trench, the sand rampart that the kids build on the beach while struggling against the tide. It was more noble than the pumping of cellars, which the newspapers could not draw much effect, the janitors not understanding what was the point of sealing off water that was thrown into the flooded river. Better was worth developing the image of an armed mobilization, the contest of the troop, the rubber boats with motorized sculls, the rescue of the children, the old men and the sick, the biblical return of the herds, all this fever of Noah filling the ark. Because the ark is a happy myth, humanity there distances itself from the elements, it concentrates there and develops there the necessary awareness of its powers, bringing out of misfortune even the evidence that the world is handy. Be shown among the Negroes. Match told us a story that says a lot about the petty bourgeois myth of the Negro. A couple of young professors explored the country of the cannibals to paint there. They took with them their baby of a few months, Be shown. We were very ecstatic about the courage of the parents and the child. First, there is nothing more irritating than pointless heroism. It is a serious situation for a society to start developing the forms of its virtues for free. If the dangers run by the young Be shown, torrents, big cats, diseases, etc., were real, it was really stupid to impose them on him, under the sole pretext of going to draw in Africa and to satisfy the dubious panache of fixing on the canvas a debauchery of sun and light. It is even more reprehensible to make this stupidity pass for a beautiful audacity, very decorative and touching. We see how courage works here. It is a formal and hollow act. The more unmotivated it is, the more respect it inspires. We are in the midst of scout civilization, where the code of sentiments and values is completely detached from the concrete problems of solidarity or progress. This is the old myth of character, that is to say training. Be shown's exploits are of the same kind as spectacular ascents, demonstrations of an ethical order, which only receive their final value from the publicity they are given. The socialized forms of collective sport often correspond in our countries to a superlative form of star sport. Physical effort does not found there an apprenticeship of the man to his group, but rather a morality of vanity, an exoticism of endurance, a little mystique of adventure, monstrously cut off from any preoccupation with sociability. The trip of Be shown's parents to a country located moreover very vaguely, and given above all as the land of the Red Negroes, a sort of romantic place whose overly real characters are toned down, without appearing to be so, but whose name legend already offers a terrifying ambiguity between the color of their dye and the human blood that one is supposed to drink there. This journey is delivered to us here under the vocabulary of conquest. We leave unarmed no doubt, but the palette and the brush in hand, it's just as if it were a hunt or a warlike expedition, decided in thankless material conditions. The heroes are always poor. Our bureaucratic society does not favor noble departures, but rich in its courage, and its superb, or grotesque, uselessness. The young Be shown, he plays the Parsifal, he opposes his fairness, his innocence, his curls and his smile, to the infernal world of black and red skins with scarifications and hideous masks. Naturally, it is white gentleness that is victorious. Be shown subjugates the man-eaters and becomes their idol. White people are definitely made to be gods. Be shown is a good little Frenchman. He softens and subjugates the savages without firing a shot. At 2 years old, instead of going to the Bois de Boulogne, he is already working for his country, just like his dad, who, we don't know why, shares the life of a platoon of camel riders and tracks down looters in the Maquis. We have already guessed the image of the Negro which looms behind this well-toned little novel. First of all, the Negro is frightening. He is a cannibal, and if one finds Be shown heroic, it is because he is in fact in danger of being eaten. Without the implicit presence of this risk, the story would lose all shock virtue. The reader would not be afraid. Also, the confrontations are multiplied where the white child is alone, abandoned, carefree and exposed in a circle of potentially threatening blacks. The only fully reassuring image of the Negro will be that of the boy, the domesticated barbarian, coupled moreover with this other commonplace of all the good stories of Africa, the thief boy who disappears with the master's belongings. With each image, we must shudder at what could have happened. We never specify it, the narration is objective, but in fact it rests on the pathetic collusion of white flesh and black skin, of innocence and cruelty, of spirituality and magic, Beauty and chains the beast, Daniel gets licked by lions, the civilization of the soul subjugates the barbarism of instinct. The deep trick of the Bichon operation is to show the black world through the eyes of the white child. Everything there obviously has the appearance of a puppet. Now, as this reduction covers very exactly the image that common sense has of exotic arts and customs, here is the reader of Match confirmed in his infantile vision, settled a little more in this powerlessness to imagine the other that I have already pointed out. About petty bourgeois myths. Basically, the Negro does not have a full and autonomous life, he is a bizarre object, it is reduced to a parasitic function, that of distracting white men with its vaguely threatening baroque. Africa is a somewhat dangerous puppet. And now, if we are willing to compare this general imagery, match, 1.5 million readers, approximately, the efforts of ethnologists to demystify the Negro fact, the rigorous precautions that they have already observed for a very long time when they are forced to handle these ambiguous notions of primitives or archaics, the intellectual probity of men like Mauss, Levi Strauss, or Leroy Gourhan struggling with old camouflaged racial terms, we will better understand the one of our major servitudes, the crushing divorce of knowledge and mythology. Science goes fast and straight on its way, but the collective representations do not follow, they are centuries behind, kept stagnant in error by power, the big press and the values of order. We still live in a pre-Voltairean mentality, that's what we must constantly say. For in the time of Montesquieu or Voltaire, if one was astonished at the Persians or the Hurons, it was at least to credit them with the benefit of ingenuity. Voltaire would not write the adventures of Bichon today as Match did, he would rather imagine some cannibalistic, or Korean, Bichon struggling with the napalmized Guignol of the West. A friendly worker. Kazan's film on the Keys is a good example of mystification. It is, as we probably know, a handsome, indolent and slightly raw dock worker, Marlon Brando, whose conscience is gradually awakened thanks to love and the church, given in the form of a shock priest, Spellman style. As this awakening coincides with the elimination of a fraudulent and abusive union and seems to urge the dockers to resist some of their exploiters, some wondered if this was not a courageous film, a leftist film, intended to show the American public the labor problem. In fact, it is once again about this vaccine of the truth, of which I indicated the very modern mechanism in connection with other American films. One derives on a small group of gangsters the function of exploitation of the big bosses, and by this little confessed evil, fixed like a slight and unsightly pustule, one diverts from the real evil, one avoids naming it, one exorcises it. It is enough, however, to objectively describe the roles of Kazan's film to establish without question its mystifying power. The proletariat here is made up of a group of spineless beings, bending their backs under a servitude which they see clearly without having the courage to shake it. The capitalist state merges with absolute justice, it is the only possible recourse against crime and exploitation. If the worker reaches the state, its police, and its commissions of inquiry, he is saved. As for the church, under the guise of a modernism have you seen me, she is nothing more than a mediating power between the constitutive misery of the worker and the paternal power of the state boss. In the end, moreover, all this little pruritus of justice and conscience quickly subsides, resolves itself in the great stability of a beneficent order, where the workers work, where the bosses fold their arms, and where the priests bless each other in their just functions. It is the very end, moreover, which betrays the film. At the moment when many believed that Kazan shrewdly signed his progressiveness, in the last sequence, we see Brando, by a superhuman effort, managing to present himself as a good worker conscientious in front of the boss who awaits him. But this boss is visibly caricatured. It has been said, see how Kazan treacherously ridicules the capitalists. It is here or never to apply the method of demystification proposed by Brecht, and to examine the consequences of the adhesion that from the beginning of the film we give to the main character. It is obvious that Brando is for us a positive hero, to whom, despite his faults, the whole crowd clings to their hearts, according to this phenomenon of participation outside of which, in general, one does not want to see a spectacle possible. When this hero, even greater for having regained his conscience and his courage, wounded, exhausted and yet tenacious, goes to the boss who will give him work, our communion knows no bounds. We identify ourselves completely and without reflecting with this new Christ, we participate without restraint in his Calvary. But the painful assumption of Brando leads in fact to the passive recognition of the eternal employers. What we are being orchestrated, despite all the caricatures, is a return to order. With Brando, with the dockers, with all the workers of America, we place ourselves, with a feeling of victory and relief, in the hands of a bosses whose tarnished appearance there is no longer any point in painting. It for a long time now, we have been trapped in a communion of destiny with this dock worker who finds a sense of social justice only to pay homage and give it to American capital. As we can see, it is the participative nature of the scene which objectively makes it an episode of mystification. Trained to love Brando from the start, we can no longer criticize him at any time, even become aware of his objective stupidity. We know that it was precisely against the danger of such mechanisms that Brecht proposed his method of role distancing. Brecht would have asked Brando to show his naivete, to make us understand that despite all the sympathy we may have for his misfortunes, it is even more important to see the causes and the remedies. We can sum up Kazan's error by saying that what was important to judge was much less the capitalist than Brando himself. Because there is much more to expect from the revolt of the victims than from the caricature of their executioners. Garbo's face. Garbo still belongs to that moment in cinema where capturing the human face threw the crowds into the greatest confusion, where one literally lost oneself in a human image as in a filter, where the face constituted a sort of absolute state of the flesh, which could neither be reached nor let go. A few years before, the face of Valentino operated suicides, that of Garbo still participates in the same reign of courtly love, where the flesh develops mystical feelings of perdition. It is without doubt an admirable face object. In Reine Christine, a film that we saw again these years in Paris, the makeup has the snowy thickness of a mask. It is not a painted face, it is a plastered face, defended by the surface of the color and not by its lines. In all this snow, at once fragile and compact, the eyes alone, black like a bizarre pulp, but in no way expressive, are two slightly trembling bruises. Even in extreme beauty, this face not drawn, but rather sculpted in the smooth and the crumbly, that is to say both perfect and ephemeral, joins the flowery face of Charlotte, his dark vegetable eyes, his totem face. However, the temptation of the total mask, the ancient mask, for example, perhaps implies less the theme of secrecy, which is the case with Italian half-masks, than that of an archetype of the human face. Garbo showed a kind of Platonic idea of the creature, and this explains why his face is almost sexless, without being doubtful. It is true that the film, Queen Christine is in turn a woman and a young cavalier, lends itself to this joint possession, but Garbo does not perform any transvestite performance there. She is always herself, wears without pretending under her crown or her big low hats, the same face of snow and solitude. Her nickname Divine was no doubt aimed less at rendering a superlative state of beauty than the essence of her corporeal person, descended from a heaven where things are formed and finished in the greatest clarity. She herself knew it. How many actresses have consented to let the crowd see the disturbing maturation of their beauty? No, the essence must not degrade. Her face must never have any other reality than that of her intellectual, even more than plastic, perfection. The essence has gradually darkened, gradually veiled in glasses, hats, and exiles, but it never changed. However, in this deified face, something more acute than a mask takes shape, a kind of voluntary and therefore human relationship between the curvature of the nostrils and the arch of the eyebrows, a rare, individual function, between two zones of the face, the mask is only an addition of lines, the face is above all a thematic reminder of one another. Garbo's face represents this fragile moment, where cinema will extract an existential beauty from an essential beauty, where the archetype will bend towards the fascination of perishable figures, where the clarity of carnal essences will give way to a lyrical of the woman. As a moment of transition, the face of Garbo reconciles two iconographic ages, it ensures the transition from terror to charm. We know that today, we are at the other pole of this evolution. The face of Audrey Hepburn, for example, is individualized, not only by its particular theme, woman-child, woman-cat, but also by his person, by an almost unique specification of the face, which no longer has anything essential, but is constituted by an infinite complexity of morphological functions. As a language, the singularity of Garbo was of a conceptual order, that of Audrey Hepburn is of a substantial order. Garbo's face is idea, Hepburn's is event. Power and casualness. In the Black Series films, we have now arrived at a good gesture of casualness, soft-mouthed girls throwing their smoke rings under the onslaught of men, Olympian snaps of fingers to give the clear and parsimonious signal of a burst, peaceful knitting of the band leader's wife, in the midst of the most burning situations. Le Grisby had already institutionalized this gesture of detachment by giving it the guarantee of a very French daily life. The world of gangsters is above all a world of cold blood. Facts that common philosophy still deems considerable, such as the death of a man, are reduced to a sketch, presented under the volume of an atom of gesture, a small speck in the peaceful displacement of lines, two snapped fingers, and at the other end of the perceptual field, a man falls into the same convention of movement. This universe of understatement, which is always constructed as an icy derision of melodrama, is also, as we know, the last universe of magic. The executy of the decisive gesture has a whole mythological tradition, from the numen of the ancient gods, making a nod of the head rock the destiny of men, to the wave of the wand of the fairy or the conjurer. The firearm had doubtless distanced death, but in such a visibly rational way that it was necessary to refine the gesture to once again manifest the presence of destiny. This is precisely what the casualness of our gangsters is, the residue of a tragic movement which manages to confuse the gesture and the act under the thinnest of volumes. I will insist again on the semantic precision of this world, on the intellectual structure, and not only emotional, of the spectacle. The abrupt extraction of the colt from the jacket in a flawless parabola does not in any way mean death, for usage has long indicated that it is a mere threat, the effect of which can be miraculously reversed. The emergence of the revolver does not have a tragic value here, but only a cognitive one. It signifies the appearance of a new incident. The gesture is argumentative, not strictly terrifying. It corresponds to such an inflection of the reasoning in a play by Murray Vaux. The situation is reversed, what had been the object of conquest is suddenly lost, the ballet of revolvers makes time more labile, placing in the itinerary of the story, returns to zero, regressive leaps analogous to those of the goose game. The colt is language, its function is to maintain the pressure of life, to evade the closure of time, it is logos, not praxis. The casual gesture of the gangster has, on the contrary, all the concerted power of a stoppage, without momentum, quick in the infallible quest for its terminal point, it cuts off time and disturbs rhetoric. All casually asserts that only silence is effective, knitting, smoking, raising a finger, these operations impose the idea that real life is in silence, and that the act has the right of life or death over time. The spectator thus has the illusion of a safe world, which only changes under the pressure of actions, never under that of words. If the gangster speaks, it is in images, for him language is only poetry, the word has no demiurgic function in him, speaking is his way of being idle and of marking him. There is an essential universe which is that of well-oiled gestures, always stopped at a precise and planned point, a sort of sum of pure efficiency, and then, there are a few festoons of slang on top, which are like the unnecessary, and therefore aristocratic, luxury of an economy where the only exchange value is the gesture. But this gesture, to signify that it merges with the act, must polish off all emphasis, thin down to the perceptual threshold of its existence. It must have only the thickness of a connection between the cause and the effect. Casualness is here the most astute sign of efficiency. Everyone finds in it the ideality of a world rendered at will under pure human gesture, and which would no longer slow down under the embarrassment of language. The gangsters and the gods do not speak, they move their heads, and everything is accomplished. Wine and milk. Wine is felt by the French nation as a good that is specific to it, in the same way as its 360 species of cheese and its culture. It is a drink totem, corresponding to the milk of the Dutch cow or to the tea ceremonially drunk by the English royal family. Bachelard has already given the substantial psychoanalysis of this liquid, at the end of his essay on the reveries of the will, showing that wine is the juice of sun and earth, that its basic state is, not humid, but the dry, and that as such, the mythical substance that is most contrary to it is water. To tell the truth, like any perennial totem, wine supports a varied mythology which does not bother with contradictions. This galvanic substance is always considered, for example, as the most effective of thirst quenchers, or at least thirst serves as the first alibi for its consumption. He is thirsty. In its red form, its very old hypostasis is blood, the dense and vital liquid. It is that in fact, its humoral form does not matter. It is above all a substance of conversion, capable of reversing situations and states, and of extracting their opposites from objects, of making, for example, a weak person a strong person, a silent person a talkative one. Hence its old alchemical heredity, its philosophical power to transmute or create ex nihilo. Being in essence a function, the terms of which can change, wine has seemingly plastic powers. It can serve as an alibi for dreams as well as for reality. It depends on the users of the myth. For the worker, the wine will be qualification, demiurgic ease of the task, heart at work. For the intellectual, it will have the opposite function. The writer's little white wine or Beaujolais will be responsible for cutting him off from the too natural world of cocktails and silver drinks, the only ones that snobbery pushes to offer him. Wine will deliver him from myths, will rob him of his intellectuality, will equal him to the proletarian. Through wine, the intellectual approaches a natural virility, and thus thinks of escaping the curse that a century and a half of Romanticism continues to impose on pure cerebrality. We know that one of the myths specific to the modern intellectual is the obsession to have some. But what is particular to France is that the converting power of wine is never given openly as an end. Other countries drink to get drunk, and everyone says that, in France, drunkenness is consequence, never finality. The drink is felt as the spread of a pleasure, not as the necessary cause of a desired effect. The wine is not only a filter, it is also a lasting act of drinking. The gesture here has a decorative value, and the power of wine is never separated from its modes of existence. Unlike whiskey, for example, drunk for its most pleasant intoxication, with the least painful consequences, which is swallowed, repeated, and whose drinking is reduced to an act cause. All this is known, said 1,000 times in folklore, proverbs, conversations, and literature. But this very universality involves a conformism. Believing in wine is a binding collective act. The Frenchman who took some distance from the myth would expose himself to small but precise problems of integration, the first of which would be precisely having to explain himself. The principle of universality comes into full play here, in the sense that society calls sick, infirm, or vicious anyone who does not believe in wine. It does not understand it, in both senses, intellectual and spatial, of the term. On the other hand, a diploma of good integration is awarded to those who practice wine. Knowing how to drink is a national technique which serves to qualify the French, to prove at the same time his power of performance, his control, and his sociability. Wine thus founds a collective morality, within which everything is redeemed. Excesses, misfortunes, crimes are undoubtedly possible with wine, but not wickedness, perfidy, or ugliness. The evil it can cause is of a fatal order. it therefore escapes penalization. It is a theatrical evil, not a temperamental evil. Wine is socialized because it establishes not only a morality, but also a decor. It adorns the smallest ceremonials of French daily life, from the snack, the big red, the camembert, to the feast, from the conversation in a bistro to the speech at a banquet. It exalts the climates, whatever they are, associates itself in the cold with all the myths of global warming, and in the heat wave with all the images of shade, freshness, and spiciness. Not a situation of physical constraint, temperature, hunger, boredom, servitude, change of scenery, that does not make wine dream. Combined as a basic substance with other food figures, it can cover all spaces and all times of the French. As soon as one reaches a certain detail of daily life, the absence of wine shocks like an exoticism. Mr. Cody, at the beginning of his 7-year term, having allowed himself to be photographed in front of an intimate table where the Demesnil bottle seemed to replace the litron of red, the whole nation went into turmoil. It was as intolerable as a celibate king. Wine is here part of the raison d'etat. Bachelard was probably right to give water as the opposite of wine. Mythically, it's true; sociologically, at least today, it is less so. Economic or historical circumstances have assigned this role to milk. It is now the real anti-wine, and not only because of the initiatives of M. Mendes France, of a deliberately mythological allure, milk drunk in the gallery like Mathurin's spinach, but also because, in the great morphology of substances, milk is contrary to fire by all its molecular density, by the creamy, and therefore sopitive, nature of its layer. Wine is mutilating, surgical, it transmutes and gives birth. Milk is cosmetic, it binds, covers, restores. Moreover, its purity, associated with childlike innocence, is a guarantee of strength, of a strength that is not revulsive, not congestive, but calm, white, lucid, all equal to reality. A few American films, in which the hero, hard and pure, was not averse to a glass of milk before taking out his vigilante colt, paved the way for the formation of this new Parsifalian myth. Even today, it is sometimes drunk in Paris, in circles of hard orgues, a strange milk grenadine, come from America. But milk remains an exotic substance, it is the wine that is national. Moreover, the mythology of wine can make us understand the usual ambiguity of our daily life. Because it is true that wine is a beautiful and good substance, but it is no less true that its production is heavily involved in French capitalism, whether it is that of the distillers or that of the great Algerian colonists who impose on Muslims, on the very land of which he has been dispossessed, a culture of which he has no use, he who lacks bread. There are thus very pleasant myths which are not all the same innocent. And what is specific to our present alienation is precisely that wine cannot be a completely happy substance, unless we unduly forget that it is also the product of an expropriation. Steak and fries. Steak is part of the same sanguine mythology as wine. It is the heart of the meat, it is meat in its pure state, and whoever takes it assimilates the bull force. Obviously, the prestige of the steak is due to its almost rawness. The blood is visible, natural, dense, compact, and divisible at the same time. One can well imagine the ancient ambrosia under this kind of heavy matter which diminishes under the tooth in such a way as to make clearly felt at the same time its original force and its plasticity to flow into the very blood of man. The blood is the raison d'être of the steak. The degrees of its cooking are expressed, not in caloric units, but in images of blood. The steak is rare, reminiscent then of the arterial flow of the slaughtered animal, or blue, and it is the heavy blood, the plethoric blood of the veins which is here suggested by the violin, the superlative state of red. Cooking, even moderate, cannot be expressed frankly. This unnatural state requires an understatement. The steak is said to be ready, which is actually given more as a limit than as a perfection. Eating rare steak therefore represents both a nature and a morality. All temperaments are supposed to find their account there, blood by identity, nervous and lymphatic by complement. And just as wine becomes for many intellectuals a mediumistic substance which leads them towards the original force of nature, So steak is for them a food of redemption, thanks to which they prosecute their cerebrality and conjure with blood. And the soft pulp, the sterile dryness of which they are constantly accused. The vogue for steak tartare, for example, is an operation of exorcism against the romantic association of sensitivity and morbidity. There are in this preparation all the germinating states of matter, the blood puree and the mucus of the he egg, a whole concert of soft and lively substances, a sort of significant compendium of images of preparturition. Like wine, steak is, in France, a basic element, nationalized even more than socialized. It appears in all the decorations of food life, flat, bordered with yellow, semeloid, in inexpensive restaurants, thick, juicy, in specialized bistros, cubic, the heart all moistened under a light charred crust. In haute cuisine, he participates in all the rhythms, in the comfortable bourgeois meal and the bohemian snack of the bachelor. It is food that is both expeditious and dense. It achieves the best possible ratio between economy and efficiency, mythology, and the plasticity of its consumption. Moreover, it is a French good, limited, it is true, today by the invasion of American steaks. As with wine, there are no food constraints that don't make the French dream of steak. No sooner abroad than nostalgia sets in. Steak is here adorned with an additional virtue of elegance, because in the apparent complication of exotic cuisines, it is a food that joins, it is thought, succulence to simplicity. National, it follows the rating of patriotic values, it bails them out in time of war. It is the very flesh of the French fighter, the inalienable good which can only pass to the enemy by treason. In an old film, Xime Bureau contre Commandanteur, the mate of the patriotic priest offers food to the Boche spy disguised as a French clandestine. "Ah, it's you, Laurent. I'll give you some of my steak." And then, when the spy is unmasked, "And I who gave him my steak." Supreme breach of trust. Commonly associated with fries, the steak gives them its national luster. The fries are nostalgic and patriotic like the steak. Match told us that after the Indo-Chinese armistice, General de Castries for his first meal asked for fried potatoes. And the president of the Veterans Affairs of Indochina, commenting later on this information, added, "We have not always understood the gesture of General de Castries asking for fried potatoes for his first meal. What we were asked to understand is that the general's call was certainly not a vulgar materialistic reflex, but a ritual episode of approval of the rediscovered French ethnic group." The general knew our national symbolism well. He knew that fries are the food sign of Frenchness. Nautilus and Drunk Boat. The work of Jules Verne, whose 50th anniversary we recently celebrated, would be a good object for a criticism of structure. It is a thematic work. Verne constructed a kind of cosmogony closed in on itself, which has its own categories, its time, its space, its plenitude, and even its existential principle. This principle seems to me to be the continuous gesture of confinement. The imagination of travel corresponds in Verne to an exploration of closure, and the agreement between Verne and childhood does not come from a banal mysticism of adventure, but on the contrary from a common happiness of the finite, that one finds in the childish passion for cabins and tents, to enclose oneself and to settle down. Such is the existential dream of childhood and of Verne. The archetype of this dream is this almost perfect novel, The Mysterious Island, where the man-child reinvents the world, fills it, encloses it, locks himself in it, and crowns this encyclopedic effort with the bourgeois posture of appropriation, slippers, pipe, and fireside, while outside the storm, that is to say the infinite, rages uselessly. Verne was a maniac of plenitude. He never ceased finishing the world and furnishing it, making it full like an egg. Its movement is exactly that of an 18th-century encyclopedist or a Dutch painter. The world is finite, the world is full of numerable and contiguous materials. The artist can have no other task than to make catalogues, inventories, to hunt down little empty corners, to show there in serried rows creations and human instruments. Verne belongs to the progressive line of the bourgeoisie. His work shows that nothing can escape man, that the world, even the most distant, is like an object in his hand, and that property is, after all, then a dialectical moment in the general enslavement of nature. Verne in no way sought to enlarge the world along romantic routes of escape or mystical planes of infinity, he constantly sought to retract it, to populate it, to reduce it to a known and closed space, which man could then live comfortably. The world can draw everything from itself, it does not need, to exist, anyone other than man. In addition to the innumerable resources of science, Verne invented an excellent romantic means to make this appropriation of the world dazzling, to stake space with time, to constantly combine these two categories, to risk them on the same throw of the dice or on the same whim, always successful. The adventures themselves have the task of impressing the world with a kind of elastic state, of moving the closure away and then bringing it closer together, of playing cheerfully with cosmic distances, and of testing in a mischievous way the power of light on spaces and times. And on this planet triumphantly devoured by the Vernian hero, a kind of bourgeois Antaeus whose nights are innocent and restorative, often drags some desperado, prey to remorse or spleen, a vestige of a bygone romantic age, and which bursts by contrast the health of the real owners of the world, who have no other concern than to adapt themselves as perfectly as possible to situations whose complexity, in no way metaphysical or even moral, is simply due to some piquant whim of geography. The profound gesture of Jules Verne is therefore, incontestably, appropriation. The image of the boat, so important in Verne's mythology, in no way contradicts it, quite the contrary. The boat can well be a symbol of departure, it is, more profoundly, a closing figure. The taste of the ship is always the joy of shutting oneself up perfectly, of holding the greatest possible number of objects under one's hand. To have an absolutely finished space, to love ships is first to love a superlative house, because closed without remission, and in no way the great vague departures. The ship is a fact of habitat before being a means of transport. Now, all of Jules Verne's boats are indeed perfect firesides, and the enormity of their journey adds even more to the happiness of their closure, to the perfection of their inner humanity. The Nautilus is in this respect the adorable cave. The enjoyment of confinement reaches its paroxysm when, from the bosom of this crackless interiority, it is possible to see through a large window the outer vagueness of the waters, and thus to define in a same gesture inside by its opposite. Most of the boats of legend or fiction are in this respect, like the Nautilus, the theme of a cherished confinement, because it suffices to give the ship as a habitat for man to immediately organize the enjoyment of a round and smooth universe, of which moreover a whole nautical morality makes him at the same time the god, the master and the owner, sole master on board, etc. In this mythology of navigation, there is only one way to exorcise the possessive nature of the man on the ship, and that is to remove the man and leave the ship alone. Then the boat ceases to be a box, a habitat, a possessed object, it becomes a traveling eye, brushing against infinity, it unceasingly produces departures. The object truly contrary to Verne's Nautilus is Rimbaud's Bateau Ivera, the boat which says I and, freed from its concavity, can take man from a psychoanalysis of the cave to a true poetics of exploring. Depth advertising. I have indicated that today detergent advertising essentially flatters an idea of depth. The dirt is no longer torn from the surface, it is expelled from its most secret lodges. All beauty product advertising is also based on a kind of epic representation of the intimate. The little scientific forewords, intended to introduce the product in publicity, prescribe that it cleanse in depth, rid of depth, nourish in depth, in short, at all costs, to infiltrate. Paradoxically, it is insofar as the skin is first of all a surface, but a living surface, therefore mortal, suitable for drying and aging, that it easily imposes itself as tributary of deep roots, of what certain products call the basic layer of renewal. Besides, medicine makes it possible to give beauty a deep space, the dermis and the epidermis, and to persuade women that they are the product of a sort of germinal circuit where the beauty of the efflorescences depends on the nutrition of the roots. The idea of depth is therefore general, not an advertisement where it is not present. On the substances to infiltrate and convert within this depth, total wave, we only indicate that it is a matter of principles, invigorating, stimulating, nutritious, or juices, vital, revitalizing, regenerating, a whole Molieresque vocabulary, barely complicated with a touch of scientism, L-agent bactericidal R51. No, the real drama of all this little advertising psychoanalysis is the conflict between two enemy substances which are subtly arguing over the routing of success and principles towards the field of depth. These two substances are water and fat. Both are morally ambiguous. Water is beneficial, because everyone can clearly see that old skin is dry and that young skin is fresh, pure, with a fresh moistness, says such a product, the firm, the smooth. All the positive values of the carnal substance are spontaneously felt as stretched by water, swollen like a sheet, established in this ideal state of purity, cleanliness, and freshness of which water is the general key. Advertising, the hydration of the depths is therefore a necessary operation. And yet the infiltration of an opaque body does not seem easy for water. One imagines that it is too volatile, too light, too impatient to reasonably reach these cryptic zones where beauty is elaborated. And then, the water, in the carnal physics and in the free state, the water strips, irritates, it returns to the air, is part of the fire, it is beneficial only when imprisoned, maintained. The fatty substance has the opposite qualities and defects, it does not refresh, its softness is excessive, too durable, artificial. One cannot base an advertisement for beauty on the pure idea of cream, the very compactness of which is felt to be an unnatural state. No doubt fat, more poetically called oils, in the plural as in the Bible or the East, gives off an idea of nutrition, but it is safer to exalt it as a vehicle element, a happy lubricant, a conductor of energy. Water within the depths of the skin. Water is given as volatile, airy, fleeting, ephemeral, precious. The oil on the contrary holds, weighs, slowly forces the surfaces, impregnates, slides without return along the pores, essential characters of advertising beauty. All the advertising of beauty products therefore prepares for a miraculous conjunction of enemy liquids, declared henceforth complementary, respecting with diplomacy all the positive values of the mythology of substances. She succeeded in imposing the happy conviction that fats are vehicles of water, and that there are aqueous creams, sweets without shine. Most of the new creams are therefore liquid, fluid, ultra-penetrating, etc. The idea of fat, for so long consubstantial with the very idea of beauty product, becomes veiled or complicated, corrects itself with liquidity, and sometimes even disappears, giving way to the fluid lotion, to the spiritual tonic. Gloriously astringent st is a question of combating the waxiness of the skin, modestly special if on the contrary it is a question of nourishing generously these voracious depths whose digestive phenomena are mercilessly exposed to us. This public opening of the interiority of the human body is, moreover, a general feature of the advertising of toiletries. The rot is expelled, of the teeth, of the skin, of the blood, of the breath. France feels a great craving for cleanliness. A few words from Mr. Pojad. What the petty bourgeoisie respects most in the world is immanence, any phenomenon which has its own end in itself by a simple mechanism of return, that is to say, literally, any phenomenon paid, is pleasant to him. Language is responsible for accrediting, in its figures, its very syntax, this morality of the response. For example, M. Pojad says to M. Edgar for, you take responsibility for the rupture, you will suffer the consequences, and the infinity of the world is averted, everything is brought back into a short but full order, without flight, that of payment. Beyond the very content of the sentence, the balancing of the syntax, the affirmation of a law according to which nothing is accomplished without an equal consequence, where every human act is rigorously countered, recuperated, in short, a whole mathematics of the equation reassures the petty bourgeois, gives him a world commensurate with his commerce. This retaliation rhetoric has its own figures, which are all equal. Not only must every offense be averted by a threat, but even every act must be prevented. The pride of not being tricked is nothing other than the ritual respect of a numerative order where to thwart is to cancel. They must also have told you that to play the trick of Marcellin Albert on me you shouldn't count on it. Thus the reduction of the world to a pure equality, the observance of quantitative relations between human acts are triumphant states. To make the event pay, to counter, to give birth to its reciprocal, either by retorting, or by foiling, all this closes the world in on itself and produces happiness. It is therefore normal that we take pride in this moral compatibility. The petty bourgeois panache consists in evading qualitative values, in opposing to processes of transformation the very statics of equalities, eye for eye, effect against cause, commodity against money, penny for penny, etc. M. Pojad is well aware that the main enemy of this tautological system is dialectics, which he moreover confuses more or less with sophistry. Dialectics can only be triumphed by a constant return to calculation, to the computation of human behavior, to what M. Pojad, in accordance with the etymology, calls reason. Will the Rue de Rivoli be stronger than Parliament? Dialectics more valid than reason? Dialectics indeed risks opening up this world that we take great care to close on its equalities. Insofar as it is a technique of transformation, it contradicts the numerative structure of property, it is an escape beyond petty bourgeois bounds, and therefore first anathemized, then decreed a pure illusion, once again degrading an old romantic theme, which was then bourgeois. M. Pojad annihilated all the techniques of intelligence, he opposed petty bourgeois reason to the sophisms and dreams of academics and intellectuals discredited simply by their position outside the computable real. France is suffering from an overproduction of people with diplomas, polytechnicians, economists, philosophers, and other dreamers who have lost all contact with the real world. We now know what the real petty bourgeois is. It is not even what is seen, it is what counts. Now this real, the narrowest that any society has been able to define, all the same has its own philosophy. It is the common sense, the famous common sense of little people, says M. Pojad. The petty bourgeoisie, at least that of M. Pojad, food, butchery, possesses its own common sense, like a glorious physical appendage, a particular organ of perception, a curious organ, moreover, since, to see clearly, he must above all blind himself, refuse to go beyond appearances, take for granted the propositions of the real, and decree nothing that risks substituting explanation for reality. Riposte. Its role is to establish simple equalities between what is seen and what is, and to ensure a world without relay, without transition, and without progression. Common sense is like the watchdog of petty bourgeois equations, it blocks all dialectical issues, defines a homogeneous world, where one is at home, sheltered from the troubles and leaks of the dream, meaning from a non-accounting view of things. Human behavior being and should only be pure retaliation, common sense is the selective reaction of the mind, which reduces the ideal world to direct response mechanisms. Thus, the language of M. Pojad shows, once again, that all petty bourgeois mythology implies the refusal of otherness, the negation of the different, the happiness of identity and the exaltation of the similar. In general, this equational reduction of the world prepares for an expansionist phase in which the identity of human phenomena quickly establishes a nature and, consequently, a universality. M. Pojad has not yet come to define good sense as the general philosophy of humanity. It is still in his eyes a class virtue, already given, it is true, as a universal invigorator. And this is precisely what is sinister in Pojadism, that it immediately claimed a mythological truth, and posed culture as a disease, which is the specific symptom of fascisms. Adamov and language. As we have just seen, Pojadist common sense consists in establishing a simple equivalence between what is seen and what is. When an appearance is decidedly too unusual, this same common sense still has a way of reducing it without departing from a mechanism of equalities. This means is symbolism. Whenever a spectacle seems unmotivated, common sense gives the heavy cavalry a symbol, admitted to the petty bourgeois sky insofar as, despite its abstract side, it unites the visible and the invisible under the species of a quantitative equality. This is worth that the calculation is saved, the world still holds. Adamov, having written a play on slot machines, an unusual object in the bourgeois theatre which, in terms of scenic objects, knows only the bed of adultery, the big press hastened to ward off the unusual by reducing it to the symbol. As long as it meant something, it was less dangerous. And the more the criticism of ping-pong was addressed to readers of major newspapers, Match, François, the more it insisted on the symbolic nature of the work. Rest assured, it is only a symbol, the slot machine simply signifies the complexity of the social system. This unusual theatrical object is exorcised since it is worth something. But the electric billiard table of ping-pong symbolizes nothing at all, it does not express, it produces, it is a literal object, whose function is to engender, by its very objectivity, situations. But here again, our critic is blind-sided, in his thirst for depth. These situations are not psychological, they are essentially situations of language. This is a dramatic reality that must eventually be accepted alongside the old arsenal of plots, actions, characters, conflicts and other elements of classical theater. Ping-pong is a network, masterfully set up, of language situations. What is a language situation? It is a configuration of words, capable of engendering relations that at first sight are psychological, not so much false as transient in the very compromise of an anterior language. And it is this transience which, finally, annihilates psychology. To parody the language of a class or a character is still to have a certain distance, to enjoy a certain authenticity as the owner, cherished virtue of psychology. But if this borrowed language is general, always situated a little on this side of caricature, and covering the entire surface of the piece with a diverse pressure, but without any crack through which any cry, any invented word can come out, then the relations humans, despite their apparent dynamism, are as if vitrified, constantly deviated by a kind of verbal refraction, and the problem of their authenticity disappears like a beautiful, and false, dream. Ping-pong is entirely made up of a block of this language under glass, analogous, if you will, to those frozen vegetables which allow the English to taste the acidities of spring in their winter. This language, entirely woven from small platitudes, partial truisms, barely discernible stereotypes, thrown with the force of hope, or despair, like the bits of a Brownian movement, this language is not, to tell the truth, canned language, as could be, for example, the concierge jargon restored by Henry Monnier. It would rather be a language delay, inevitably formed in the social life of the character, and which thaws out, true and yet a little too acid or virid, in a later situation where its slight freezing, a touch of vulgar, learned emphasis, have incalculable effects. The ping-pong characters are a bit like Michelet's Robespierre, they mean everything they say. Profound words, which underline this tragic plasticity of man in his language, especially when, last and surprising aspect of the misunderstanding, this language is not even quite his own. This will perhaps account for the apparent ambiguity of ping-pong. On the one hand, the derision of the language is evident there, and, on the other hand, this derision does not fail to be creative there, producing perfectly alive, endowed with a depth of time that can even lead them through an entire existence until death. This means precisely that in Adamov language situations perfectly resist symbol and caricature, it is life that is a parasite of language. This is what ping-pong observes. Adamov's slot machine is therefore not a key, it is not D'Annunzio's dead lark or Maeterlinck's palace door, it is a language-generating object, like an element of catalysis, it constantly sends actors a hint of speech, makes them exist in the proliferation of language. Moreover, the shots of ping-pong do not all have the same depth of memory, the same relief, it depends on who says them. Sutter, the bluffer who makes sentences, spreads caricatural acquisitions, immediately displays a parodic language that makes you laugh frankly, words, all traps. The transience of Annette's language is lighter, and also more pitiful, to others, Mr. Roger. Each character in ping pong thus seems condemned to his or her verbal rut, but each rut is differently hollow, and these differences in pressure create precisely what in the theater are called situations, that is to say possibilities and choices. Insofar as the language of ping pong is entirely acquired, taken out of the theater of life, that is to say from a life given itself as theater, ping pong is theater in the second degree. It is the very opposite of naturalism, which always sets out to amplify the insignificant. Here, on the contrary, the spectacular of life, of language, is caught on the stage, as one says that the mirror is caught. This mode of freezing is the very same of all mythical speech. Like the language of ping pong, myth is also speech frozen by its own splitting. But since it is a question of theater, the reference of this second language is different. The mythical word plunges into society, into a general history, while the language experimentally reconstructed by Adamov can only double a first individual verb, despite its banality. I see in our theatrical literature only one author of whom one could say, to a certain extent, that he too built his theater on a free proliferation of language situations, that is Marivaux. Conversely, the theater that is most opposed to this dramaturgy of the verbal situation is, paradoxically, verbal theater, Giraudoux, for example, whose language is sincere, that is to say plunges in Giraudoux itself. Adamov's language has its roots in the air, and anything external is known to benefit the theater. Einstein's brain. Einstein's brain is a mythical object. Paradoxically, the greatest intelligence forms the image of the most perfected mechanics. The too powerful man is separated from psychology, introduced into a world of robots. We know that in science fiction novels, there is always something reified about Superman. Einstein too, he is commonly expressed by his brain, an anthological organ, a veritable museum piece. Perhaps because of his mathematical specialization, the Superman is here stripped of all magical character. In it there is no diffuse power, no mystery other than mechanical. It is a superior organ, prodigious, but real, even physiological. Mythologically, Einstein is matter. His power does not lead spontaneously to spirituality. He needs the help of an independent morality, the reminder of the conscience of the scientist. Science without conscience, it has been said. Einstein himself lent a little to the legend by bequeathing his brain, which two hospitals are fighting over as if it were an unusual mechanism that we will finally be able to dismantle. An image shows him stretched out, his head bristling with electric wires. His brain waves are being recorded, while he is asked to think about relativity. But, by the way, what exactly does think about mean? No doubt they want us to understand that the seismograms will be all the more violent as relativity is a difficult subject. Thought itself is thus represented as energetic matter, the measurable product of a complex apparatus, more or less electrical, which transforms cerebral substance into force. Einstein's mythology makes him such an unmagical genius that his thought is spoken of as functional work analogous to the mechanical making of sausages, the grinding of grain or the stamping of ore. He produced thought, continuously, like the flour mill, and death was for him, above all, the stopping of a localized function. The most powerful brain has stopped thinking. What this awesome mechanic was supposed to produce were equations. Through Einstein's mythology, the world rediscovered with delight the image of formulated knowledge. Paradoxically, the more the genius of man was materialized in the species of his brain, the more the product of his invention joined a magical condition, reincarnated the old esoteric image of a science entirely enclosed in a few letters. There is a unique secret in the world, and this secret is contained in one word. The universe is a strongbox for which humanity seeks the number. Einstein almost found it. That is the myth of Einstein. We find there all the Gnostic themes, the unity of nature, the ideal possibility of a fundamental reduction of the world, the opening power of the word, the ancestral struggle between a secret and a word, the idea that total knowledge can only be discovered at a single blow, like a lock which gives way suddenly after 1,000 fruitless attempts. The historical equation E equals mc2, with its unexpected simplicity, almost fulfills the pure idea of the key, bare, linear, of a single metal, opening with magical ease a door that has been obsessed over for centuries. The imagery captures this well. Einstein, photographed, stands next to a blackboard covered in mathematical signs of visible complexity, but Einstein drawn, that is to say, entered into legend, chalk still in hand, has just written on a bare blackboard, as if without preparation, the magic formula of the world. Mythology thus respects the nature of the tasks. Research itself mobilizes mechanical cogs, has as its seat an entirely material organ which is monstrous only in its cybernetic complication. The discovery, on the contrary, is of magic essence. It is simple like a primordial body, like a principial substance, the philosopher's stone of the Hermetists, the tar water of Berkeley, the oxygen of Schelling. But as the world goes on, as research always abounds and as it is also necessary to reserve God's part, a certain failure of Einstein is necessary. Einstein died, it is said, without having been able to verify the equation in which held the secret of the world. In the end, therefore, the world resisted, hardly pierced, the secret closed again, the cipher was incomplete. Thus Einstein fully satisfies the myth, which makes fun of contradictions as long as he installs a euphoric security, both magician and machine, permanent researcher and unfulfilled finder, unleashing the best and the worst, brain and conscience. Einstein accomplishes the most contradictory dreams, mythically reconciles the infinite power of man over nature, and the inevitability of a sacred that he cannot yet reject. The jet man. The jet man is the jet plane pilot. Match specified that he belonged to a new breed of aviation, closer to the robot than to the hero. There are, however, in the man jet several Parsifalian residues, which we will see presently. But what strikes first in the mythology of the jet man is the elimination of speed. Nothing in the legend substantially alludes to it. We must enter here into a paradox, which everyone moreover accepts very well and even consumes as a proof of modernity. This paradox is that too much speed turns into rest. The pilot hero was distinguished by a whole mythology of sensible speed, devoured space, exhilarating movement. The jet man, for his part, will be defined by a synesthesia of the on-the-spot, at 2000 per hour, level, no impression of speed, as if the extravagance of his vocation consisted precisely in going beyond movement, to go faster than speed. Mythology here abandons all imagery of exterior brushing and approaches a pure synesthesia. Movement is no longer the optical perception of points and surfaces, it has become a sort of vertical disorder, made up of contractions, obscurations, terrors, and fainting spells. It is no longer sliding, but interior devastation, monstrous disturbance, immobile crisis of bodily consciousness. It is normal that at this point the myth of the aviator loses all humanism. The hero of classic speed could remain an honest man, insofar as the movement was for him an episodic performance, for which only courage was required. One went quickly by point, like a cheeky amateur, not like a professional. We were looking for an exhilaration, we came to the movement, equipped with an ancestral moralism which sharpened the perception of it and made it possible to give its philosophy. It was insofar as speed was an adventure that it bound the aviator to a whole series of human roles. The jet man, on the other hand, seems to know neither adventure nor destiny, but only one condition, yet this condition is, at first sight, less human than anthropological. Mythically, the man jet is defined less by his courage than by his weight, his diet, and his mores, temperance, frugality, continence. His racial particularity can be read in his morphology. The anti-G suit in inflatable nylon, the polished helmet engage the man jet in a new skin, where not even his mother would recognize him. This is a real racial conversion, all the more plausible since science fiction has already largely accredited this transfer of species. Everything happens as if there had been a sudden transmutation between the ancient creatures of propeller humanity and the new creatures of reaction humanity. In fact, and despite the scientific apparatus of this new mythology, there has been a simple displacement of the sacred. The hagiographic era, saints and martyrs of propeller aviation, is followed by a monastic period, and what passes from first for simple dietary prescription soon appears endowed with a sacerdotal meaning: continence and temperance, abstention from pleasures, common life, uniform clothing. Everything contributes in the mythology of the man-jet, to manifest the plasticity of the flesh, its submission to collective ends, moreover modestly imprecise, and it is this submission which is offered as a sacrifice to the prestigious singularity of an inhuman condition. Society ends up rediscovering in the man-jet the old theosophical pact which has always compensated for power by asceticism, paying for semi-divinity with the currency of human happiness. The situation of the jet man includes so much a vocational aspect that it is itself the price of preliminary mace rations, of initiatory steps, intended to test the applicant, passage in the altitude chamber, in the centrifuge. Even the instructor, grizzled, anonymous and impenetrable, is the perfect figure of the necessary mystagogue. As for endurance, we are taught that, as in any initiation, it is not of a physical order. The triumph of preliminary trials is in fact the fruit of a spiritual gift. We are gifted for throwing as others are called to God. All of this would be banal if it were a question of the traditional hero, whose whole prize was to fly without abandoning his humanity, Saint-Exupéry as a writer, Lindbergh in a suit. But the mythological peculiarity of the man-jet is to keep none of the romantic and individualistic elements of the sacred role, without letting go of the role itself. Assimilated by its name to pure passivity, what could be more inert and better dispossessed than a thrown object? It nevertheless rediscovers the ritual through the myth of a fictitious, celestial race, which would take its particularities from its asceticism, and would accomplish a kind of anthropological compromise between humans and Martians. The man-jet is a reified hero, as if even today men could only conceive of the sky as populated by semi-objects. Root is root. Taste is taste. Bavard and Picochet. I have already pointed out the predilection of the petty bourgeoisie for tautological reasoning: a penny is a penny, etc. Here is a beautiful one, very frequent in the order of the arts. Atelier is a play by Racine, recalled an artist from the Comédie Française before presenting her new show. It should first be noted that there is a small declaration of war in this, on grammarians, controversialists, annotators, monks, writers, and artists, as Racine commented. It is quite true that tautology is always aggressive. It signifies an angry rupture between intelligence and its object, the arrogant threat of an order in which one would not think. Our tautologists are like masters who tug sharply on the dog's leash. Thought must not take too much space. The world is full of suspect and vain alibis. One must keep one's judgment short, reduce the leash to the distance of a computable reality. What if we started thinking about Racine? Great threat, the tautology cuts with rage all that grows around him, and which could choke him. We recognize in the statement of our artist the language of this familiar enemy that we have often encountered here, and which is anti-intellectualism. We know the saw: too much intelligence harms, philosophy is useless jargon. We must reserve the place of feeling, intuition, innocence, simplicity. Art dies of too much intellectuality. Intelligence is not an artist's quality. Powerful creators are empirical. The work of art escapes the system. In short, cerebrality is sterile. We know that the war against intelligence is always waged in the name of common sense, and it is basically a question of applying to Racine this type of Poujadist understanding, which we have already spoken about here. Just as the general economy of France is only a dream in the face of French taxation, the only reality revealed to M. Poujad's good sense, so the history of literature and thought, and even stronger reason, history as a whole is nothing but an intellectual fantasy in the face of a very simple Racine, as concrete as the tax system. From anti-intellectualism, our tautologists also retain the recourse to innocence. It is armed with the divine simplicity that one claims to see better the true Racine. We know this old esoteric theme: the virgin, the child, the simple and pure beings, have a superior clairvoyance. In the case of Racine, this invocation to simplicity has a double power of alibi. On the one hand, it is opposed to the vanities of intellectual exegesis, and on the other hand, something however little disputed, it claims for Racine aesthetic stripping, the famous Racinian purity, which obliges all those who approach him to a discipline. Art is born of constraint. There is finally this in the tautology of our actress, what one could call the myth of the critical reunion. Our essentialist critics spend their time rediscovering the truth of past geniuses. Literature is for them a vast storehouse of lost objects, where one goes fishing. What we find there, no one knows, and this is precisely the major advantage of the tautological method of not having to say it. Our tautologists would, moreover, be very embarrassed to go any further. Racine all alone, Racine's 0 degree, that does not exist. There are only Racine adjectives, pure Racine poetry, Racine lobster, Montherlant, Racine Bible, that of Miss Varicorine, Racine passion, Racine paint les hommes as they are, etc. In short, Racine is always something other than Racine, and that is what makes Racine's tautology quite illusory. At least we understand what such nothingness in the definition brings to those who brandish it gloriously, a kind of small ethical salvation, the satisfaction of having campaigned in favor of a truth of Racine, without having to assume any of the risks that any somewhat positive search for truth inevitably involves. Tautology dispenses with having ideas, but at the same time swells to make this license a hard moral law, hence its success. Laziness is promoted to the rank of rigor. Racine is Racine, admirable security of nothingness. Billy Graham at the Vel-d'Hiv. So many missionaries have told us about the religious mores of the primitives, that it is very regrettable that a Papuan sorcerer did not find himself at Vel-d'Hiv to tell us in turn about the ceremony presided over by Dr. Graham. Under the name of evangelistic campaign. There is however a beautiful anthropological material there, which seems moreover inherited from the savage cults, since we find there under an immediate aspect the 3 great phases of any religious act: waiting, suggestion, initiation. Billy Graham is waiting, hymns, invocations, 1,000 little useless speeches entrusted to fellow pastors or American impresarios, jovial presentation of the troupe, the pianist Smith, from Toronto, the soloist Beverly, from Chicago in Illinois, American radio artist who sings the gospel in a wonderful way. A whole hype precedes the Dr. Graham who is always announced and who never appears. Here he is at last, but it is to better transfer curiosity because his first speech is not the right one, he only prepares for the coming of the message. And other interludes still prolong the wait, warm the room, fix in advance a prophetic importance to this message, which, according to the best traditions of the spectacle, begins by making itself desired in order then to exist more easily. We recognize in this first phase of the ceremony, this great sociological spring of waiting, which Moss studied, and of which we already had in Paris, a very modern example in the sessions of hypnotism of the Grand Robert. There too, the appearance of the magus was postponed as much as possible, and by repeated feints aroused in the audience that troubled curiosity which is quite ready to really see what they are made to expect. Here, from the first minute, Billy Graham is presented as a true prophet, in whom we beg the Spirit of God to kindly descend. That particular evening, it is an inspired man who will speak. The public is invited to the spectacle of a possession. He is asked in advance to take Billy Graham's words literally as divine words. If God really speaks through the mouth of Dr. Graham, it must be admitted that God is very stupid. The message astonishes by its flatness, its infantilism. In any case, certainly, God is no longer a Thomist, he is strongly repugnant to logic. The message is made up of a bunch of discontinuous affirmations, without any kind of connection, and each of which has no other content than tautological. God is God. The smallest merest brother, the most academic pastor appear as decadent intellectuals next to Dr. Graham. Journalists, deceived by the Huguenot decor of the ceremony, hymns, prayer, sermon, benediction, lulled by the soothing compunction specific to the Protestant cult, praised Dr. Graham and his team for their measure. We expected an Americanism outraged. Girls, jazz, jovial and modernist metaphors, there were still 2 or 3. Billy Graham no doubt purged his session of everything picturesque, and the French Protestants were able to recover it. Nevertheless, Billy Graham's manner breaks a whole tradition of the sermon, Catholic or Protestant, inherited from ancient culture, and which is that of a requirement of persuasion. Western Christianity has always submitted in its exposure to the general framework of Aristotelian thought. It has always agreed to deal with reason, even when it came to accrediting the irrational of faith. Breaking with centuries of humanism, even if the forms may have been hollow and fixed, the concern for a subjective other has rarely been absent from Christian didacticism. Dr. Graham brings us a method of magical transformation. He substitutes the suggestion to persuasion, the pressure of delivery, the systematic eviction of all rational content in the proposition, the incessant breaking of logical links, verbal repetitions, the grandiloquent designation of the Bible stretched out at arm's length like a can-opener universality of a huckster, and above all the absence of warmth, the manifest contempt for others. All these operations are part of the classic material of music hall hypnosis. I repeat, there is no difference between Billy Graham and the Big Robert. And just as the Grand Robert ended the treatment of his audience with a special selection, distinguishing and bringing up on stage the chosen ones of hypnosis, entrusting certain privileged people with the task of manifesting a spectacular drowsiness, so too Billy Graham crowns his message with a material segregation of the called, the neophytes, who that evening, at the Vel d'Hiv, between the advertisements for super dissolution and cognac Polignac, received Christ under the action of the magic message, are directed to a separate room, and even, if they are English-speaking, to an even more secret crypt. No matter what happens there, registration on conversion lists, new sermons, interviews spiritual with the advisors or quests, this new episode is the formal ersatz of the initiation. All this concerns us very directly. First of all, the success of Billy Graham manifests the mental fragility of the French petty bourgeoisie, a class from which the audience for these screenings was recruited above all, it seems. Plasticity of this public to illogical and hypnotic forms of thought suggests that there exists in this social group, what one could call a situation of adventure. A part of the French petty bourgeoisie is no longer even protected by its famous common sense, which is the aggressive form of its class consciousness. But that's not all. Billy Graham and his team insisted heavily and repeatedly on the purpose of this campaign, to wake up France. We have seen God do great things in America. A revival in Paris would have immense influence on the whole world. Our desire is for something to happen in Paris, which will have repercussions on the whole world. Obviously, the perspective is the same as that of Eisenhower in his statements on the atheism of the French. France identifies itself to the world by its rationalism, its indifference to the faith, the irreligion of its intellectuals, theme common to America and the Vatican, a theme which, moreover, is much overrated. It is from this bad dream that you have to wake her up. The conversion of Paris would obviously have the value of a world example, atheism struck down by religion, in its very lair. As we know, it is in fact a political theme. The atheism of France only interests America because it is for her the prior face of communism. To awaken France from atheism is to awaken it from communist fascination. Billy Graham's campaign was just a McCarthyite episode. The Dupre's trial. The trial of Gerard Dupres, who murdered his father and his mother without a known motive, clearly shows the gross contradictions in which our justice is locked up. This is due to the fact that history advances unevenly. The idea of man has changed a great deal over the past 150 years, new sciences of psychological exploration have appeared, but this partial promotion of history has not yet led to any change in the system of criminal justifications, because justice is a direct emanation of the state, and our state has not changed masters since the promulgation of the Penal Code. It therefore happens that the crime is always constructed by justice according to the norms of classical psychology. The fact exists only as an element of a linear rationality, must be useful, otherwise it loses its essence, one cannot recognize it. To be able to name the gesture of Gerard Dupres, it was necessary to find an origin for it. The whole trial was therefore engaged in the search for a cause, however small, it only remained for the defense, paradoxically, to claim for this crime a sort of absolute state, deprived of all qualification, to make it precisely a nameless crime. The prosecution had found a motive, then denied by the testimonies. The parents of Gerard Dupres would have opposed his marriage, and that is why he would have killed them. So we have here the example of what justice holds for a criminal causality. The parents of the assassin are occasionally troublesome, he kills them to remove the obstacle. And even if he kills them out of anger, this anger does not cease to be a rational state, since it serves a direct purpose, which means that in the eyes of justice, psychological facts are not yet compensatory, pertaining to a psychoanalysis, but always utilitarian, pertaining to an economy. It is therefore enough that the gesture be abstractly useful for the crime to receive a name. The prosecution only admitted the refusal to consent to the marriage of Gerard Dupres as the engine of an almost insane state, anger. It does not matter that rationally, in the face of this same rationality which a moment earlier founded the crime, the criminal cannot hope for any benefit from his act. The marriage is more surely destroyed by the assassination of the parents than by their resistance, because Gerard Dupres did nothing to hide his crime. We are satisfied here with an amputated causality. What matters is that Dupres' anger is motivated in its origin, not in its effect. The criminal is supposed to have a sufficiently logical mentality to conceive the abstract utility of his crime, but not its real consequences. In other words, it is enough that insanity has a reasonable origin for it to be called a crime. I have already indicated with regard to the Dominici trial, the quality of penal reason. It is of a psychological order, and therefore literary. Psychiatrists have not accepted that an inexplicable crime thereby ceases to be a crime. They have left the accused fully responsible, thus appearing at first sight to oppose traditional penal justifications. For them the absence of causality does not in any way prevent assassination from being called a crime. Paradoxically, it comes down to it being psychiatry which here defends the idea of absolute self-control, and leaves the criminal guilty, even outside the bounds of reason. Justice, the accusation, founds the crime on the cause and thus reserves the possible share of insanity. Psychiatry, at least official psychiatry, seems to want to push back the definition of madness as far as possible. It grants no value to determination and rediscovers the old theological category of free will. In the Dupres trial, it plays the role of the church handing over to the laity, justice, the accused whom it cannot recover because it cannot include them in any of its categories. It even creates for this purpose a purely nominal, private category, perversion. Thus, faced with a justice born in bourgeois times, consequently trained to rationalize the world by reaction against divine or monarchical arbitrariness, and still revealing in a state of anachronistic trace the progressive role that it could play, the official psychiatry renews the very old idea of a responsible perversion, the condemnation of which must be indifferent to any effort at explanation. Far from seeking to enlarge its domain, forensic psychiatry refers to the executioner of the insane whom justice, more rational, yet timorous, would like nothing better than to abandon. These are some of the contradictions of the Dupres trial, between justice and the defense, between psychiatry and justice, between defense and psychiatry. Other contradictions exist within each of these powers. Justice, as we have seen, irrationally dissociating the cause from the end, ends up excusing a crime in proportion to its monstrosity. Forensic psychiatry voluntarily renounces its own object and sends the assassin back to the executioner, at the very moment when the psychological sciences take charge of a greater portion of man every day, and the defense itself hesitates between the claim of an advanced psychiatry, which would recuperate each criminal as a lunatic, and the hypothesis of a magic force which would have invested Dupres, as in the finest times of witchcraft, pleading of me Maurice Garçon. Photos shocks. Genevieve Serio, in her book on Brecht, recalled this photograph by Match, where we see a scene of the execution of Guatemalan communists. She rightly noted that this photograph is in no way terrible in itself, and that the horror comes from the fact that we look at it from the bosom of our freedom. An exhibition of photos shocks at the Galerie d'Orsay, of which very few, precisely, succeed in shocking us, paradoxically vindicated Genevieve Seriaux's remark, it is not enough for the photographer to point out the horrible to us for us to we experienced it. Most of the photographs gathered here to shock us have no effect on us, precisely because the photographer has too generously substituted himself for us in the formation of his subject. He has almost always overconstructed the horror he offers us, adding in fact, through contrasts or comparisons, the intentional language of horror. One of them, for example, places a crowd of soldiers and a field of skulls side by side, another shows us a young soldier looking at a skeleton, another finally seizes a column of condemned or prisoners at the moment when it crosses a herd of sheep. However, none of these photographs, too skillful, reaches us. It's because in front of them, we are each time dispossessed of our judgment. They shuddered for us, they reflected for us, they judged for us. The photographer left us nothing, only a simple right of intellectual acquiescence. We are bound to these images only by a technical interest, loaded with over-indication by the artist himself. They have no history for us. We can no longer invent our own welcome to this synthetic food, already perfectly assimilated by its creator. Other photographers wanted to surprise us, if not shock us, but the error in principle is the same. They have endeavored, for example, to capture, with great technical skill, the rarest moment of a movement, its extreme peak, the glide of a football player, the leap of a sportswoman, or the levitation of objects in a haunted house. But here again the show, however direct and in no way composed of contrasting elements, remains too constructed. The capture of the unique moment appears gratuitous, too intentional, resulting from a cumbersome desire for language, and these successful images have no effect on us. The interest that we feel for them does not exceed the time of an instantaneous reading. It does not resonate, does not disturb. Our welcome closes too soon on a pure sign. The perfect legibility of the scene, its formatting exempts us from receiving the image deeply in its scandal. Reduced to the state of pure language, photography does not disorganize us. Painters have had to solve this same problem of the point, of the acme of movement, but they have succeeded much better. The painters of the Empire, for example, having to reproduce snapshots, horse rearing up, Napoleon stretching out his arm on the battlefield, etc., left to movement the amplified sign of the unstable, which one could to call the noumen, the solemn transience of a pose that is nevertheless impossible to establish in time. It is this immobile enhancement of the elusive, which we will later call in cinema photogeny, which is the very place where art begins. The slight scandal of these exaggeratedly prancing horses, of this emperor frozen in an impossible gesture, this stubbornness of expression, which one could also call rhetorical, adds to the reading of the sign a kind of disturbing challenge, leading the reader to the image in a less intellectual than visual astonishment, precisely because he attaches it to the surfaces of the spectacle, to its optical resistance, and not immediately to its meaning. Most of the shock photos that we have been shown are false, precisely because they have chosen an intermediate state between the literal fact and the heightened fact, too intentional for photography and too exact for painting. They lack both the scandal of the letter and the truth of the art. We wanted to make pure signs of them, without agreeing to give these signs at least the ambiguity, the delay of a thickness. It is therefore logical that the only shock photos of the exhibition, the principle of which remains very laudable, are precisely the agency photographs where the surprised fact bursts forth in its stubbornness, in its literalness, in the very evidence of its nature. Obtuse. The Guatemalan people shot, the pain of Ajuan Malki's fiancé, the murdered Syrian, the raised truncheon of the Cop. These images are astonishing because at first sight they seem foreign, almost calm, inferior to their caption. They are visually diminished, dispossessed of this noumen that painters of composition would not have failed to add to them, and with good reason, since it was a question of painting. Deprived of both its song and its explanation, the naturalness of these images obliges the spectator to a violent interrogation, commits him to the path of a judgment that he elaborates himself without being encumbered by the demiurgic presence of the photographer. It is therefore a question here of this critical catharsis, demanded by Brecht, and no longer, as in the case of subject painting, of an emotional purge, we find here perhaps the two categories of the epic and the tragic. Literal photography introduces the scandal of horror, not the horror itself. Two myths of young theatre. If we judge by recent Concours de Jeunes companies, the young theatre inherited with rage the myths of the old, which means that we no longer know very well what distinguishes them from one another. We know, for example, that in the bourgeois theatre, the actor, devoured by his character, must appear ablaze with a veritable fire of passion. It is necessary at all costs to boil, that is to say both to burn and to spread, hence the moist forms of this combustion. In a new play, which won an award, the two male partners spilled liquids of all kinds, tears, sweats and saliva. One had the impression of witnessing an appalling physiological work, a monstrous twisting of the internal tissues, as if passion were a big wet sponge squeezed by the implacable hand of the playwright. We understand the intention of this visceral storm, to make psychology a quantitative phenomenon, to force laughter or pain to take simple metric forms, so that passion too becomes a commodity like the others, an object of commerce, inserted into a digital system of exchange. I give my money to the theatre, in return for which I demand a passion that is clearly visible, computable, almost, and if the actor takes full measure, if he knows how to make his body work in front of me without cheating, if I cannot doubt the trouble he takes, then I will declare the actor excellent. I will show him my joy in having invested my money in a talent which does not take it away, but returns it to me 100-fold in the form of real tears and sweats. The great advantage of combustion is economic. My spectator's money finally has a controllable return. Naturally, the combustion of the actor is adorned with spiritualist justifications. The actor gives himself to the demon of the theatre, he sacrifices himself, lets himself be eaten up from within by his character, his generosity, the gift of his body to art, his physical work are worthy of pity, of admiration. We take this muscular labor into account, and when, exhausted, emptied of all his moods, he finally comes to greet him, we applaud him like a fasting or dumbbell record holder. We secretly offer him to go and have a meal, redo his inner substance, to replace all that water with which he measured the passion that we bought him. I don't think any bourgeois audience can resist such an obvious sacrifice, and I believe that an actor who knows how to cry or sweat on stage is always certain to win. The evidence of his work suspends judgment before. Another unfortunate lot in the heritage of bourgeois theatre, the myth of the discovery. Seasoned leaders make their reputation. Playing La Locandiera, such a young company lowers the furniture from the ceiling in each act. Obviously, it's unexpected, and everyone cries out about the invention. The misfortune is that it is completely useless, obviously dictated by a desperate imagination that wants something new at all costs, just as today we have exhausted all the artificial processes of planting decor, just as modernism and the avant-garde have saturated us with these visible changes where some servant comes, supreme audacity, to place 3 chairs and an armchair in front of the spectators, we have recourse to the last free space, the ceiling. The process is gratuitous, it's pure formalism, but it doesn't matter. In the eyes of the bourgeois public, the staging is never anything but a technique of discovery, and certain animators are very complacent with these requirements. They are content to invent. Here again, our theater is based on the harsh law of exchange. It is necessary and sufficient that the director's performances are visible and that everyone can control the return on their ticket, hence an art that goes to the most urgent and manifests itself above all as a discontinuous, and therefore computable, series of formal successes. Like the combustion of the actor, the discovery has its disinterested justification. One seeks to give it the guarantee of a style. Bringing down the furniture from the ceiling will be presented as a casual operation, harmonious with this climate of lively irreverence traditionally attributed to the commedia dell'arte. Naturally, the style is almost always an alibi, intended to evade the deep motivations of the play, to give a comedy by Goldoni a purely Italian style, harlequinades, mimes, bright colors, half-masks, circles of legs and rhetoric of quickness. it is to get off cheaply from the social or historical content of the work, it is to defuse the acute subversion of civic relations, in a word, it is to mystify. We can never say enough about the ravages of style on our bourgeois scenes. Style excuses everything, dispenses with everything, and in particular with historical reflection, it encloses the spectator in the servitude of a pure formalism, so that the revolutions of style are no longer themselves anything but formal. The avant-garde director will be the one who dares to substitute one style for another, without ever regaining contact with the real basis of the play, converting, like Barthes in the Oresteia, tragic academicism into a Negro party. But that is all the same, and it is no use replacing one style by another. Aeschylus, the Bantu author, is no less false than Aeschylus, the bourgeois author. In the art of theatre, style is a technique of escape. The Tour de France as an epic. There is an onomastics of the Tour de France which alone tells us that the Tour is a great epic. The names of the runners seem for the most part to come from a very old ethnic age, from a time when the race sounded through a small number of exemplary phonemes: Brancart le Franc, Bobet le Francien, Robic le Celt, Ruiz l'Iber, Darragade the Gascon. And then, these names keep coming back, they form in the great chance of the test fixed points, whose task is to attach an episodic, tumultuous duration, to the stable essences of the great characters, as if man were above all a name which makes itself master of events. Brancard, Geminiani, Lordy, Antonin Roland, these surnames read like the algebraic signs of value, loyalty, treachery, or stoicism. It is insofar as the name of the runner is both food and ellipse that it forms the main figure of a true poetic language, giving to read a world where the description is finally useless. This slow concretion of the virtues of the runner in the sonorous substance of his name ends up absorbing all the adjective language. At the beginning of their glory, the runners are provided with some epithet of nature. Later is useless. We say, the elegant Coletto or Van Dongen the Batavian, for Luzin Bobet, nothing is said any more. In reality, the entry into the epic order is made by reducing the name. Bobet becomes Luzin, Lordy, Nello, and Raphael Geminiani, a fulfilled hero since he is both good and brave, is sometimes called Rafe, sometimes Gem. These names are light, a little tender and a little servile, they give an account under the same syllable of a superhuman value and an entirely human intimacy, which the journalist approaches familiarly, a little like the Latin poets that of Caesar or Maecenas. There is in the diminutive of the cyclist runner, this mixture of servility, admiration, and prerogative which establishes the people as a voyeur of their gods. Diminished, the name becomes truly public, it makes it possible to place the intimacy of the runner on the proscenium of the heroes. Because the real epic place is not the fight, it's the tent, the public threshold where the warrior elaborates his intentions, from where he launches insults, challenges and confidences. The Tour de France is fully aware of this glory of a false private life where the affront and the hug are the heightened forms of human relations. During a hunting trip in Brittany, Bobet, generous, publicly stretched the hand to Lordy, who, no less publicly, refused it. These Homeric estrangements have as their counterpart the praises that the great ones address to each other above the crowd. Bobet says to Coblet, "I miss you," and this word alone traces the epic universe, where the enemy is founded only in proportion to the esteem in which he is held. It is that there are in the Tour numerous vestiges of subjugation, this statute which bound, so to speak, carnally the man to the man. We kiss a lot in the Tour. Marcel B. The technical director of the French team, kisses Gem following a victory, and Antonin Roland places a fervent kiss on the hollow cheek of the same Geminiani. The accolade here is the expression of a magnificent euphoria felt before the closure and the perfection of the heroic world. On the contrary, we must be careful not to attach to this fraternal happiness all the feelings of gregariousness which are agitated between the members of the same team. These feelings are much murkier. In fact, the perfection of public relations is only possible between the great. As soon as the servants enter the scene, the epic degrades into a novel. The geography of the tour is also entirely subject to the epic necessity of the event. The elements and the terrain are personified, because it is with them that man measures himself, and as in any epic it is important that the struggle opposes equal measures, man is therefore naturalized, nature humanized. The climbs are clever, reduced to surly or deadly percentages, and the stages, which each have in the tour the unity of a chapter of a novel, it is indeed an epic duration, of an addition of absolute crises and not of the dialectical progression of a single conflict, as in tragic duration, the stages are above all physical characters, successive enemies, individualized by this mixture of morphology and morality which defines epic nature. The stage is shaggy, sticky, on fire, bristling, etc., all adjectives which belong to an existential order of qualification and aim to indicate that the runner is struggling, not with this or that natural difficulty, but with a real theme of existence, a substantial theme, in which he engages his perception and his judgment in a single movement. The runner finds in nature an animated environment with which he maintains exchanges of nutrition and subjection. Such a maritime stage, Le Haverdiap, will be iodized, will bring energy and color to the race. Another, the north, made up of paved roads, will constitute an opaque, angular food, it will literally be hard to swallow. Yet another, Brian Canonico, schistose, prehistoric, will bog down the runner. All pose a problem of assimilation, all are reduced by a properly poetic movement to their deep substance, and before each of them, the runner obscurely seeks to define himself as a total man grappling with a nature substance, and no longer only with a nature object. It is therefore the movements of approach to the substance that matter. The runner is always represented in a state of immersion and not in a state of running. He dives, he crosses, he flies, he adheres, it is his link to the soil that defines it, often in anguish and in the apocalypse, the frightening dive into Monte Carlo, the Estoril game. The stage that undergoes the strongest personification is the Mont Ventoux stage. The great passes, Alpine or Pyrenean, however hard they may be, nevertheless remain passages, they are felt as objects to be crossed. The cervix has a hole, it has difficulty accessing the person, the Ventoux has the plenitude of the mountain, it is a god of evil, to whom one must sacrifice. True Moloch, despot of cyclists, he never forgives the weak, makes himself pay an unjust tribute of suffering. Physically, the Ventoux is terrible, bald, suffering from dry sebaria, says L'Equipe, it is the very spirit of the seconds, its absolute climate, it is much more an essence of climate than a geographical space, makes it a damned terrain, a place of trial for the hero, something like a higher hell where the cyclist will define the truth of his salvation, he will defeat the dragon, either with the help of a god, Gaul, friend of Phoebus, or by pure Prometheanism, opposing this god of evil, an even tougher demon, Bobot, Satan of the bicycle. The tour therefore has a real Homeric geography. As in the Odyssey, the race here is both a journey of trials and a total exploration of the limits of the earth. Odysseus had reached the gates of earth several times. The tour, too, borders on several points of the inhuman world. On the Ventoux, we are told, we have already left planet Earth, we are close to unknown stars there. By its geography, the tour is therefore an encyclopedic census of human spaces, and if we took up some Venetian diagram of history, the tour would represent there this ambiguous moment when man strongly personifies nature in order to take it to task more easily and better free himself from it. Naturally, the adherence of the runner to this anthropomorphic nature can only be accomplished through semi-real ways. The tour commonly practices spirit energetics. The strength that the runner has to face the earth man can take two aspects: the form, a state more than momentum, a privileged balance between the quality of the muscles, the acuity of the intelligence and the will of the character, and the jump, a veritable electrical influx that seizes in fits and starts certain runners loved by the gods and then makes them perform superhuman feats. The jump implies a supernatural order in which man succeeds as long as a god helps him. It is the jump that Brancart's mother went to ask for her son from the Blessed Virgin, in the Cathedral of Chartres, and Charlie Gall, prestigious beneficiary of the grace, is precisely the jump specialist. It receives its electricity from an intermittent trade with the gods. Sometimes the gods inhabit it and it amazes, sometimes the gods abandon it, the jump is dried up. Charlie can no longer do anything good. There is a terrible parody of the jump, it is doping. Doping the runner is as criminal, as sacrilegious as wanting to imitate God, it is robbing God of the privilege of the spark. God also knows how to take revenge, poor Malajack knows it, that a provocative doping has led to the gates of madness, punishment of fire thieves? Bobbitt, on the contrary, cold, rational, hardly knows jumping, he is a strong spirit who does his job himself, a specialist in form. Bobbitt is an entirely human hero, who owes nothing to the supernatural and derives his victories from purely earthly qualities, enhanced by the humanist sanction par excellence, willpower. Gall embodies the arbitrary, the divine, the marvelous, the election, the complicity with the gods. Bobbitt embodies the just, the human. Bobbitt denies the gods. Bobbitt illustrates a morality of the man alone. Gall is an archangel, Bobbitt is a Promethean, he is a Sisyphus who would succeed in tipping the stone on those same gods who condemned him to be magnificently only a man. The dynamics of the tour, it obviously presents itself as a battle, but the confrontation being particular there, this battle is only dramatic by its decoration or its steps, not strictly speaking by its shocks. No doubt the tour is comparable to a modern army, defined by the size of its equipment and the number of its servants. He experiences murderous episodes, national trances, France surrounded by the corridori of Signor Binda, director of the Italian squadra, and the hero faces the ordeal in a Caesarean state, close to the divine calm familiar to Hugo's Napoleon. Jem plunged, with clear eyes, into the dangerous descent to Monte Carlo. Nevertheless, the very act of conflict remains difficult to grasp and cannot be established over time. In fact, the dynamics of the tour know only four movements: leading, following, escaping, sinking. Leading is the hardest act, but also the most useless. To lead is always to sacrifice oneself, it is pure heroism, intended to display a character much more than to ensure a result. In the tour, the panache does not pay directly, it is usually reduced by collective tactics. Following, on the contrary, is always a bit cowardly and a bit treacherous, stemming from a careless careerism of honor. Following excessively, with provocation, is frankly part of the evil. Shame on the will-suckers. Escape is a poetic episode intended to illustrate a voluntary solitude, moreover not very effective because one is almost always caught up, but glorious in proportion to the kind of useless honor which sustains it. Solitary fugue by the Spaniard Alomar, retirement, height, Castilianism of the hero a la Montherlant. The subsidence prefigures abandonment, it is always terrible, it saddens like a debacle. In the Ventu, certain subsidences have taken on a Hiroshima character. These four movements are obviously dramatized, cast in the emphatic vocabulary of the crisis. Often it is one of them, pictorial, which leaves its name to the stage, as in the chapter of a novel, title, La Pédalie tumultuous cubular. The role of language, here, is immense, it is language that gives the event, elusive because constantly dissolved in duration, the epic enhancement that allows it to be solidified. The tour has an ambiguous morality, chivalrous imperatives are constantly mixed with brutal reminders of the pure spirit of success. It is a morality which does not know or does not want to choose between the praise of devotion and the necessities of empiricism. The sacrifice of a rider to the success of his team, whether it comes from himself or whether it is imposed by a referee, the technical director, is always exalted, but also always discussed. The sacrifice is great, noble, it testifies to a moral plenitude in the exercise of team sport, of which it is the great justification, but also it contradicts another value necessary for the complete legend of the tour, realism. There is no feeling in the tour, such is the law that arouses the interest of the show. It is here that chivalrous morality is felt as the risk of a possible arrangement of destiny, The tour is keenly wary of anything that might appear to influence in advance the bare, brutal chance of the fight. The stakes are not cast, the tour is a clash of characters, it needs an individual morality, the solitary fight for life. The embarrassment and concern of journalists is to spare the tour an uncertain future. There was protest throughout the 1955 tour against the general belief that Bobbitt would win for sure. But the tour is also a sport, it requires a morality of the community. It is this contradiction, to tell the truth never resolved, which obliges the legend to always discuss and explain the sacrifice, to recall each time the generous morality which sustains it. It is because the sacrifice is felt to have sentimental value that it must be endlessly justified. The technical director plays an essential role here, he ensures the link between the end and the means, conscience and pragmatism, he is the dialectical element that unites in a single heartbreak the reality of evil and its necessity. Marcel B. is a specialist in those Cornelian situations where he has to sacrifice one runner to another in the same team, sometimes even, which is still more tragic, a brother to his brother, Jean Toulouse and Bobbitt. In fact, B. exists only as a real image of an intellectual necessity, and which, as such, in a universe that is by nature passionate, needs an independent personification. The work is well divided, for each batch of 10 runners, you need a pure brain, whose role is by no means privileged, because intelligence is functional here, its only task is to represent to the public the strategic nature of the competition. Marcel B. is therefore reduced to the person of a meticulous analyst, his role is to meditate. Sometimes a runner takes on the brain load, this is precisely the case of Lausanne Bobbitt and what makes his role so original. Usually the strategic power of the runners is weak, it does not go beyond the art of a few crude feints, Kubeler playing comedy to deceive the adversary. In the case of Bobbitt, this monstrous undivided roles engenders an ambiguous popularity, much murkier than that of a copy or a Koblet. Bobbitt thinks too much, he's a winner, he's not a player. This meditation of the intelligence between the pure morality of sacrifice and the hard law of success, translates a composite mental order, both utopian and realistic, makes vestiges of a very old ethics, feudal or tragic, and of requirements new, specific to the world of total competition. It is in this ambiguity that lies the essential meaning of the tour, the skillful mixture of the two alibis, the idealistic alibi and the realistic alibi, allows the legend to cover perfectly with a veil that is both honorable and exciting economic determinisms of our great epic. But whatever the ambiguity of the sacrifice, it finally reintegrates an order of clarity insofar as the legend constantly brings it back to a pure psychological disposition. What saves the tour from the discomfort of freedom is that it is, by definition, the world of character essences. I have already indicated how these essences were established thanks to a sovereign nominalism which makes the runner's name the stable repository of an eternal value, Coletto, elegance, Geminiani, regularity, lordy, treachery, etc. The tour is an uncertain conflict of certain essences, nature, customs, literature, and regulations successively put these essences in relation to each other, like atoms, they brush against each other, cling to each other, repel each other, and it is from this interplay that the epic is born. I will give a little later a character lexicon of runners, of those at least who have acquired a sure semantic value. We can trust this typology, it is stable, we are indeed dealing with essences. We can say that here, as in classical comedy, and particularly commedia dell'arte, but according to a completely different order of construction, the comic duration remains that of a theater of conflict, while the duration of the tour is that of the romantic narrative. The spectacle is born of amazement of human relationships, the essences collide according to all possible figures. I believe that the tour is the best example we have ever encountered of a total, and therefore ambiguous, myth. The tour is both a myth of expression and a myth of projection, realistic and utopian all at the same time. Le Tour expresses and liberates the French through a unique fable where traditional impostures, psychology of essences, morality of combat, magic of elements and forces, hierarchy of supermen and servants, mingle with forms of positive interest, the utopian image of a world that stubbornly seeks reconciliation through the spectacle of total clarity of the relationship between man, and nature. What is flawed in the tour is the base, the economic motives, the ultimate profit of the event, generator of ideological alibis. This does not prevent the tour from being a fascinating national fact, insofar as the epic expresses this fragile moment in history when man, even clumsy, duped, through impure fables, nevertheless foresees in his own way a perfect match between him, the community and the universe. Runner's Lexicon, 1955. Bobbitt, Jean. Lausanne's double is also its negative, he is the great victim of the tour. He owes his eldest the total sacrifice of his person, as a brother. This runner, constantly demoralized, suffers from a serious infirmity, he thinks. His quality as a qualified intellectual, he is an English teacher and wears huge glasses, engages him in a destructive lucidity, he analyzes his suffering and loses in introspection the advantage of a musculature superior to that of his brother. It is a complicated, therefore an unlucky one. Bobbitt, Lausanne. Bobbitt is a Promethean hero, he has a magnificent wrestling temperament, a keen sense of organization, he is a calculator, he realistically aims to win. His illness is a germ of cerebrality, he has less of it than his brother, being himself only a bachelor, he knows anxiety, wounded pride, he is bilious. In 1955, he had to face a heavy loneliness, deprived of Koblet and Copy, having to fight with their ghosts, without declared rivals, powerful and solitary, everything was a threat to him, danger could arise from anywhere, I would have to copy, Koblet, because it's too hard to be the only favorite. Bodybuilding has consecrated a very particular type of runner, where energy is coupled with an analytical and calculating interiority. Brancard symbolizes the young rising generation. Has been able to give concern to his elders. Magnificent rider, in an ever-renewed offensive mood. Coletto. The most elegant rider on the tour. Copy. Perfect hero. On the bike, he has all the virtues. Fearsome ghost. Darrigade. Cerberus ungrateful, but useful. Zealous servant of the tricolor cause, and for this reason forgiven for being a wheel sucker, an intractable jailer. De Groot. Solitary wheeler, taciturn Batavian. Gaul. New archangel of the mountain. Carefree ephebe, slender cherub, beardless, slender and insolent boy, brilliant adolescent, he is the Rambo of the tour. At certain times, Gaul is inhabited by a god, his supernatural gifts then pose a mysterious threat to his rivals. The divine present offered to Gaul is lightness, by grace, flight, and glide, the mysterious absence of effort, Gaul participates in the bird or the plane, he lands gracefully on the peaks of the Alps, and its petals turn like propellers. But sometimes also, the god abandons him, his gaze then becomes strangely empty. Like any mythical being who has the power to overcome air or water, Gaul, on earth, becomes clumsy, impotent, the divine gift encumbers him, I don't know how to run other than in the mountains. And still uphill, only. Downhill, I'm clumsy, or perhaps too light. Geminiani, known as Rafe or Gem. Runs with the loyal and somewhat obtuse regularity of an engine. Honest but flameless mountain dweller. Disgraced and sympathetic. Gossipy. Hassan Forder, known as Hassan the Magnificent or Hassan the Corsair. Combative and smug runner, de Bobbitt, I have one in each leg. He is the ardent warrior who only knows how to fight, never to pretend. Koblet. Charming peddler who could do anything, even not to calculate his efforts. It is the anti-Bobbitt, for whom he remains, even absent, a formidable shadow, like Copy. Cubular, known as Ferdi, or the eagle of Adzawil. Angular, lanky, dry, and capricious, Cubular participates in the theme of the galvanic. His jump is sometimes suspected of artificiality, is he taking drugs? Tragediant comediant, coughs and limps only when seen. As a Swiss German, Kubeler has the right and the duty to speak Petitniger like the Teutons of Balzac and the foreigners of the Comtesse de Segur, unlucky Ferdi. Jem still behind Ferdi. Ferdi can't leave. Lordy. He is the traitor, the accursed of Tour 55. This situation allowed him to be openly sadistic. He wanted to make Bobbit suffer by becoming a ferocious leech behind his wheel. Forced to give up, was it a punishment? In any case, surely a warning. Molineris. The man of the last mile. Roland, Antonin. Sweet, stoic, sociable. Rode hard to evil, regular in its performance. Gregorius de Bobbit. Cornelian debate, should it be sacrificed? A typical sacrifice, since it is unjust and necessary. The Blue Guide. The Blue Guide hardly knows the landscape except in the form of the picturesque. Anything that is hilly is picturesque. We find here this bourgeois promotion of the mountains, this old Alpine myth. It dates from the 19th century, that Gide rightly associated with Swiss Protestant morality and which has always functioned as a bastard mixture of naturism and Puritanism, regeneration through pure air, moral ideas in front of the summits, the ascent as good citizenship, etc. Among the spectacles promoted by the Blue Guide to aesthetic existence, one rarely finds the plain, saved only when one can say that it is fertile, never the plateau. Only the mountain, the gorge, the defile, and the torrent can accede to the pantheon of travel, no doubt insofar as they seem to support a morality of effort and loneliness. The journey of the Blue Guide is thus revealed as an economical arrangement of work, the easy substitute for the moralizing walk. It is already clear that the mythology of the Blue Guide dates from the last century, from this historical phase when the bourgeoisie tasted a sort of fresh euphoria in buying the effort, in keeping its image and its virtue without suffering the faintness. It is therefore ultimately, very logically, and very stupidly, the ingratitude of the landscape, its lack of breadth or humanity, its verticality, so contrary to the happiness of the journey, which account for its interest. At the limit, the guide can write coldly, the road becomes very picturesque, tunnels, it matters little that we no longer see anything, since the tunnel has become here the sufficient sign of the mountain, it is a fiduciary value strong enough that one no longer worries about his cash. Just as mountainousness is flattered to the point of annihilating other kinds of horizons, so the humanity of the country disappears to the exclusive benefit of its monuments. For the Blue Guide, men only exist as types. In Spain, for example, the Basque is an adventurous sailor, the Levantine a cheerful gardener, the Catalan a skillful merchant and the Cantabrian a sentimental mountaineer. We find here this virus of the essence, which is at the bottom of all bourgeois mythology of man, which is why we encounter it so often. The Hispanic ethnic group is thus reduced to a vast classical ballet, a kind of very wise commedia dell'arte, whose improbable typology serves to mask the real spectacle of conditions, classes, and trades. Socially, for the Blue Guide, men only exist in trains, where they populate a mixed third class. For the rest, they are only introductory, they compose a graceful romantic setting, intended to circumvent the essence of the country, its collection of monuments. Aside from its wild parades, places of moral ejaculation, the Spain of the Blue Guide knows only one space, that which weaves through some unamiable voids a tight chain of churches, sacristies, altar-pieces, crosses, pyxes, towers, always octagonal, sculpted groups, family and work, Romanesque portals, naves, and life-size crucifixes. As we can see, all these monuments are religious, because from a bourgeois point of view it is almost impossible to imagine a history of art that is not Christian and Catholic. Christianity is the main provider of tourism, and people only travel to visit churches. In the case of Spain, this imperialism is buffoonish, because Catholicism often appears there as a barbaric force which has stupidly degraded the previous achievements of Muslim civilization, the Mosque of Córdoba, whose marvelous forest of columns is constantly obstructed large blocks of altars, or such a site denatured by the aggressive overhang of a monumental Virgin, Franco, this should engage the French bourgeois to glimpse at least once in his life that there is also a historical reverse of Christianity. In general, the Blue Guide testifies to the vanity of any analytical description, one that refuses both explanation and phenomenology. In fact, it does not answer any of the questions that a modern traveler may ask himself when crossing a real landscape. And which lasts? The selection of monuments suppresses both the reality of the earth and that of men. It does not take account of anything present, that is to say historical, and thereby the monument itself becomes indecipherable, so stupid. The spectacle is thus constantly on the way to annihilation, and the guide becomes, by an operation common to all mystification, the very opposite of its poster, an instrument of blindness. By reducing geography to the description of a monumental and uninhabited world, the Blue Guide translates a mythology overtaken by part of the bourgeoisie itself. It is undeniable that travel has become, or has become again, a way of human approach and no longer cultural. It is once again, perhaps as in the 18th century, mores in their everyday form that are today the main object of travel, and these are human geography, town planning, sociology, the economy, which trace the frameworks of the real interrogations of today, even the most profane. The Blue Guide, on the other hand, remained with a partially outdated bourgeois mythology, one which postulated religious art as the fundamental value of culture, but only considered its riches and its treasures as a comforting storage of goods, creation of museums. This behavior expressed a double requirement: to have a cultural alibi as escaped as possible, and yet to maintain this alibi in the nets of a numerable and appropriative system, so that one could at any time count the ineffable. It goes without saying that this myth of travel is becoming quite anachronistic, even among the bourgeoisie, and I suppose that if we entrusted the development of a new tourist guide, say to the editors of the Express or to the editors of Match, we would see emerging, however debatable they must still be, from quite other countries. The Spain of Anquetil or Larousse would be succeeded by the Spain of Siegfried, then that of Foresti. Already see how, in the Michelin Guide, the number of bathrooms and hotel forks rivals that of artistic curiosities. Bourgeois myths also have their differential geology. It is true that, for Spain, the blind and retrograde character of the description is what best suits the latent Francoism of the guide. Apart from the historical narratives properly so called, they are moreover rare and meager, because we know that history is not good bourgeois narratives in which the Republicans are always extremists looting the churches, but nothing on Guernica, while the good nationals spend their time liberating, by the sole grace of skillful strategic maneuvers and heroic resistance. I would point out the flowering of a superb myth alibi, that of the prosperity of the country. Of course, it is a question of a statistical and global prosperity, or to be more exact, commercial. The guide does not tell us, of course, how this great prosperity is distributed, no doubt hierarchically, since we are kind enough to specify that the serious and patient effort of this people has gone as far as the reform of its political system, in order to obtain regeneration by the loyal application of sound principles of order and hierarchy. The one who sees clearly. Journalism today is all about technocracy, and our weekly press is the seat of a veritable magistracy of the conscience and of the council, as in the finest days of the Jesuits. It is about a modern morality, that is to say not emancipated but guaranteed by science, and for which one requires less the opinion of the universal sage than that of the specialist. Each organ of the human body, because you have to start from the concrete, thus has its technician, both pope and supreme scholar, the dentist from Colgate for the mouth, the doctor from Doctor, Answer Me for nosebleeds, the engineers of the Lux soap for the skin, a Dominican father for the soul, and the courier of women's newspapers for the heart. The heart is a female organ. Dealing with it therefore requires in the moral order a competence as particular as that of the gynecologist in the physiological order. The advisor therefore occupies her position thanks to the sum of her knowledge in matters of moral cardiology, but it also requires a gift of character, which is, as we know, the glorious mark of the French practitioner, For example, in front of his American colleagues it is the alliance of a very long experience, implying a respectable age, and an eternal youth of heart, which here defines the right to science. The counselor of the heart thus joins a prestigious French type, that of the benevolent gruff, endowed with a healthy frankness, which can go as far as rudeness, a great liveliness of repartee, an enlightened but confident wisdom, and whose science, real and modestly hidden, is always sublimated by the sesame of bourgeois moral litigation, common sense. In what the courier is willing to tell us about them, the consultants are carefully stripped of any condition, just as under the impartial scalpel of the surgeon, the social origin of the patient is generously bracketed. Likewise under the gaze of the counselor, the postulant is reduced to a pure cardiac organ. Only her quality as a woman defines her. Social condition is treated here as a useless parasitic reality, which could hinder the care of the pure feminine essence. Only men, an exterior race which forms the subject of the council, in the logistical sense of the term, what we are talking about, have the right to be social. It is necessary since they bring in money, we can therefore fix a sky for them. It will generally be that of the industrialist who has succeeded. The humanity of the Courrier du Coeur reproduces an essentially legal typology, far from any romanticism or any somewhat real investigation of lived experience. It follows as closely as possible a stable order of essences, that of the civil code. The world woman is divided into three classes, of distinct status: the Pula, virgin, the Conjux, and the Mulier, unmarried woman, or widow, or adulteress, but in any case presently alone and who has lived. Opposite, there is the exterior humanity, that which resists or threatens, first the relatives, those who possess the patria potestas, then the vir, the husband, or the male, who also holds the sacred right to subject the woman. It is clear enough that despite its novelistic device, the world of the heart is not improvised, it always reproduces fixed legal relationships. Even when she says I in her most heartbreaking or naive voice, the humanity of the courier only exists a priori as the addition of a small number of named fixed elements, those of the family institution. The courier postulates the family at the very moment when it seems to give itself the liberating task of exposing its interminable dispute. In this world of essences, the essence of woman herself is to be threatened, sometimes by the parents, more often by the man. In both cases, legal marriage is salvation, the resolution of the crisis, whether the man is an adulterer, or a seducer, an ambiguous threat, or refractory. It is marriage as a social contract of appropriation that is the panacea. But the very fixity of the goal obliges, in the event of delay or failure, and this is by definition the moment when the courier intervenes, to unreal forms of compensation. The vaccines of the courier against the aggressions or neglect of all aim to sublimate defeat, either by sanctifying it in the form of sacrifice, to be silent, not to think, to be good, to hope, or by claiming it a posteriori as pure freedom, keeping one's head, working, making fun of men, to stick together between women. Thus, whatever the apparent contradictions, the morality of the courier never postulates for the woman any condition other than a parasitic one. Only marriage, by naming her legally, makes her exist. We find here the very structure of the gynoecium, defined as a freedom closed under the external gaze of man. The Courrier du Coeur founds woman more solidly than ever as a particular zoological species, a colony of parasites with their own internal movements but whose low amplitude is always reduced to the fixity of the guardian element, the vir. This parasitism, maintained under the trumpet blasts of feminine independence, naturally leads to complete impotence in any opening to the real world. Under cover of a competence whose limits would be honestly displayed, the counselor always refuses to take sides on the problems which would seem to exceed the proper functions of the feminine heart. Frankness stops modestly at the threshold of racism or religion. It is that in fact it constitutes here a vaccine of very precise employment. Her role is to help the infusion of a conformist morality of subjection. The counselor is fixed on all the potential for emancipation of the feminine species. In her, women are free by proxy. The apparent freedom of the councils exempts from the real freedom of conduct, one seems to let go a little on morality to hold firm more surely on the dogmas constituting society. Ornamental kitchen. The newspaper L, a true mythological treasure, gives us almost every week a beautiful color photograph of an assembled dish: golden partridge studded with cherries, warm and cold pinkish chicken, crayfish timbale surrounded by red shells, creamy charlotte embellished with drawings of candied fruits, multicolored sponge cakes, etc. In this cuisine, the substantial category that dominates is the nap. We visibly strive to glaze the surfaces, to round them, to bury the food under the smooth sediment of sauces, creams, fondants and jellies. This is obviously due to the very purpose of the nap, which is of a visual order, and L's cuisine is pure cuisine based on sight, which is a distinguished sense. There is indeed in this constancy of the glaze a requirement of distinction. It is a precious newspaper, at least on a legendary basis, its role being to present to the immense popular public which is its own. Surveys bear witness to this, the very dream of chic, hence a cooking of cover and alibi, which always strives to attenuate or even disguise the primary nature of foods, the brutality of meats or the steepness of shellfish. The peasant dish is only allowed on an exceptional basis, the good stew for families, like the rural fantasy of blasé city dwellers. But above all, the nap prepares and supports one of the major developments of distinguished cuisine: ornamentation. L's glazes serve as backgrounds for unbridled embellishments: chiseled mushrooms, punctuation of cherries, ornate lemon motifs, truffle peelings, silver lozenges, arabesques of candied fruit, the underlying tablecloth. That's why that I called it sediment. The food itself, being no more than an uncertain deposit, wants to be the page on which a whole rock kitchen can be read. Pinkish is the favorite color. The ornamentation proceeds by two contradictory paths, the dialectical resolution of which we shall see shortly. On the one hand, fleeing nature thanks to a sort of delirious baroque, pricking prawns in a lemon, pinking a chicken, serving hot grapefruit, and on the other hand try to reconstitute it by an absurd artifice: arrange meringue mushrooms and holly leaves on a Yule log, replace crayfish heads around the sophisticated béchamel which hides the bodies. It is this same movement that we find elsewhere in the development of petty bourgeois trinkets: ashtrays in the saddles of a horseman, lighters in the shape of cigarettes, tureenes in the bodies of hares. It is because here, as in all petty bourgeois art, the irrepressible tendency towards verismo is thwarted, or balanced, by one of the constant imperatives of domestic journalism, what at the Express is gloriously called having ideas. L's kitchen is similarly an ideas kitchen. Only, here, the invention, confined to a magical reality, must bear solely on the garnish, because the distinguished vocation of the newspaper prevents it from tackling the real problems of food. The real problem is not to prick cherries in a partridge, is to find the partridge, that is to say to pay for it. This ornamental kitchen is actually supported by a quite mythical economy. It is openly a dream kitchen, as evidenced by L's photographs, which capture the dish only when flying over it, like an object both close and inaccessible, the consumption of which can very well be exhausted by the look alone. It is, in the full sense of the word, poster cooking, totally magical, especially if we remember that this newspaper is read a lot in low-income circles. This also explains it. It is because L is aimed at a truly popular audience that she takes great care not to postulate an economical cuisine. Look at the Express, on the contrary, whose exclusively bourgeois public is endowed with a comfortable purchasing power. Its cuisine is real, not magical. She gives the recipe for fancy partridges, the Express, that of the Nicoise salad. The public of L is only entitled to fables; to that of the Express one can offer real dishes, assured that they will be able to make them. The Battery Cruise. Since there are now bourgeois trips to Soviet Russia, the mainstream French press has begun to elaborate some myths of assimilation of communist reality. MM. Senup and McKinney, from Le Figaro, embarked on the Battery, tried out a new alibi in their newspaper: the impossibility of judging a country like Russia in a few days. Farewell to hasty conclusions, says Mr. McKinney gravely. who makes fun of his traveling companions and their generalizing mania. It is quite tasty to see a newspaper that makes year-round anti-Sovietism on gossip 1,000 times more improbable than an actual stay in the USSR, however short, go through a crisis of agnosticism and drape itself nobly in the requirements of scientific objectivity, at the very moment when its envoys can finally approach what they were talking about so willingly from afar and in such a sharp way. It is that, for the needs of the cause, the journalist divides his functions, like Master Jacques his clothes. Who would you like to speak to? To Mr. McKinney, a professional journalist who informs and who judges, in a word, who knows, or to Mr. McKinney, an innocent tourist, who wants, out of pure honesty, to conclude nothing from what he sees? This tourist is here a marvelous alibi. Thanks to him, one can look without understanding, travel without being interested in political realities. The tourist belongs to a subhumanity deprived by nature of judgment and which ridiculously exceeds its condition when it interferes to have one. And M. McKinney makes fun of his traveling companions, who seem to have had the comic pretension of gathering around the spectacle of the street, some figures, some general facts, the rudiments of a possible depth in the knowledge of a country unknown, crime of lace tourism, that is to say lace obscurantism, which does not forgive, in Figaro. The general theme of the USSR, object of permanent criticism, has therefore been replaced by the seasonal theme of the street, the only reality conceded to the tourist. The street has suddenly become a neutral ground, where one can note, without pretending to conclude. But we can guess what notations are involved. For this honest reserve in no way prevents the tourist McKinney from pointing out in immediate life a few disgraceful accidents, apt to recall the barbaric vocation of Soviet Russia. The Russian locomotives let out a long lowing sound unrelated to the whistle of ours, the station platform is made of wood, the hotels are badly maintained, there are Chinese inscriptions on the wagons, theme of the Yellow Peril. Finally, a fact which reveals a truly backward civilization, there are no bistros in Russia, only pear juice. But above all, the myth of the street makes it possible to develop the major theme of all bourgeois political mystifications, the divorce between the people and the regime. Even if the Russian people are saved, it is as a reflection of French freedoms. That an old woman begins to cry, that a port worker, the Figaro is social, offers flowers to visitors from Paris, it is less an emotion of hospitality than an expression of a political nostalgia. The traveling French bourgeoisie is the symbol of French freedom, of French happiness. It is therefore only once that it has been illuminated by the sun of capitalist civilization that the Russian people can be recognized as spontaneous, affable, generous. There are then only advantages to revealing his overflowing kindness. It always signifies a deficiency of the Soviet regime, a plenitude of Western happiness, the indescribable recognition of the young guide of the tourist for the doctor, de Passy, who offers her nylon stockings, in fact signals the economic backwardness of the communist regime and the enviable prosperity of Western democracy. As always, I have just pointed this out with regard to the Blue Guide. We pretend to treat as comparable terms, privileged luxury and popular status. The whole of France is credited with the inimitable chic of the Parisian toilet, as if all French women wore Dior or Balenciaga, and we show young Soviet women bewildered by French fashion, as if it were a question of a primitive tribe stopping in front of the fork or the phonograph. In general, the trip to the USSR serves above all to establish the bourgeois record of Western civilization, the Parisian dress, the locomotives which whistle and do not moo, the bistros, the outdated pear juice, and above all, the French privilege par excellence, Paris, that is to say a mixture of fashion designers and folies bergère. It is this inaccessible treasure which, it seems, makes Russians dream through the tourists of Battery. In the face of which, the regime can remain faithful to its caricature, that of an oppressive order that keeps everything in the uniformity of machines. The waiter in the sleeping car having asked M. McKinney for the spoon of his glass of tea, M. McKinney concludes, still in a great movement of political agnosticism, that there is a gigantic bureaucracy, paperwork, whose only concern is to maintain accurate teaspoon inventory. New food for national vanity, proud of the disorder of the French. The anarchy of morals and superficial behavior is an excellent alibi for order. Individualism is a bourgeois myth which makes it possible to inoculate order and class tyranny with a harmless freedom. The Battery brought flabbergasted Russians the spectacle of a prestigious freedom, that of chatting during the visit of the museums and being funny in the metro. It goes without saying that individualism is only a luxury export product. In France, and applied to an object of another importance, it has, at least in the Figaro, another name. When 400 recalled from the Air Force refused, one Sunday, to leave for North Africa, Le Figaro no longer spoke of sympathetic anarchy and enviable individualism, as it was not a question no more museums or subways here, but lots of big colonial pennies. The disorder was no longer, all of a sudden, the result of glorious Gallic virtue, but the artificial product of a few leaders. It was no longer prestigious, but lamentable, and the monumental indiscipline of the French, praised just now with jesting and vain winks, has become, on the road to Algeria, a shameful betrayal. Le Figaro knows its bourgeoisie well, freedom in the window, for decorative purposes, but order at home, as a constituent. The user of the strike. There are still men for whom the strike is a scandal, that is to say, not only an error, a disorder, or an offense, but a moral crime, an intolerable action which in their eyes disturbs nature. Unacceptable, scandalous, revolting, some readers of Le Figaro have said of a recent strike. This is a language which in fact dates from the Restoration and which expresses its profound mentality. It is the time when the bourgeoisie, in power for a short time, operates a kind of crisis between morality and nature, giving one the guarantee of the other. For fear of having to naturalize the moral, one moralizes nature, one pretends to confuse the political order and the natural order, and one concludes by decreeing immoral all that contests the structural laws of the society that one is responsible for defending. To the prefects of Charles X as to readers of Le Figaro today, the strike appears first of all as a challenge to the prescriptions of moralized reason. To strike is to make fun of the world, that is to say that it violates less a civic legality than a natural legality, an attack on the philosophical foundation of bourgeois society, this mixture of morality and logic, which is common sense. Because this, the scandal comes from an illogicality. The strike is scandalous because it embarrasses precisely those whom it does not concern. It is reason which suffers and revolts, direct, mechanical, computable causality, one might say, which has already appeared to us as the foundation of petty bourgeois logic in the speeches of M. Pojad. This causality is disturbed, the effect is dispersed incomprehensibly far from the cause, it escapes it, and that is what is intolerable, shocking. Contrary to what one might think of petty bourgeois dreams, this class has a tyrannical, infinitely susceptible idea of causality. The foundation of its morality is in no way magical, but rational. Only, it is a question of a narrow linear rationality, based on a correspondence, so to speak, numerical of causes and effects. What this rationality lacks is obviously the idea of complex functions, the imagination of a distant spread of determinisms, of a solidarity of events, which the materialist tradition has systematized under the name of totality. The restriction of effects requires a division of functions. One could easily imagine that the men are united. What is opposed is therefore not the man to the man, it is the striker to the user. The user, also called man in the street, and whose assembly receives the innocent name of population, we have already seen all that in the vocabulary of M. McCaney. The user is an imaginary character, algebraic one could say, thanks to which it becomes possible to break the contagious dispersion of effects, and to hold firm a reduced causality on which we will finally be able to reason calmly and virtuously. By carving out a particular status from the general condition of the worker, bourgeois reason cuts off the social circuit and claims for its own benefit a solitude which the strike is precisely responsible for bringing a denial. It protests against what is expressly addressed to it. The user, the man in the street, the taxpayer are therefore literally characters, that is to say actors promoted according to the needs of the cause to surface roles, and whose mission is to preserve the essentialist separation of social cells, which we know was the first ideological principle of the bourgeois revolution. This is because we find here a constituent trait of the reactionary mentality, which is to disperse the collectivity into individuals and the individual into essences. What all the bourgeois theatre makes of the psychological man, placing the old man and the young man, the cuckold and the lover, the priest and the socialite in conflict, the readers of Le Figaro also do social, to oppose the striker and the user is to constitute the world as a theatre, to draw from the total man a particular actor, and to confront these arbitrary actors in the lie of a symbolism which pretends to believe that the part does not is only a perfect reduction at all. This is part of a general technique of mystification which consists of formalizing social disorder as much as possible. For example, the bourgeoisie is not concerned, it says, to know who, in the strike, is right or wrong, after having divided the effects between them to better isolate the only one that concerns it. It pretends to be disinterested of the cause. The strike is reduced to a solitary incidence, to a phenomenon that we neglect to explain the better to show its scandal. Similarly, the public service worker, the civil servant, will be abstracted from the working masses, as if the entire salaried status of these workers were somehow attracted, fixed, and then sublimated in the very surface of their functions. This interested thinning of the social condition makes it possible to dodge the real without abandoning the euphoric illusion of a direct causality, which would begin only where it is convenient for the bourgeoisie to start it, just as all of a sudden suddenly the citizen finds himself reduced to the pure concept of user. In the same way the young French people who can be mobilized wake up one morning evaporated, sublimated in a pure military essence which one will virtuously pretend to take. For the natural departure of universal logic, the status thus becomes the unconditional origin of a new causality, beyond which it will henceforth be monstrous to attempt to go back. Contesting this status cannot therefore in any case be the effect of a general and prior causality, political awareness of the citizen, but only the product of accidents subsequent to the start of the new causal series. From the bourgeois point of view, refusing a soldier to leave can only be the act of leaders or shots of drink. As if there were no other very good reasons for this gesture, belief whose stupidity disputes it with bad faith, since it is obvious that the contestation of a statute cannot expressly find root and nourishes only in a consciousness that distances itself from this status. This is a new ravage of essentialism. It is therefore logical that in the face of the lie of the essence and of the part, the strike founds the becoming and the truth of the whole. It signifies that man is total, that all his functions are mutually supportive, that the roles of user, taxpayer, or soldier are far too thin ramparts to oppose the contagion of facts, and that in society everyone is affected by everyone. By protesting that the strike embarrasses it, the bourgeoisie testifies to a cohesion of social functions, which it is in the very end of the strike to manifest. The paradox is that petty bourgeois man invokes the naturalness of his isolation at the precise moment when the strike bends him under the evidence of his subordination. African grammar. The official vocabulary of African affairs is, one suspects, purely axiomatic. That is to say that it has no communication value, only intimidation. It therefore constitutes a writing, that is to say a language responsible for bringing about a coincidence between the norms and the facts, and to give a real cynic the guarantee of a noble morality. Generally speaking, it is a language that functions essentially like a code, that is to say that the words have a zero or contrary relationship to their content. It is a writing that one could call cosmetic because it aims to cover the facts with the noise of language, or if one prefers with the sufficient sign of language. I would like to briefly indicate here how a lexicon and a grammar can be politically engaged. Band, of outlaws, rebels or common criminals. This is the very example of an axiomatic language. The depreciation of the vocabulary serves here in a precise way to deny the state of war, which makes it possible to annihilate the notion of interlocutor. We don't argue with outlaws. The moralization of language thus makes it possible to refer the problem of peace to an arbitrary change of vocabulary. When the band is French, it is sublimated under the name of community. tearing, cruel, painful. This term helps to accredit the idea of an irresponsibility of history. The state of war is here concealed under the noble garb of tragedy, as if the conflict were essentially evil, and not a remediable evil. Colonization evaporates, is engulfed in the halo of an impotent lamentation, which recognizes misfortune in order to settle better. Phraseology: the government of the Republic is resolved to make all the efforts that depend on it to put an end to the cruel heartbreaks that are affecting Morocco. Letter from M. Coady to Ben Arafat. The Moroccan people, painfully divided against themselves. Statement by Ben Arafat. Dishonor. We know that in ethnology, at least according to the very rich hypothesis of Claude Lévi-Strauss, the mana is a sort of algebraic symbol, a bit like something or a thing for us, responsible for representing an indeterminate value of meaning, in itself empty of meaning, and therefore capable of receiving any meaning, whose sole function is to fill a gap between the signifier and the signified. Honor is very exactly our mana, something like an empty place where we deposit the entire collection of unmentionable meanings and which we sanctify like a taboo. Honor is indeed then the noble equivalent, that is to say magic, of trick or thing. Phraseology: it would dishonor the Muslim populations to suggest that these men could be considered in France as their representatives. It would also dishonor France. Communiqué from the Ministry of the Interior. Fate. It is at the very moment when, history once again testifying to its freedom, the colonized peoples begin to deny the fatality of their condition, that the bourgeois vocabulary makes the greatest use of the word destiny. Like honor, destiny is a mana where one modestly collects the most sinister determinisms of colonization. Destiny is for the bourgeoisie the trick or thing of history. Naturally, destiny only exists in a bound form. It was not military conquest that subjugated Algeria to France, it was a conjunction operated by Providence that united two destinies. The bond is declared indissoluble the very moment it dissolves with a brilliance that cannot be concealed. Phraseology: as for us, we intend to give peoples whose destiny is linked to ours true independence in voluntary association. Mr. Pinet at the UN. God. Sublimated form of the French government. Phraseology: when the Almighty appointed us to exercise the supreme office. Declaration of Ben Arafat. With the abnegation and the sovereign dignity of which she has always given the example. Your Majesty thus intends to obey the will of the Most High. Letter from Mr. Coady to Ben Arafat, resigned by the government. War. The goal is to deny the thing. There are two ways to do this: either name it as little as possible, the most frequent procedure, or give it the meaning of its own opposite, a more devious process, which is the basis of almost all the mystifications of bourgeois language. War is then used in the sense of peace and pacification in the sense of war. Phraseology: war does not prevent pacification measures. General demands avert. Understand that, official, peace fortunately does not prevent, real, war. Assignment. This is the third word mana. You can put anything you want there: schools, electricity, Coca-Cola, police operations, sweeps, death sentences, concentration camps, freedom, civilization and the presence French. Phraseology: yet you know that France has a mission in Africa that only it can fulfill. Mr. Pinet at the UN. Policy. The policy is assigned a restricted domain. On the one hand there is France and on the other hand politics. North African affairs, when they concern France, are not in the realm of politics. When things get serious, let's pretend to leave politics for the nation. For people on the right, politics is the left; for them, it's France. Phraseology: wanting to defend the French community and the virtues of France is not playing politics. General Tricon de Nois. In a contrary sense and attached to the word conscience, politics of conscience, the word politics becomes euphemistic. It then means a practical sense of spiritual realities, a taste for nuance that allows a Christian to set out quietly to pacify Africa. Phraseology. Refusing a priori service in an army destined for Africa to be sure of not finding oneself in a similar situation, contradicting an inhuman order. This abstract Tolstoyism is not to be confused with the politics of conscience, because it is in no way a policy. Dominican editorial of La Vie Intellectuelle. Population. It is a cherished word of the bourgeois vocabulary. It serves as an antidote to classes, too brutal, and moreover without reality. Population is responsible for depoliticizing the plurality of groups and minorities, pushing individuals into a neutral, passive collection, which is entitled to the bourgeois pantheon only at the level of a politically unconscious existence. Cf. Users and Men of the Street. The term is generally ennobled by its plural, the Muslim populations, which does not fail to suggest a difference in maturity between metropolitan unity and the pluralism of the colonized, France bringing together under she what is by nature diverse and numerous. When it is necessary to pass a disparaging judgment, the war sometimes obliges to these severities. One willingly divides the population into elements. The elements are generally fanatical or manipulated. Because only, right, fanaticism or unconsciousness can lead to wanting to leave the status of colonized. Phraseology, elements of the population who were able to join the rebels under certain circumstances. Statement from the Ministry of the Interior. Social. Social is always coupled with economic. This dual functions uniformly as an alibi, that is to say that it announces or justifies repressive operations at every turn, to the point that one can say that it signifies them. The social is essentially the schools, civilizing mission of France, education of overseas peoples, gradually brought to maturity. The economic, it is the interests, always obvious and reciprocal, which indissolubly bind Africa to the metropolis. These progressive terms, once properly emptied, can function with impunity like pretty conjuring clauses. Phraseology, social and economic domain, social and economic facilities. The predominance of substantives in all the vocabulary of which we have just given a few samples is obviously due to the large consumption of concepts necessary to cover reality. Although general and advanced to the last point of the decomposition, the wear and tear of this language does not attack verbs and substantives in the same way, it destroys the verb and inflates the noun. Moral inflation here bears neither on objects nor on acts, but always on ideas, notions, the assembly of which obeys less a use of communication than the need for a fixed code. The codification of official language and its substantivation thus go hand in hand, because the myth is fundamentally nominal, insofar as naming is the first process of diversion. The verb, on the other hand, undergoes a curious evasion. If it is principle, we find it reduced to the state of a simple copula, intended to simply posit the existence or the quality of the myth. Empine at the UNIL there would be an illusory relaxation, it would be inconceivable. What would a nominal independence be, etc. The verb painfully attains a full semantic status only on the level of the future, the possible or the intentional, in a distance where the myth is less likely to be contradicted. A Moroccan government will be constituted, called upon to negotiate the reforms, the effort undertaken by France to build a free association, etc. In its presentation, the noun very generally requires what two excellent grammarians, de Muret and Pichon, who lacked neither rigor nor humor in their terminology, called the notorious plate, which means that the substance of the noun is still present to us as known. We are here at the very heart of the formation of the myth. It is because the mission of France, the tearing apart of the Moroccan people or the destiny of Algeria are given grammatically as postulates, a quality which is generally conferred on them by the use of the definite article, that we cannot dispute them discursively, the mission of France, but, come on, don't insist, you know. Notoriety is the first form of naturalization. I have already pointed out the very banal emphasis of certain plurals, the populations. It should be added that this emphasis increases or depreciates according to the intentions, the populations, This installs a euphoric feeling of peacefully subjugated multitudes, but when we speak of elementary nationalisms, the plural aims to further degrade, if possible, the notion of enemy nationalism, by reducing it to a collection of small units. This is what our two grammarians, experts before the letter in African affairs, had again foreseen by distinguishing between the massive plural and the numerative plural. In the first expression, the plural flatters a mass idea, in the second it insinuates an idea of dividing. Thus grammar inflects myth, it delegates its plurals to different moral tasks. The adjective, or the adverb, for its part, often has a curiously ambiguous role. It seems to proceed from a concern, from the feeling that the nouns that one uses, despite their notorious character, have a wear and tear that one can't quite hide, hence the need to reinvigorate them. Independence becomes real, aspirations authentic, destinies indissolubly linked. The adjective aims here to clear the name of its past disappointments, to present it in a new, innocent, credible state. As with full verbs, the adjective gives speech a future value. The past and the present are the business of nouns, of major concepts where the idea dispenses with proof, mission, independence, friendship, cooperation, etc. The act and the predicate, for their part, to be irrefutable, must take shelter behind some form of the unreal, finality, promise, or adjuration. Unfortunately, these adjectives of reinvigoration wear out almost as quickly as they are used, so that it is ultimately the adjective revival of the myth that most surely designates its inflation. It is enough to read true, authentic, indissoluble, or unanimous to sniff out the hollowness of the rhetoric there. Basically, these adjectives, which one could call essentially, because they develop in a modal form the substance of the noun they accompany, these adjectives cannot modify anything. Independence can be something other than independent, friendship than friendly, and cooperation than unanimous. By the impotence of their effort, these bad adjectives come here to manifest the ultimate health of language. The official rhetoric may well pile up the covers of reality, there is a moment when the words resist it and force it to reveal under the myth the alternative of lie or truth. Independence is or is not. And all the adjectival designs that strive to give nothingness the qualities of being are the very signature of guilt. NINI criticism. One could read in one of the first issues of the Daily Express, a critical profession of faith, anonymous, which was a superb piece of balanced rhetoric. The idea was that criticism should be neither a parlor game nor a municipal service. Understand that it must be neither reactionary, nor communist, nor gratuitous, nor political. This is a mechanics of double exclusion which largely stems from this digital rage that we have already encountered several times, and which I thought I could roughly define as a petty bourgeois trait. One counts the methods with a balance, one loads the scales with them, at will, so as to be able to appear oneself as an imponderable arbiter endowed with an ideal spirituality, and thereby just, like the scourge which judges the weighing. The flaws necessary for this accounting operation are formed by the morality of the terms used. According to an old terrorist procedure, no one can escape terrorism, we judge at the same time as we name, and the word, weighed down by a prior guilt, quite naturally comes to weigh in on one of the trays of the balance. For example, we will oppose culture to ideologies. Culture is a noble, universal good, located outside of social bias. Culture does not weigh. Ideologies, on the other hand, are partisan inventions, therefore, on balance. They are sent back to back under the severe eye of culture, without imagining that culture is all the same, ultimately, an ideology. Everything happens as if on one side there were heavy words, crazy words, ideology, catechism, activist, responsible for feeding the infamous game of the balance, and on the other, light, pure, immaterial words, noble by divine right, sublime to the point of escaping the low law of numbers, adventure, passion, greatness, virtue, honor, words situated above the sad computation of lies. The latter are responsible for lecturing the former, on the one hand, criminal words, and on the other, justiciary words. Of course, This beautiful morality of the third party surely leads to a new dichotomy, just as simplistic as the one that we wanted to denounce in the very name of complexity. It's true, our world may be alternated, but be sure that it's a split without a cord, no salvation for the judges, they too are well and truly on board. It suffices, moreover, to see what other myths crop up in this NINI critique, to understand on which side it is situated. Without speaking at greater length of the myth of timelessness, which lies in any recourse to an eternal culture, an art of all times, I still find in our NINI doctrine two common expedients of bourgeois mythology. The first consists in a certain idea of freedom, conceived as the refusal of a priori judgment. Now, a literary judgment is always determined by the tonality of which it is a part, and the very absence of a system, especially brought to the state of profession of faith, proceeds from a perfectly defined system, which is in this case a variety extremely banal of bourgeois ideology, or of culture, as our anonymous would say. We can even say that it is where man protests a primary freedom that his subordination is the least debatable. We can calmly challenge anyone to ever exercise an innocent criticism, pure of any systematic determination. The NINI are also embedded in a system, which is not necessarily the one they claim to be. One cannot judge literature without a certain preliminary idea of man and history, of good, of evil, of society, etc. Just in the simple word of adventure, cheerfully moralized by our NINI in opposition to the ugly systems which do not astonish, what heredity, what fatality, what routine. All freedom always ends up reintegrating a certain known coherence, which is nothing other than a certain a priori. Also, the freedom of the critic, it is not to refuse the party, impossible, it is to display it or not. The second bourgeois symptom of our text is the euphoric reference to the style of the writer as the eternal value of literature. However, nothing can escape the questioning of history, not even writing it well. Style is a perfectly dated critical value, and to claim in favor of style at the very time when a few important writers attack this last bastion of classical mythology is to prove a certain archaism. No, going back to style once again is not an adventure. Better advised in one of its following numbers, the Express published a pertinent protest by a Rob Grillet against the magical recourse to Stendhal. It's written like Stendhal. The alliance of a style and a humanity, Anatole France, for example, is perhaps no longer enough to found literature. It is even to be feared that the style, compromised in so many falsely human works, has finally become an a priori suspect object. It is in any case a value which should only be credited to the writer. Under benefit of inventory. This does not mean, of course, that literature can exist outside of some formal artifice. But no offense to our NINI, always followers of a bipartite universe of which they would be the divine transcendence, the opposite of good writing is not necessarily bad writing, it is perhaps today the just right. Literature has become a difficult, narrow, deadly state. It's no longer her ornaments that she defends, it's her skin. I'm afraid that the new criticism NINI is a season behind. Striptease. The striptease, at least the Parisian striptease, is based on a contradiction, to desexualize the woman at the very moment when she is stripped naked. We can therefore say that it is in a sense a spectacle of fear, or rather of frighten me, as if eroticism here remained a kind of delicious terror, of which it suffices to announce ritual signs to provoke both the idea of sex and its conjuration. Only the duration of the undress constitutes the public as a voyeur, but here, as in any mystifying spectacle, the decor, the accessories, and the stereotypes thwart the initial provocation of the subject and end up engulfing it in insignificance. Evil is displayed the better to embarrass it and exorcise. The French striptease seems to proceed from what I have called here even the Astra operation, a process of mystification which consists in vaccinating the public from a point of evil, to better then plunge it into a moral good henceforth immunized. A few atoms of eroticism, designated by the very situation of the spectacle, are in fact absorbed in a reassuring ritual which erases the flesh as surely as the vaccine or the taboo fix and contain the disease or the fault. We will therefore have in the striptease a whole series of blankets affixed to the woman's body, as she pretends to undress it. Exoticism is the first of these distances, because it is always a fixed exoticism that distances the body in the fabulous or the romantic. Chinese woman with an opium pipe, an obligatory symbol of Chineseness, undulating vamp with a gigantic cigarette holder, a Venetian decor with a gondola, a dress with baskets and a serenade singer, all this aims to constitute the woman from the outset as a disguised object. The end of the strip is then no longer to expel a secret depth into the light, but to signify, through the stripping of a baroque and artificial clothing, nudity as a woman's natural habit, which is to finally find a perfectly modest state of the flesh. The classic accessories of the music hall, mobilized here without exception, also keep the unveiled body away at every moment, pushing it back into the enveloping comfort of a known right: furs, fans, gloves, feathers, stockings, fishnets, in a word the entire department of adornment, constantly make the living body reintegrate into the category of luxurious objects which surround man with a magical decor. Feathered or gloved, the woman appears here as a fixed element of music hall, and stripping oneself of such ritual objects no longer contributes to a new destitution. The feather, the fur, and the glove continue to imbue the woman with their magical of a luxurious carapace, because it is an obvious law that the whole striptease is given in the very nature of the starting garment. If this is improbable, as in the case of the Chinese woman or the furry woman, the nude that follows remains itself unreal, smooth, and closed like a beautiful slippery object, withdrawn by its very extravagance from human use. It is the deep meaning of the sex of diamond or scales, which is the very end striptease, this ultimate triangle, by its pure and geometric shape, by its shiny and hard material, bars sex like a sword of purity and definitively pushes the woman back into a mineralogical universe, the precious stone being the theme here irrefutable of the total and useless object. Contrary to common prejudice, the dance, which accompanies the entire duration of the striptease, is in no way an erotic factor. It is even probably quite the opposite. The weakly rhythmic undulation here conjures up the fear of immobility. Not only does it give the spectacle the backing of art, music hall dances are always artistic, but above all it constitutes the last closure, the most effective. The dance, made up of ritual gestures, seen 1,000 times, acts as a cosmetic of movements. It hides nudity, buries the spectacle under a glaze of useless and yet essential gestures, because destitution is here relegated to the rank of parasitic operations, carried out in an improbable distance. We thus see the professionals of the striptease wrap themselves in a miraculous ease which clothes them constantly, drives them away, gives them the icy indifference of skillful practitioners, haughtily taking refuge in the certainty of their technique. Their science dresses them like a garment. All this meticulous conspiracy of sex, can be verified a contrario in the popular competitions, of amateur striptease. Beginners undress there in front of a few hundred spectators without resorting very badly to magic, which incontestably restores the erotic power of the spectacle. Here, at the start, far fewer Chinese and Spanish women, neither feathers nor furs, strict tailors, city coats, few original disguises, clumsy steps, insufficient dances, the girl constantly watched by immobility, and above all a technical embarrassment, resistance of the panties, the dress, the bra, which gives the gestures of unveiling an unexpected importance, refusing to the woman the alibi of art and the refuge of the object, enclosing her in a condition of weakness and fear. However, at the Moulin Rouge, a conspiracy of another kind is taking shape, probably typically French, a conspiracy which moreover aims less to abolish eroticism than to domesticate it. The presenter tries to give the striptease a status reassuring petit bourgeois. First of all, striptease is a sport. There is a striptease club, which organizes healthy competitions from which the winners come out crowned, rewarded with edifying prizes, a subscription to physical culture lessons, a novel, which can only be Rob Grillet's Le Voyeur, or useful, a pair of nylon stockings, 5,000 francs. And then, the striptease is assimilated to a career, beginners, semi-professional, professional, that is to say to the honorable exercise of a specialization. The strippers are skilled workers, we can even give them the magic alibi of work, a vocation. Such a girl is on the right track or about to keep her promises, or, on the contrary, takes her first steps in the arduous path of the striptease. Finally and above all, the competitors are socially situated, one is a saleswoman, another is a secretary, there are many secretaries at the striptease club. Striptease re-enters the hall here, familiarizes itself, becomes bourgeois, as if the French, unlike American audiences, at least so they say, and following an irrepressible tendency of their social status, could not conceive of the erotism then as household property, guaranteed by the alibi of weekly sports, much more than by that of the magic show. This is how striptease is nationalized in France. The new Citroën. I believe that the automobile today is the fairly exact equivalent of the great Gothic cathedrals, I mean a great creation of the period, passionately conceived by unknown artists, consumed in its image, if not in its use, by a people who appropriates within herself a perfectly magical object. The new Citroën clearly falls from the sky insofar as it first presents itself as a superlative object. We must not forget that the object is the best messenger of the supernatural. There is easily in the object, at the same time a perfection and an absence of origin, a closure and a brilliance, a transformation of life into matter. Matter is much more magical than life, and to tell the truth a silence which belongs to the order of the marvelous. The goddess has all the characteristics, at least the public begins by unanimously attributing them to her, of one of these objects descended from another universe, which fueled the neomania of the 18th century and that of our science. Fiction, the goddess is first a new nautilus. This is why one is less interested in it in the substance than in its joints. We know that smoothness is always an attribute of perfection because its opposite betrays a technical and entirely human operation of adjustment. Christ's tunic was seamless, like science fiction aircraft are made of a metal without relay. The DS-19 does not pretend to be pure tablecloth, although its general shape is very enveloped. However, it is the interlocking of his plans that most interest the public. We furiously feel the junction of the windows, we run our hands through the wide rubber channels that connect the rear window to its nickel surrounds. There is in the DS the beginning of a new phenomenology of adjustment, as if we were going from a world of welded elements to a world of juxtaposed elements that hold together by the sole virtue of their shape. Wonderful, which, of course, is responsible for introducing the idea of an easier nature. As for the material itself, it is certain that it supports a taste for lightness, in the magical sense. There is a return to a certain aerodynamics, new however insofar as it is less massive, less sharp, more spread out than that of the first times of this fashion. Speed is expressed here in less aggressive, less sporty signs, as if passing from a heroic form to a classic form. This spiritualization can be read in the importance, the care, and the material of the glazed surfaces. The goddess is visibly an exaltation of the glass, and the sheet metal is only a base. Here, the panes are not windows, openings pierced in the dark hull, they are great expanses of air and emptiness, having the spreading curvature and the brilliance of soap bubbles, the hard thinness of a substance more entomological than mineral. The Citroën badge, the arrowed badge, has moreover become a winged badge, as if we were now passing from a propulsion order to a movement order, from an engine order to a power order body. It is therefore a humanized art, and it may be that the goddess marks a change in automobile mythology. Until now, the superlative car was rather the bestiary of power, here it becomes both more spiritual and more objective, and despite certain neomaniacal indulgences, like the empty steering wheel, here it is more domestic, better attuned to the sublimation of ostensility that we find in our contemporary household arts. The dashboard looks more like the workbench of a modern kitchen than the central unit of a factory, the thin flaps of matte, corrugated sheet metal, the little levers with white balls, the very simple indicator lights, the very discretion of the nickel work, all this means a kind of control exercised over movement, now conceived as comfort more than performance. We obviously go from an alchemy of speed to a gluttony of driving. It seems that the public has admirably guessed the novelty of the themes offered to it. Initially sensitive to neologisms, a whole press campaign kept it on the alert for years. It very quickly tries to reintegrate a behavior of adaptation and usefulness. You have to get used to it. In the exhibition halls, the witness car is visited with intense, loving application. This is the great tactile phase of discovery, the moment when the marvelous visual will undergo the reasoning assault of touch, because touch is the more demystifying for all the senses, unlike sight, which is the most magical. The metal sheets, the joints are touched, the padding felt, the seats tried on, the doors caressed, the cushions groped. In front of the steering wheel, we mime driving with the whole body. The object here is totally prostituted, appropriated, leaving the sky of metropolis. The goddess is mediated in a quarter of an hour, accomplishing in this exorcism the very movement of petty bourgeois promotion. Literature according to Menu Drouet. The Menu Drouet affair presented itself for a long time as a police enigma. Is it her or is it not her? We applied to this mystery the usual techniques of the police, minus the torture, and more, the investigation, the sequestration, the graphology, the psychotechnics, and the internal analysis of the documents. If society has mobilized a quasi-judicial apparatus to attempt to solve a poetic enigma, one suspects that it is not simply because of a taste for poetry, it is because the image of a child poet is both surprising and necessary to her. It is an image that must be authenticated in as scientific a way as possible insofar as it governs the central myth bourgeois art, that of irresponsibility, of which the genius, the child, and the poet are only sublimated figures. While waiting for the discovery of objective documents, all those who took part in the police protest, and they are very numerous, could only rely on a certain normative idea of childhood and poetry, the one that they have in themselves. The arguments held on the Menu Drouet case are by nature tautological, they have no demonstrative value. I cannot prove that the verses submitted to me are indeed those of a child, if I do not first know what is childhood and what poetry is, what amounts to closing the process in on itself. This is a new example of this illusory police science, which was practiced with rage in the case of old Dominici, entirely based on a certain tyranny of verisimilitude. It builds a circular truth, which carefully leaves outside the reality of the accused or the problem. Any police investigation of this kind consists in rejoining the postulates that we ourselves posed at the start. To be guilty, for old Dominici, was to coincide with the psychology that the public prosecutor carries within him. That is, was to assume, like a magical transference, the culprit who is at the bottom of the magistrates. It was to constitute oneself as an emissary object, the likelihood being never more than a disposition of the accused to resemble his judges. Similarly, to question, furiously, as has been done in the press, the authenticity of Drouetist poetry is to start from a prejudice of childhood and of poetry, and whatever one finds on the way to come back to it inevitably, it is to postulate a normality both poetic and childish, by virtue of which we will judge Menu Drouet. It is, whatever we decide, to enjoin Menu Drouet to take charge, at the same time as prodigy and as victim, as mystery and as product, that is to say ultimately as pure magical object, of all the poetic myth and all the childish myth of our time. It is indeed the variable combination of these two myths that produces the difference in reactions and judgments. Three mythological ages are represented here. Some belated classics, hostile by tradition to poetry disorder, condemn Menu Drouet anyway. If her poetry is authentic, it is the poetry of a child, it is therefore suspect, not being reasonable, and if it's adult poetry, they condemn it because then it's wrong. Closer to our time, very proud to have access to irrational poetry, a group of venerable neophytes marveled at discovering, in 1955, the poetic power of childhood, crying out for a miracle for a banal literary fact, known since a long time. Others finally, the former militants of childhood poetry, those who were at the forefront of the myth when it was avant-garde, cast a skeptical eye on the poetry of Menu Drouet, weary of the heavy memory of a heroic campaign, of a science that nothing can intimidate more. Cocteau, all 9-year-old children have genius, except Menudroet. The fourth age, that of today's poets, seems not to have been consulted. Little known to the general public, it was thought that their judgment would have no demonstrative value, insofar as they do not represent any myth. I doubt moreover that they recognize anything of themselves in the poetry of Menudroet. But whether one declares Menu's poetry innocent or adult, that is to say, whether one praises it or suspects it, is in any case to recognize it based on a profound otherness posed by the nature itself between childhood and maturity, is to postulate the child as an asocial being, or at the very least, capable of spontaneously carrying out its own criticism on itself and of forbidding itself to use of words heard, for the sole purpose of manifesting oneself fully as an ideal child. To believe in the poetic genius of childhood is to believe in a kind of literary parthenogenesis. It is to posit literature once again as a gift from the gods. Any trace of culture is here attributed to lies, as if the use of vocabularies was strictly regulated by nature, as if the child did not live in constant osmosis with the adult environment, and the metaphor, the image, the concetti are credited to childhood as signs of pure spontaneity, whereas, consciously or not, they are the seat of a strong elaboration. Suppose a depth where maturity individual has a decisive part. Whatever the results of the investigation, the enigma is therefore of little interest. It sheds light neither on childhood nor on poetry. What makes this mystery irrelevant is that, childish or adult, this poetry has a perfectly historical reality. It can be dated, and the least we can say is that it has a little more 8 years old, which is Menudroet's age. There were indeed, around 1914, a certain number of minor poets, whom the histories of our literature, very embarrassed to classify nothingness, generally group under the modest name of isolated and uttered fantasists and intimists, etc. This is undoubtedly where the young Drouet, or her muse, should be placed alongside such prestigious poets as Madame Beaumat-Provins, Roger Allard, or Tristan Klingsor. Menudroet's poetry is of this strength. It is a wise, sweet poetry, all based on the belief that poetry is a matter of metaphor, and whose content is nothing more than a kind of bourgeois elegiac feeling. That this cooking preciousness can pass for poetry, and that the name of Rimbaud, the inevitable child poet, is even put forward on this subject, is pure myth. A very clear myth, moreover, because the function of these poets is obvious. They provide the public with the signs of poetry, not poetry itself. They are economical and reassuring. A woman has well expressed this superficially emancipated and profoundly prudent function of intimate sensitivity, Madame de Noailles, who, coincidentally, in her time prefaced the poems of another brilliant child, Sabina Sicard, who died at 14 years. Authentic or not, this poetry is therefore dated, and heavily, but supported today by a press campaign and the guarantee of some personalities. It gives us precisely to read what society believes to be childhood and poetry. Quoted, praised, or contested, the texts of the Drouet family are precious mythological materials. First of all, there is the myth of genius, which we can definitely never overcome. The classics had decreed that it was a matter of patience. Today, the genius is to save time, to do at 8 years old what one normally does at 25. Simple question of temporal quantity, it is a question of going a little faster than everyone else. Childhood will therefore become the privileged place of genius. In Pascal's time, childhood was considered a waste of time. The problem was to get out of it as quickly as possible. Since Romantic times, that is to say since the bourgeois triumph, it has been a question of staying there as long as possible. Any adult act attributable to childhood, even retarded, participates in its timelessness, appears prestigious because produced in advance. The misplaced enhancement of this age supposes that it is considered as a private age, closed in on itself, holder of a special status, as an ineffable and intransmissible essence. But at the very moment when childhood is defined as a miracle, People protest that this miracle is nothing other than a premature accession to the powers of adulthood. The specialty of childhood therefore remains ambiguous, struck by the same ambiguity which affects all the objects of the classical universe. Like the peas of the Sartrine comparison, childhood and maturity are different, closed, incommunicable ages, and yet identical. The miracle of Menudroit is to produce an adult poetry, albeit a child. It is to have brought the poetic essence down into the childish essence. The astonishment does not come here from a real destruction of essences, which would be very healthy, but simply from their hasty mixing. This is well accounted for by the very bourgeois notion of the child prodigy. Mozart, Rimbaud, Roberto Benzi, an admirable object insofar as it accomplishes the ideal function of all capitalist activity, to save time, to reduce human duration to a numerical problem of precious instants. No doubt this childish essence has different forms according to the age of its users. For the modernists, childhood receives its dignity from its very irrationality. At the Express, we are not unaware of psychopedagogy, hence the confusion with surrealism. But for M. Henriot, who refuses to glorify any source of disorder, childhood must produce nothing other than charming and distinguished. The child can be neither trivial nor vulgar, which is still to imagine a sort of an ideal childish nature, born from heaven outside of all social determinism, which is also to leave a good number of children at the door of childhood, and to recognize as such only the graceful offspring of the bourgeoisie. The age when man is precisely made, that is to say, is deeply impregnated with society and artifice, is paradoxically for M. Henriot, the age of the natural, and the age when a kid can very well kill another. News item contemporary with the Menudroit affair, is, still for Mr. Henriot, the age when one cannot be lucid and cheeky, but only sincere, charming, and distinguished. Where our commentators find themselves in agreement is on a certain sufficiency of poetry. For all of them, poetry is an uninterrupted series of discoveries, which is the ingenuous name of metaphor. The more the poem is stuffed with formulas, the more successful it is considered to be. It is however only bad poets who make good images, or who, at least, do only that. They naively conceive of poetic language as an addition of good verbal fortunes, doubtless persuaded that poetry being vehicle of unreality, it is necessary at all costs to translate the object, to pass from Larousse to the metaphor, as if it was enough to misname things to poetize them. The result is that this purely metaphorical poetry is entirely built on a sort of poetic dictionary, of which Molière gave a few pages for his time, and from which the poet draws his poem, as if he had to translate prose. Towards the poetry of the Drouais is with great application this uninterrupted metaphor, in which its zealots recognize with delight the clear, imperative face of poetry. Of their poetry, there is nothing more reassuring than a dictionary. This overload of finds itself produces an addition of admiration. Adhesion to the poem is no longer a total act, determined with slowness and patience through a whole series of downtimes. It is an accumulation of ecstasies, bravos, greetings addressed to successful verbal acrobatics. Here again, it is the quantity that founds the value. Menudroit's texts appear in this sense as the antiphrase of all poetry, insofar as they avoid that solitary weapon of writers, literalness. It is this alone, however, that can strip poetic metaphor of its artifice, reveal it like the fulguration of a truth, conquered by a continuous nausea of language. To speak only of modern poetry, because I doubt that there is an essence of poetry, apart from its history, that of course of Apollinaire, and not that of Madame Beaumat Provins, it is certain that its beauty, its truth come from a profound dialectic between the life and death of language, between the thickness of the word and the boredom of syntax. But that of Menudroit chatters incessantly, like those beings who are afraid of silence. She visibly dreads the letter and lives by an accumulation of expedients. She confuses life and nervousness. And that is what reassures in this poetry. Although we try to charge it with the strange, although we pretend to receive it with astonishment and in a contagion of dithyrambic images, its very chatter, its flow of finds, this calculating order of cheap profusion, all this founds a flashy and economical poetry, Here again the imitation reigns, one of the most precious discoveries of the bourgeois world, since it saves money without diminishing the appearance of the merchandise. It is not by chance that the Express took charge of Menu Drouet, it is the ideal poetry of a universe where appearance is carefully quantified. Menu also wipes the plaster for the others, it only costs a little girl to access the luxury of poetry. This poetry naturally has its novel, which will be, in its genre, a language just as clear and practical, decorative and everyday, whose function will be displayed for a reasonable price, a very healthy novel, which will carry within it the spectacular signs of romance, a novel that is both solid and inexpensive, the Prix Goncourt, for example, which was presented to us in 1955 as the triumph of sound tradition. Stendhal, Balzac, Zola relay Mozart and Rimbaud here, against the decadences of the avant-garde. The important thing, as in the household page of our women's newspapers, is to deal with literary objects whose form, use, and price we know well before buying them, and that nothing in them ever leaves dépasse, because there is no danger in decreeing that the poetry of Menu Drouet is strange, if one recognizes it from the outset as poetry. Literature, however, only begins when faced with the unamiable, when faced with the perception of an elsewhere foreign to the very language that seeks it. It is this creative doubt, it is this fruitful death that our society condemns in its good literature and that it exorcises in its bad. Wanting with great cries that the novel be Roman, poetry poetry, and theatre theatre, this sterile tautology is of the same kind as the denominational laws which in the civil code govern the ownership of goods. Everything here contributes to the great bourgeois work, which is to finally reduce being to having, the object to a thing. There remains, after all this, the case of the little girl herself. But let society not lament hypocritically, it is society which devours Menu Drouet, it is of it and of it alone that the child is the victim. A propitiatory victim sacrificed so that the world is clear, so that poetry, genius, and childhood, in a word disorder, are tamed cheaply, and that the real revolt, when it appears, already finds its place in the newspapers. Menu Drouet is the child martyr of the adult in search of poetic luxury, it is the sequestered or the kidnapped of a conformist order which reduces freedom to prodigy. She is the kid that the beggar pushes in front of her when, behind, the pallet is full of money. A little tear for Menu Drouet, a little thrill for poetry, and we are rid of literature. Electoral photogenics. Some candidate deputies decorate their electoral prospectus with a portrait. This is to assume that photography has a power of conversion that must be analyzed. First, the effigy of the candidate establishes a personal link between him and the voters. The candidate does not just give a program to judge, he proposes a physical climate, a set of daily choices expressed in a morphology, a dress, a pose. Photography thus tends to restore the paternalistic basis of elections, their representative nature, disrupted by proportional representation and the rule of parties. The right seems to make more use of it than the left. Insofar as photography is an ellipse of language and a condensation of a whole social ineffable, it constitutes an anti-intellectual weapon, tends to evade politics, that is to say a body of problems and solutions, in favor of a way of being, a social moral status. We know that this opposition is one of the major myths of Pogadism. Pojad on television, look at me, I am like you. Election photography is therefore above all the recognition of a depth, of an irrationality extending to politics. What comes across in the candidate's photograph are not his projects, it's his motives, all the family, mental, even erotic circumstances, this whole style of being, of which he is both the product, the example, and the bait. It is clear that what most of our candidates give to read in their effigy is a social base, the spectacular comfort of family, legal, religious norms, the infused ownership of these bourgeois goods that are for example the mass of the Sunday, xenophobia, steak and fries and cuckold comedy, in short, what is called an ideology. Naturally, the use of electoral photography presupposes a complicity, the photo is a mirror, it gives something familiar, something known to be read, it offers the voter his own effigy, clarified, magnified, brought superbly to the state of type. It is moreover this increase which very precisely defines photogenicity. The voter finds himself both expressed and heroized, he is invited to elect himself, to entrust the mandate he is about to give with a real physical transfer, he delegates his race. The types of delegation are not very varied. There is first of all that of the social base, of respectability, sanguine and greasy, national lists, or bland and distinguished, MRP lists. Another type is that of the intellectual. I should make it clear that these are signified types and not natural types, the cocky intellectuality of the Rassemblement National, or the piercing intellectuality of the communist candidate. In both cases, the iconography wants to signify the rare conjunction of a thought and a will, of a reflection and an action. The slightly wrinkled eyelid lets filter a sharp look which seems to take its strength in a beautiful inner dream, without however ceasing to focus on real obstacles, as if the exemplary candidate were here to magnificently combine social idealism with bourgeois empiricism. Designated to the public by his health and his virility. Certain candidates also play superbly on two types at the same time, on one side of the sheet, such as young first, hero, in uniform, and on the other, mature man, a virile citizen pushing his little family forward, because most often, the morphological type is aided by very clear attributes, a candidate surrounded by his kids, dressed up and pampered like all the children photographed in France, a young parachutist with rolled up sleeves, an officer clad in decorations. Photography is here a real blackmail to moral values, homeland, army, family, honor, Baroud. The photographic convention is itself full of signs. The frontal pose accentuates the realism of the candidate, especially if he is equipped with scrutinizing glasses. Everything there expresses penetration, seriousness, frankness. The future deputy fixes the enemy, the obstacle, the problem. The more frequent three-quarter pose suggests the tyranny of an ideal. The gaze nobly loses itself in the future, it does not confront, it dominates, and sows the seeds of a modestly undefined elsewhere. Almost all three-quarters are ascending, the face is lifted towards a supernatural light which aspires it, raises it to the regions of high humanity. The candidate reaches the Olympus of high feelings, where all political contradiction is resolved: Algerian peace and war, social progress and employers' benefits, free education and sugar beet subsidies, the right and the left, always outdated opposition. All of this coexists peacefully in this pensive gaze, nobly fixed on the occult interests of the order. Lost Continent. A film, Lost Continent, sheds light on the current myth of exoticism. It's a great documentary on the Orient, the pretext of which is some vague ethnographic expedition, moreover visibly false, carried out in Insulindia by 3 or 4 bearded Italians. The film is euphoric, everything is easy, innocent. Our explorers are good people, busy in rest with childish entertainment, playing with a little bear mascot. The mascot is essential for any expedition, no polar film without a tamed seal, no tropical report without a monkey, or spilling comically a plate of spaghetti on the deck of the boat. This means that these good ethnologists hardly bother with historical or sociological problems. The penetration of the Orient is never anything other for them than a little boat trip on an azure sea, in an essential sun. And this East, which precisely today has become the political center of the world, we see here all flattened, sanded, and colored like an old-fashioned postcard. The process of irresponsibility is clear: coloring the world is always a means of denying it, and perhaps a trial of color in the cinema should be started here. Deprived of all substance, repelled in color, disembodied by the very luxury of images, the Orient is ready for the hijacking operation that the film has in store for it. Between the bear mascot and the funny spaghetti, our ethnologists in the studio will have no trouble postulating a formally exotic East, in reality deeply similar to the West, at least to the spiritualist West. Orientals have particular religions. Never mind, the variations are little compared to the deep unity of idealism. Each rite is, in this way, both specialized and eternalized, promoted at the same time to the rank of piquant spectacle and para-Christian symbol. And if Buddhism is not literally Christian, what does it matter, since it too has nuns who have their hair shaved, great pathetic theme of all veiling, since it has monks who kneel down and confess to their superior, since finally, as in Seville, the faithful come to cover the statue of the god with gold. But far from this identity here unmasking them, it enthrones them, carries them all to the credit of a superior Catholicity. It is well known that syncretism has always been one of the great techniques of assimilation of the Church. In the 17th century, in this same East, whose Christian predispositions are shown in Lost Continent, the Jesuits went very far in the ecumenism of forms. These were the Malabar rites, which the Pope ended up condemning. It is this same everything is similar that our ethnographers insinuate. East and West, everything is equal, there are only differences in color, the essential is identical, which is the eternal postulation of man. Towards God, the derisory and contingent character of geographies in relation to this human nature, of which Christianity alone holds the key. The legends themselves, all this primitive folklore, the strangeness of which seems to be literally pointed out to us, have no other mission than to illustrate nature. The rites, the facts of culture are never related with a particular historical order, with an explicit economic or social status, but only with the great neutral forms of cosmic commonplaces, seasons, storms, death, etc. If they are fishermen, it is not the mode of fishing that is shown, it is rather, drowned in the eternity of a sunset of chromo, a romantic essence of a fisherman, qualified not as a worker dependent in his technique and his profit on a defined society, but rather as the theme of an eternal condition. The man in the distance exposed to the dangers of the sea, the woman weeping and praying at home. The same for the refugees, of whom we are shown at the beginning a long theory descending the mountain. It is obviously useless to situate them, they are eternal essences of refugees, it is in the nature of the Orient to produce them. In short, exoticism clearly reveals its profound justification here, which is to deny any historical situation. By affecting the Eastern reality with a few good native signs, one surely inoculates it of any responsible content. A bit of situation, as superficial as possible, provides the necessary alibi and dispenses with a deeper situation. Facing the foreigner, the order knows only two behaviors which are both of mutilation, either to recognize it as a puppet or to diffuse it as a pure reflection of the West. Anyway, the main thing is to take away his story. We can therefore see that the beautiful images of Lost Continent cannot be innocent, it cannot be innocent to lose the continent that ended up in Bandoang. Astrology. It seems that in France, the annual budget for witchcraft is around 300 billion francs. It is worth taking a look at the astrological week of a weekly newspaper like Elle, for example. Contrary to what one might expect, there is no oniric world, but rather a narrowly realistic description of a specific social environment, that of the newspaper's readers. In other words, astrology is by no means, at least here, an opening to dreams, it is pure mirror, pure institution of reality. The main headings of destiny, luck, outside, at home, your heart, scrupulously produce the total rhythm of laborious life. The unit is the week, in which luck designates a day or two. Luck is here the reserved part of interiority, of mood, it is the lived sign of duration, the only category by which subjective time expresses itself and frees itself. For the rest, the stars know nothing other than a schedule. Outside, it's the professional schedule, the 6 days of the week, the 7 hours a day in the office or in the store. At home, it's the evening meal, the end of the evening before going to bed. Your heart is the date after work or the Sunday adventure. But between these domains, no communication, nothing which, from one hour to another, could suggest the idea of a total alienation. The prisons are contiguous, they take turns but do not contaminate each other. The stars never postulate a reversal of the order, they influence on a small scale, respectful of social status and bosses' schedules. Here, the work is that of clerks, typists or saleswomen, The microgroup that surrounds the reader is almost inevitably that of the office or the store. The variations imposed, or rather proposed by the stars, because this astrology is prudent theologian, it does not exclude free will, are weak, they never tend to upset a life, the weight of destiny is exerted only on the taste for work, nervousness or ease, assiduity or relaxation, short trips, vague promotions, reports of bitterness or complicity with colleagues and especially fatigue, the stars prescribing with a lot of insistence and wisdom to sleep more, always more. The home, on the other hand, is dominated by problems of mood, hostility, or trust in the environment. It is very often a women's home, where the most important relationship is that of mother and daughter. The petty bourgeois house is faithfully present here, with visits from the family, distinct moreover from the relatives by marriage, whom the stars do not seem to hold in very high esteem. This environment seems almost exclusively family, there are few allusions to friends. The petty bourgeois world is essentially made up of relatives and colleagues, it does not involve real relational crises, only small clashes of temper and of vanity. Love is that of the courrier du coeur, it is a domain quite apart, that of sentimental business. But just like the commercial transaction, love here has promising beginnings, disappointments, and poor choices. The misfortune there is of low amplitude, such a week, a procession of fewer admirers, an indiscretion, an unfounded jealousy. The sentimental sky only really opens wide in front of the so desired solution, marriage, it still has to be matched. A single feature idealizes all this little astral world, very concrete on the other hand, it is that it is never a question of money. Astrological humanity runs on its monthly salary, it is what it is, we never talk about it, since it allows life. Life that the stars describe much more than they predict, the future is rarely risky, and prediction is always neutralized by the balancing of possibilities. If there are failures, they will be unimportant, if there are gloomy faces, your good humor will cheer them up, boring relationships, they will be useful, etc., and if your general state should improve, it will be following a treatment which you will have followed, or perhaps also thanks to the absence of any treatment, sick. The stars are moral, they accept to be bent by virtue, courage, patience, good humor, self-control are always required in the face of timidly announced setbacks. And the paradox is that this universe of pure determinism is immediately tamed by the freedom of character. Astrology is above all a school of will. However, even if the issues are pure mystification, even if the problems of conduct are evaded, it remains an institution of the real before the conscience of its readers. It is not a way of escape, but realistic evidence of the conditions of life of the employee, the saleswoman. Of what use, then, can this pure description be, since it does not seem to include any oniric compensation? It serves to exorcise the real by naming it. As such, it takes its place among all the enterprises of semi-alienation, or semi-liberation, which set themselves the task of objectifying reality, without however going so far as to demystify it. We are well aware of at least one other of these nominalist attempts, literature, which, in its degraded forms, cannot go further than naming lived experience. Astrology and literature have the same task of delayed institution of the real. Astrology is the literature of the petty bourgeois world. Bourgeois vocal art. It will seem impertinent to give a lesson to an excellent baritone, Gerard Suzy, but a disc where the singer recorded some melodies by four seems to me to illustrate a whole musical mythology where we find the main signs of bourgeois art. This art is essentially descriptive, it never ceases to impose not emotion, but the signs of emotion. This is precisely what Gerard Suzy does, having, for example, to sing a dreadful sadness, he is not satisfied either with the simple semantic content of these words, or with the musical line that supports them, he still has to dramatize the phonetics something horrible, suspending then exploding the double fricative, unleashing misfortune in the very thickness of the letters. No one can ignore that these are particularly terrible horrors. Unfortunately, this pleonasm of intention stifles both the word and the music, and principally their junction, which is the very object of vocal art. It is with music as with other arts, including literature, the highest form of artistic expression is on the side of literalness, that is to say ultimately of a certain algebra, one must that all form tends towards abstraction, which, as we know, is in no way contrary to sensuality. And this is precisely what bourgeois art refuses. He always wants to take his consumers for naive people who have to chew up the work and over-indicate the intention, lest it be sufficiently grasped, but art is also an ambiguity, it always contradicts, in a sense, its own message, and particularly the music, which is never, literally, neither sad nor cheerful. To underline the word by the abusive relief of its phonetics, to want the guttural of the hollow word to be the pickaxe which cuts into the earth, and the dental of the breast the softness which penetrates, is to practice a literalness of intention, not of description, it is to establish abusive correspondences. It should also be remembered here that the melodramatic spirit, from which Gerard Souzay's interpretation derives, is precisely one of the historical acquisitions of the bourgeoisie. We find this same overload of intentions in the art of our traditional actors, who are, as we know, actors formed by the bourgeoisie and for it. This kind of phonetic pointillism, which gives each letter an incongruous importance, sometimes borders on the absurd. It is a silly solemnity that is due to the doubling of solemn ends, and it is a somewhat sickening happiness that which is signified to us by that initial emphasis which expels happiness from the mouth like a nucleus. This joins a mythological constant, of which we have already spoken in connection with poetry, to conceive of art as an addition of united details, that is to say fully significant. Gerard Souzay's pointillist perfection is very exactly equivalent to the taste of Menu Drouet for the metaphor of detail, or to the costumes of the birds of Chanticleer, made, in 1910, of feathers superimposed one by one. There is in this art an intimidation by the detail, which is obviously the opposite of realism, since realism supposes a typification, that is to say a presence of the structure, therefore of the duration. This analytical art is doomed to failure, especially in music, the truth of which can never be anything other than respiratory, prosodic, and not phonetic. Thus the phrasings of Gerard Souzay are constantly destroyed by the excessive expression of a word, clumsily responsible for inoculating a parasitic intellectual order into the seamless layer of song. It seems that we are touching here on a major difficulty of musical execution, bringing out the nuance of an internal zone of the music, and at no price imposing it from the outside as a purely intellective sign. There is a sensual truth to music, sufficient truth, which does not suffer from the embarrassment of expression. This is why the interpretation of excellent virtuosos leaves so often dissatisfied, their rubato, too spectacular, the fruit of a visible effort towards meaning, destroys an organism which scrupulously contains within itself its own message. Some amateurs, or even better some professionals who have been able to find what could be called the total letter of the musical text, like Panzerov for the vocals, or Lipati for the piano, manage to add no intention to the music. They do not fuss informally around every detail, unlike bourgeois art, which is always indiscreet. They trust the immediately definitive matter of music. Plastic. Despite its Greek shepherd names, polystyrene, phenoplast, polyvinyl, polyethylene, plastic, the products of which have just been concentrated in an exhibition, is essentially an alchemical substance. At the entrance to the stand, the public lines up for a long time to see the magic operation par excellence take place, the conversion of matter, an ideal machine, tubular and oblong, a shape capable of revealing the secret of an itinerary, pulls effortlessly from a heap of greenish crystals, shiny and fluted pockets. On one side the raw, telluric matter, and on the other, the perfect, human object, and between these two extremes, nothing, just a journey, barely watched by an employee in a cap, half god, half robot. Thus, more than a substance, plastic is the very idea of its infinite transformation. It is, as its vulgar name indicates, ubiquity made visible, and it is moreover in this that it is a miraculous material. The miracle is always a sudden conversion of nature. The plastic remains impregnated with this astonishment, it is less an object than a trace of a movement. And as this movement here is almost infinite, transforming the original crystals into a multitude of increasingly surprising objects, the plastic is in short a spectacle to be deciphered, the very spectacle of its outcomes. In front of each terminal form, suitcase, brush, car body, toy, fabric, pipe, basin, or paper, the mind keeps placing primitive matter like a rebus. It is because the frugalism of plastic is total, it can form buckets as well as jewels. From where a perpetual astonishment, the dream of the man in front of the proliferations of the matter, in front of the connections which he surprises between the singular of the origin and the plural of the effects. This astonishment is moreover happy, since by the extent of the transformations, man measures his power, and the very root of the plastic gives him the euphoria of a prestigious slide along nature. But the ransom of this success is that the plastic, sublimated as a movement, hardly exists as a substance. Its constitution is negative, neither hard nor deep, it must content itself with a neutral substantial quality despite its utilitarian advantages, resistance, a state which supposes the simple suspension of an abandonment. In the poetic order of great substances, it is a disgraced material, lost between the effusion of rubbers and the flat hardness of metal, it accomplishes none of the true products of the mineral order, foam, fibers, strata. It is a twisted substance, in whatever state it behaves, the plastic retains a flaky appearance, something cloudy, creamy and congealed, an inability ever to reach the triumphant smoothness of nature. But what betrays it the most is the sound it makes, hollow and flat at the same time, its noise undoes it, as also the colors, because it seems to be able to fix only the most chemical of them, yellow, red, and green, it retains only the aggressive state, using them only as a name, capable of displaying only color concepts. The fashion for plastic shows an evolution in the myth of imitation. We know that faux leather is a historically bourgeois use, the first clothing hair pieces date from the advent of capitalism, but until now, the imitation has always marked pretension, it was part of a world of appearance, not of use, it aimed to reproduce at the lowest cost the rarest substances, diamonds, silk, feathers, fur, silver, all the luxurious brilliance in the world. Flap plastic is a household substance. It is the first magic matter which consents to prosaism, but it is precisely because this prosaism is a triumphant reason for its existence, for the first time, the artifice aims at the common, not at the rare. And at the same time, the ancestral function of nature is modified, it is no longer the idea, the pure substance to be rediscovered or imitated, an artificial material, more fertile than all the deposits in the world, will replace it, commanding the very invention of forms. A luxurious object is always attached to the earth, always recalls in a precious way its mineral or animal origin, the natural theme of which it is only an actuality. Plastic is entirely swallowed up in its use, at the limit, we will invent objects for the pleasure of using them. The hierarchy of substances is abolished, only one replaces them all, the whole world can be plasticized, and life itself, since, it seems, we are beginning to manufacture plastic aortas. The Great Family of Men. A large exhibition of photographs was presented in Paris, the aim of which was to show the universality of human gestures in daily life in all countries of the world. Birth, death, work, knowledge, games impose the same behavior everywhere, there is a family of man. The Family of Man, such was at least the original title of this exhibition, which came to us from the United States. The French have translated, La Grande Famille de Hommes, thus, what, at the beginning, could pass for an expression of a zoological order, simply retaining the similarity of behavior, the unity of a species, is here largely moralized, sentimentalized. Here we are immediately sent back to this ambiguous myth of the human community, the alibi of which feeds a whole part of our humanism. This myth works in two stages. First, we affirm the difference of human morphologies, we outbid exoticism, we show the infinite variations of the species, the diversity of skins, skulls and uses, we babblize at pleasure the picture of the world. Then, from this pluralism, a unity is magically drawn, man is born, works, laughs and dies everywhere in the same way, and if there still remains in these acts some ethnic particularity, it is at least let it be understood that there is at the bottom of each of them an identical nature, that their diversity is only formal and does not contradict the existence of a common matrix. This obviously amounts to postulating a human essence, and here is God reintroduced into our exhibition. The diversity of men displays his power, his richness, the unity of their gestures demonstrates his will. This is what the presentation prospectus told us, which affirms to us, under the pen of Mr. André Campson, that this look at the human condition must somewhat resemble the benevolent look of God on our derisory and sublime anthill. The spiritualist design is accentuated by the quotations that accompany each chapter of the exhibition. These quotations are often primitive proverbs, verses from the Old Testament. They all define an eternal wisdom, an order of affirmations escaped from history. The earth is a mother who never perishes, eat bread and salt and speak the truth, etc. It is the reign of gnomic truths, the junction of the ages of humanity, at the most neutral degree of their identity, where the evidence of the truism no longer has any value except within a language purely poetic. Everything here, content and photogeny of the images, the discourse that justifies them, aims to remove the determining weight of history. We are retained on the surface of an identity, prevented by sentimentality itself from penetrating into this later zone of human behavior, where historical alienation introduces these differences that we will simply call here injustices. This myth of the human condition rests on a very old mystification, which always consists in placing nature at the bottom of history. All classical humanism postulates that by scratching a little the history of men, the relativity of their institutions or the superficial diversity of their skin, but why not ask the parents of Emmett Till, the young Negro murdered by whites, this: what do they think of the great human family? We very quickly arrive at the deep tuff of a universal human nature. Progressive humanism, on the contrary, must always think of reversing the terms of this very old imposture, of constantly stripping nature, its laws and its limits in order to discover history there and finally posit nature as it even historical. Examples. But the very ones in our exhibition. Birth, death. Yes, these are facts of nature, universal facts. But if history is taken away from them, there is nothing more to say about it. The commentary becomes purely tautological. The failure of photography seems flagrant to me here. Repeating death or birth teaches nothing, literally. For these natural facts to gain access to a real language, they must be inserted into an order of knowledge, that is to say, postulate that we can transform them, submit precisely their naturalness to our human criticism. Because however universal they may be, they are the signs of a historical writing. No doubt, the child is always born, but in the general volume of the human problem, what does the essence of this gesture matter to us at the cost of its modes of being, which themselves are perfectly historical? Whether the child is born well or badly, whether or not it costs its mother suffering, whether or not it is stricken with mortality, whether it accesses this or that form of future, this is what our exhibitions should speak to us, and not of an eternal lyric of birth. And the same for death. Do we really have to sing its essence once again, thus risking forgetting that we can still so much against it? It is the still very young, too young power that we must magnify, and not the sterile identity of natural death. And what about work, which the exhibition places among the great universal facts, aligning it with birth and death, as if it were obviously the same order of fatality? That work is an ancestral fact in no way prevents it from remaining a perfectly historical fact. First, obviously, in its modes, its motives, its ends, and its profits, to the point that it will never be honest to confuse in a purely gestural identity the colonial worker and the Western worker. Let us also ask the North African workers from Guti or what they think of the great family of men. And then in its very fatality, we know well that work is natural insofar as it is profitable, and that by modifying the fatality of profit, we will perhaps one day modify the fatality of work. It is of this work, entirely historicized, that we should speak to us, and not of an eternal aesthetic of laborious gestures. Also, I am very much afraid that the final justification of all this Adamaism is to give the immobility of the world the surety of a wisdom and a lyric which only limit the gestures of man for the sake of better diffuse them. At the music hall, theater time, whatever it is always linked. That of the music hall is, by definition, interrupted, it is an immediate time. And this is the meaning of the variety, that scenic time is just, real, sidereal time, the time of the thing itself, not that of its prediction, tragedy, or its revision, epic. The advantage of this literal time is that it is the best that can serve the gesture, because it is quite obvious that the gesture only exists as a spectacle from the moment when time is cut off. We can be seen clearly in historical painting, where the surprised gesture of the character, what I have elsewhere called the noumen, suspends duration. Basically, variety is not a simple technique of distraction, it is a condition of artifice, in the Baudelarian sense of the term. To take the gesture out of its sweet pulp of duration, to present it in a superlative, definitive state, to give it the character of a pure visuality, to free it from all cause, to exhaust it as spectacle and not as meaning, such is the aesthetic's origin of the music hall. Objects, of divers, and gestures, of acrobats, stripped of time, that is to say of both pathos and logos, shine like pure artifices, which are reminiscent of the cold precision of Baudelarian visions of hashish, of a world absolutely purified of all spirituality precisely because it has renounced time. Everything is therefore done, in the music hall, to prepare a real promotion of the object and the gesture, which in the modern West, can only be done against psychological spectacles, and in particular against the theater. A music hall number is almost always constituted by the confrontation of a gesture and a material, skaters and their lacquered springboard, exchanged bodies of acrobats, dancers, and antipodists. I admit a great predilection for these numbers antipodists, because the body is gently objectified there, it is not a hard and catapulted object as in pure acrobatics, but rather a soft and dense substance, docile to very short movements, comic sculptors and their multicolored pastes, conjurers. Browsing on paper, silk, cigarettes, pickpockets and their slipping of watches, wallets, etc. Now the gesture and its object are the natural materials of a value which only gained access to the stage through the music hall, or the circus, and which is labor. The music hall, at least in its varied part, because the song, which is the American star, comes from another mythology, the music hall is the aesthetic form of work. Each number is presented either as an exercise or as the product of labor, sometimes the act, that of the juggler, the acrobat, the mime, appears as the final sum of a long night of training, sometimes the work, drawers, sculptors, comedians, is completely recreated in front of the original public. In any case, it is a new event which is produced, and this event is constituted by the fragile perfection of an effort. Or rather, a more subtle artifice, the effort is seized at its peak, at that almost impossible moment when it is going to be engulfed in the perfection of its accomplishment, without having however completely abandoned the risk of its failure. In the music hall, everything is almost acquired, but it is precisely this almost that constitutes the spectacle, and keeps it, despite its preparation, its virtue of work. Also, what the music hall show gives to see is not the result of the act, it is its mode of being, it is the tenuousness of its successful surface. This is a way of making possible a contradictory state of human history, that in the gesture of the artist are visible both the coarse musculature of arduous work, as a past, and the airy smoothness of an easy act. From a magical sky, the music hall is memorialized and sublimated human work, danger and effort are signified at the same time as they are subsumed under laughter or under grace. Naturally, the music hall needs a deep magic that erases all roughness from the work and leaves only the outline. There rain the shining balls, the light sticks, the tubular pieces of furniture, the chemical silks, the crunching whites and the scintillating clubs, the visual luxury displays here the ease, deposited in the clarity of the substances and the bound of the gestures. Sometimes the man is an upright support, a tree along which slides a woman's stem, sometimes it is, shared by a whole room, the synesthesia of momentum, of gravity, not overcome but sublimated by the rebound. In this metallic world, old myths of germination arise, giving this representation of work the backing of very old natural movements, nature always being the image of the continuous, that is to say, all things considered, of the easy. All this muscular magic of the music hall is essentially urban. It is not without reason that the music hall is an Anglo-Saxon fact, born in the world of sudden urban concentrations and the great Quakerist myths of work, the promotion of dream objects, metals, and gestures, the sublimation of work by its magical obliteration and not by its consecration, as in rural folklore. All this is part of the artifice of cities. The city rejects the idea of a shapeless nature. It reduces space to a continuum of solid, shiny, produced objects, to which precisely the act of the artist gives the prestigious status of an entirely human thought. The labor, especially mythologized, makes matter happy, because, spectacularly, it seems to think it, metallized, thrown, caught, handled, all luminous with movements in perpetual dialogue with the gesture. The objects here lose the sinister stubbornness of their absurdity. Artificial and utensils, they stop boring for a moment. The Lady of the Camellias. We still play, I don't know where in the world, The Lady of the Camellias, and we played it some time ago in Paris. This success should alert us to a mythology of love that probably still lasts, because Marguerite Gautier's alienation from the class of masters is not fundamentally different from that of today's petty bourgeois in a world just as classified. However, in fact, the central myth of the Lady of the Camellias is not love, it is recognition. Marguerite loves in order to be recognized, and as such her passion, in the more etymological than sentimental sense, comes entirely from others. Armand, he is the son of a receiver general, testifies to the classic, bourgeois love, inherited from the essentialist culture and which will continue in the analyses of Proust. It is a segregative love, that of the owner who carries off his prey, interiorized love which recognizes the world only intermittently and always in a feeling of frustration, as if the world were never anything but the threat of a theft, jealousies, estrangements, misunderstandings, worries, estrangements, mood swings, etc. L'amour de Marguerite is quite the opposite. Marguerite was first touched to feel recognized by Armand, and then passion was for her only the permanent solicitation of this recognition. This is why the sacrifice she consents to M. Duval in renouncing Armand is in no way moral. Despite the phraseology, it is existential. It is only the logical consequence of the postulate of recognition, a superior means, much more superior than love, of making oneself recognized by the world of the masters. And if Marguerite hides her sacrifice and gives it the mask of cynicism, it can only be at the moment when the argument really becomes literature. The grateful gaze of the bourgeois is here delegated to the reader who, in turn, recognizes Marguerite through even her lover's contempt. This means that the misunderstandings that drive the plot forward are not psychological here. Even if the language is abusively so, Armand and Marguerite are not from the same social world, and it cannot be between them neither of Racinian tragedy nor Mariva-Eutage. The conflict is external. We are not dealing with the same passion divided against itself, but with two passions of a different nature, because they come from different places in society. The passion of Armand, this bourgeois, appropriating type, is by definition the murder of others, and Marguerite's passion can only crown the effort she makes to gain recognition by a sacrifice which will in turn constitute the indirect murder of Armand's passion. The simple social disparity, relayed and amplified by the opposition of two amorous ideologies, can therefore only produce here an impossible love, an impossibility of which Marguerite's death, however syrupy it is on the scene, is in a way the algebraic symbol. The difference in loves obviously comes from a difference in lucidities. Armand lives in an essence and an eternity of love, Marguerite lives in the consciousness of her alienation, She lives only in herself, she knows herself, and in a certain meaning, wants to be a courtesan. And her own behaviors of adaptation are also entirely behaviors of recognition. Sometimes she assumes her own legend to excess, sinks into the classic whirlwind of courtesan life, similar to those pederasts who assume themselves in displaying. Sometimes she announces a power of surpassing which aims to make recognize less a natural virtue than a devotion of condition, as if her sacrifice had the function of manifesting not the murder of the courtesan that she is but to display, on the contrary, a superlative courtesan, augmented without losing anything of herself, by a lofty bourgeois sentiment. We thus see the mythical content of this love, the archetype of petty bourgeois sentimentality, take shape. It is a very particular state of the myth, defined by a semi-lucidity or, to be more exact, a parasitic lucidity. It is the same that has been reported in the astrological reel. Marguerite knows her alienation, that is to say she sees the real as an alienation. But she prolongs this knowledge by behaviors of pure servility. Either she plays the character that the masters expect of her, or she tries to rejoin a value that is properly interior to this same world of the masters. In both cases, Marguerite is never anything more than an alienated lucidity. She sees that she is suffering but imagines no other remedy than a parasite to her own suffering. She knows she is an object but does not think of herself as an object. Other destination than to furnish the museum of the masters. Despite the grotesqueness of the fabrication, such a character does not lack a certain dramatic richness. No doubt he is neither tragic. The fatality which weighs on Marguerite is social, not metaphysical, nor comic. The behavior of Marguerite is attached to her condition, not to her essence, nor even, of course, revolutionary. Marguerite does not criticize her alienation. But basically it would take very little to achieve the status of the Brechtian character, an alienated object but a source of criticism. What keeps her away from it, irremediably, is her positivity. Marguerite Gautier, touching by her tuberculosis and her beautiful phrases, poisons all her audience, communicates to them her blindness. Ridiculously stupid, she would have opened her petty bourgeois eyes. Phrasal and noble, in a word serious, she only puts them to sleep. Poujade and the intellectuals. Who are the intellectuals, for Poujade? Essentially the teachers, Sorbonnards, valiant pedagogues, intellectuals from the capital of the canton, and technicians, technocrats, polytechnicians, general purpose, or polythieves. It may be that originally Poujade's severity towards intellectuals was based on simple fiscal resentment. The professor was a profiteer, first because he is an employee. My poor Pierrot, you did not know your happiness when you were an employee one, and then because he does not declare his private lessons. As for the technician, he is a sadist. In the hated form of the controller, he tortures the taxpayer. But as Poujadism immediately sought to construct its great archetypes, the intellectual was very quickly transported from the fiscal category into that of myths. Like any mythical being, the intellectual participates in a general theme, in a substance, air, that is to say, although this is an unscientific identity, the void. Superior, the intellectual hovers, he does not stick to reality. Reality is obviously the earth, an ambiguous myth which signifies at the same time race, rurality, province, common sense, obscure innumerable, etc. A restaurateur, who regularly receives intellectuals, calls them helicopters, a derogatory image which removes the virile power of the plane from flying over it. The intellectual detaches himself from reality, but remains in the air, on the spot, turning in a circle. His ascent is pusillanimous, equally removed from the great religious heaven and the solid earth of common sense. What it lacks are roots in the heart of the nation. Intellectuals are neither idealists nor realists, they are misty, dumb beings. Their exact altitude is that of the cloud. An old Aristophanes refrain, the intellectual, then, was Socrates. Suspended in the higher void, the intellectuals are completely filled with it. They are the drum that resounds with the wind. Here we see appearing the inevitable foundation of all anti-intellectualism, the suspicion of language, the reduction of all adverse speech to a noise, in accordance with the constant procedure of petty bourgeois polemics, which consists in unmasking in others an infirmity complementary to that which one does not see in oneself, in burdening the adversary with the effects of his own faults, in calling obscurity his own blindness and verbal dysregulation his own deafness. The altitude of the superior minds is here once again assimilated to abstraction, no doubt through the intermediary of a state common to the height and to the concept, and which is rarefaction. It is a matter of a mechanical abstraction, intellectuals being nothing but thinking machines. What they lack is not the heart, as sentimentalist philosophies would say, it is cunning, kind of tactic fueled by intuition. This theme of mechanical thought is naturally endowed with picturesque attributes which reinforce its maleficence. First the sneer, the intellectuals are skeptical of Pojad, then the Molly Goodnighty, because the machine, in its abstraction, is sadistic. The civil servants of the Rue de Rivoli are vicious who take pleasure in making the taxpayer suffer, henchmen of the system, they have the cold complication of it, this sort of sterile invention, of negative proliferation, which already, with regard to the Jesuits, made shout loudly at Michelet. The polytechnicians have moreover, with Pojad, more or less the same role as the Jesuits for the liberals of the past, source of all tax evils, via the Rue de Rivoli, euphemistic designation of hell, builders of the system which they then obey like corpses, perinda ac cadaver, according to the Jesuit word. It is because science, in Pojad, is curiously capable of excess. Any human fact, even mental, existing only as a quantity, it suffices to compare its volume to the capacity of the average Pojadist to decree it excessive. It is probable that the excesses of science are precisely its virtues, and that it begins exactly where Pojad finds it useless. But this quantification is precious to Pojadist rhetoric, since it engenders monsters, these polytechnicians, supporters of a pure, abstract science, which only applies to reality in a punitive form. It's not that Pojad's judgment of polytechnicians, and intellectuals, is hopeless. It will no doubt be possible to straighten up the intellectual of France. What he suffers from is hypertrophy, we can therefore operate on him. It is from having affixed to the normal amount of intelligence of the small shopkeeper, an appendix of excessive heaviness. This appendix is curiously constituted by science itself, both objectivized and conceptualized, a kind of heavy matter which clings to man or is removed from him exactly like the mobile apple or the parcel of butter that the grocer adds or removes to obtain a fair weight. That the polytechnician is stupefied by mathematics means that, past a certain rate of science, one approaches the qualitative world of poisons. Outside the healthy bounds of quantification, science is discredited to the extent that it can no longer be defined as work. The intellectuals, polytechnicians, professors, sorbonnaires and civil servants do nothing, they are aesthetes, they frequent, not the good provincial bistro, but the chic bars of the left bank. Here appears a theme dear to all strong regimes, the assimilation of intellectuality to idleness. The intellectual is by definition lazy, he should be put to work once and for all, convert an activity that cannot be measured only in its harmful excess in a concrete work, that is to say that is accessible to Pojadist measurement. We know that ultimately there can be no work more quantified, and therefore more beneficial, than digging holes or piling up stones, that is work in its pure state, and is moreover the one that all post-Pojadist regimes logically end up reserving for the idle intellectual. This quantification of work naturally leads to a promotion of physical strength, that of the muscles, of the chest, of the arms. Conversely, the head is a suspect place insofar as its products are qualitative, not quantitative. We find here the usual discredit cast on the brain. The fish rots from the head, it is often said in Pojad, whose fatal disgrace is obviously the very eccentricity of its position, at the very top of the body, near the bear, far from the roots. The very ambiguity of superiority is fully exploited, a whole cosmogony is being built, which constantly plays on vague similarities between the physical, the moral, and the social, that the body struggles against the head, it is the whole struggle of the little ones, of the obscure vital against the whole. Hi. Pojad himself very quickly developed the legend of his physical strength, provided with a diploma of instructor, former RAF, rugby player. These antecedents answer for his value. The chief delivers to his troops, in exchange for their adhesion, an essentially measurable force, since it is that of the body. Also Pojad's first prestige, meaning the foundation of the commercial confidence that one can have in him, is his resistance. Pojad is the devil himself, he is indestructible. His first campaigns were above all physical performances that touched on superhumanity, it's the devil himself. This steely force produces ubiquity. Pojad is everywhere at once, it bends matter itself. Pojad destroys all the cars he uses. Yet there is in Pojad another value than resistance, a kind of physical charm, lavished in addition to the strength merchandise, like one of those superfluous objects by which, in very ancient laws, the purchaser chained the seller of real estate. This tip, which founds the chef and appears as Pojad's genius, the part reserved for quality in this economy of pure computation, is his voice. No doubt it comes from a privileged place in the body, a place that is both median and muscular, the thorax, which in all this body mythology is the anti-head par excellence, but the voice, vehicle of the rectifying verb, escapes the harsh law of quantities, in becoming wear and tear, comes out of common objects, it substitutes its fragility, glorious risk of luxury objects. For her, it is not the heroic contempt of fatigue, the implacable endurance, which is appropriate, it is the delicate caress of the vaporizer, the soft aid of the microphone. Pojad's voice receives in transfer the imponderable and prestigious value devolved, in other mythologies, to the brain of the intellectual. It goes without saying that Lieutenant de Pojad must share the same presence, coarser, less diabolical. However, he is the robust, the virile Lone, a former rugby player, with his hairy forearms and powerful, does not look like a child of Marie, Cantalou, tall, sturdy, cut from the mass, has a straight look, a virile and frank handshake. Because, according to a well-known crasis, physical plenitude is the basis of moral clarity, only the strong can be frank. One suspects that the essence common to all these forms of prestige is virility, whose moral substitute is character, a rival of intelligence, which is not admitted to the Pojadist heaven, is replaced by a particular intellectual virtue, craftiness. The hero, in Pojad, is a being endowed with both aggressiveness and mischief, he's a smart guy. This trick, however intellective it may be, does not reintroduce abhorred reason into the Pojadist pantheon. The petty bourgeois gods give it or withdraw it as they please, according to a pure order of chance. It is, moreover, after all, an almost physical gift, comparable to animal flair. It is only a rare flower of strength, a nervous power to capture the wind. Me, I walk on the radar. Conversely, it is through his bodily disgrace that the intellectual is condemned. Mendez is ruined like the ace of spades, he looks like a bottle of Vichy, double contempt addressed to water and dyspepsia. Taken refuge in the hypertrophy of a fragile and useless head, the whole intellectual being is affected by the heaviest of physical defects, fatigue, a bodily substitute for decadence. Although idle, it is congenitally tired, just like the Pojadist, although industrious, is always willing. We touch here on the profound idea of all morality of the human body, the idea of race. The intellectuals are one race, the Pojadists are another. Yet Pojad has a conception of race, at first sight, paradoxical. Noting that the average Frenchman is the product of multiple mixtures, a well-known tune, France, a melting pot of races, it is this variety of origins that Pojad superbly opposes to the narrow sect of those who have only ever crossed paths between them, meaning, of course, the Jews. He exclaims, pointing to Mendez France, "You are the racist." Then he comments, "Of the two of us, it is he who can be racist, because he has a race." Pojad practices thoroughly what one could call the racism of mixture, without risk. Moreover, since the much vaunted mixture has never brewed, according to Pojad himself, except Duponts, Durans and Pojad, that is to say the same and the same. Obviously the idea of a synthetic race is precious, because it allows us to play sometimes on syncretism, sometimes on race. In the first case, Pojad disposes of the old idea, formerly revolutionary, of nation, which fueled all French liberalisms, Michelet against Augustin Thierry, Gide against Barthes, etc. My ancestors, the Celts, the Arvans, all got mixed up. I am the fruit of the crucible of invasions and exoduses. In the second case, he finds without difficulty the fundamental racist object, blood. Here, it is above all Celtic blood, that of Le Pen, a solid Breton separated by a racial abyss from the aesthetes of the New Left, or the Gallic blood, of which Mendes is deprived. As with intelligence, we are dealing here with an arbitrary distribution of values, the addition of certain bloods, that of the Duponts, the Durands, and the Pojads, produces only pure blood, and one can remain in the reassuring order of a summation of homogeneous quantities, but other bloods, that, in particular, of stateless technocrats, are purely qualifying phenomena, thereby discredited in the Pojadist universe. They cannot mingle, gain access to the salvation of the large French population, to this vulgar, whose numerical triumph is opposed to the fatigue of the distinguished intellectuals. This racial opposition between the strong and the tired, the Gauls and the stateless, the vulgar and the distinguished, is quite simply the opposition between the provinces and Paris. Paris sums up all the French vice, the system, sadism, intellectuality, fatigue. Paris is a monster, because life is unbalanced, it's hectic, dizzying, mind-numbing life, from morning to night, etc. Paris partakes of this same poison, an essentially qualitative substance, what Pojad calls elsewhere, not thinking so well, dialectic, which we have seen is opposed to the quantitative world of common sense. Confronting quality was for Pojad the decisive test, his Rubicon, going up to Paris, recovering there the moderate deputies from the provinces corrupted by the capital, true renegades of their race, expected in the village with pitchforks. This leap defined a great racial migration, even more than a political extension. Faced with such constant suspicion, could Pojad save some form of the intellectual, give him an ideal image, in a word, postulate a Pojadist intellectual? Pojad only tells us that only intellectuals worthy of the name will enter his Olympus. So here we are back, once again, to one of those famous definitions by identity, A equals A, which I have called here and on several occasions tautologies, that is to say to nothingness. All anti-intellectualism thus ends in the death of language, that is to say in the destruction of sociability. Most of these Pojadist themes, paradoxical as it may seem, are degraded romantic themes. When Pojad wants to define the people, it is the preface of Ruy Blas that he quotes at length, and the intellectual seen by Pojad is, more or less, the lawyer and the Jesuit of Michelet, the man dry, vain, sterile, and sneering. It is because the petty bourgeoisie today collects the ideological heritage of the liberal bourgeoisie of yesterday, precisely the one which helped its social advancement. The sentimentalism of Michelet contained many reactionary germs. Barthes knew it. Were it not for the whole distance of talent, Pojad could still sign certain pages of Le Peuple, by Michelet, 1846. This is why, on this specific problem of the intellectuals, Pojadism goes far beyond Pojad. The anti-intellectualist ideology seized various political circles, and it was not necessary to be a Pojadist to hate the idea. Because what is targeted here is any form of explanatory, committed culture, and what is saved is innocent culture, one whose naivete leaves a free hand to the tyrant. This is why writers, in the literal sense, are not excluded from the Pojadist family. Some, very well known, have sent their works to Pojad with flattering dedications. What is condemned is the intellectual, that is to say a conscience, or better still, a gaze. Pojad recalls somewhere how much, as a young high school student, he suffered from being looked at by his classmates. Let no one look at us, such is the principle of Pojadist anti-intellectualism. Only, from the ethnologist's point of view, the behaviors of integration and exclusion are obviously complementary, and, in a sense, which is not what he believes, Pojad needs intellectuals, because he condemns them. It is under the title of magical evil. In Pojadist society, the intellectual has the accursed and necessary part of a degraded sorcerer. To the myth today. What is a myth today? I will immediately give a very simple first answer, which agrees perfectly with the etymology. The myth is a word. 1,000 other meanings of the word myth will be objected to me. But I sought to define things, not words. The myth is a word. Naturally, it is not just any word. Language needs particular conditions to become myth. We will see them presently. But what must be strongly posed from the start is that the myth is a communication system. It is a message. We see by this that the myth cannot be an object, a concept, or an idea. It is a mode of signification. It is a form. It will later be necessary to pose historical limits to this form, conditions of employment, to reinvest society in it. This does not prevent it from first having to be described as a form. We see that it would be completely illusory to claim substantial discrimination between mythical objects. Since myth is speech, everything can be myth, which is subject to speech. The myth is not defined by the object of its message, but by the way in which it utters it. There are formal limits to the myth, there are no substantial ones. Can everything be a myth? Yes, I believe it, because the universe is infinitely suggestive. Every object in the world can pass from a closed, mute existence to an oral state, open to the appropriation of society, because no law, natural or not, forbids talking about things. A tree is a tree. Probably yes. But a tree said by Manudroet, it is already no longer quite a tree, it is a decorated tree, adapted to a certain consumption, invested with literary complacency, revolts, images, in short, a use social which is added to pure matter. Obviously, not everything is said at the same time. Certain objects fall prey to mythical speech for a moment, then they disappear, others take their place, gain access to the myth. Are there fatally suggestive objects, as Baudelaire said of woman? Certainly not. One can conceive of very ancient myths. There are none that are eternal, for it is human history which makes reality pass into the state of speech. It is history and history alone which regulates the life and death of mythical language. Distant or not, mythology can only have a historical foundation. Because myth is a word chosen by history, it cannot arise from the nature of things. This word is a message. It can therefore be something other than oral. It can be formed of writings or representations, written speech, but also photography, cinema, reportage, sport, shows, advertising. All of this can serve as a support for mythical speech. The myth cannot be defined either by its object or by its material, because any material can be arbitrarily endowed with meaning. The arrow that one brings to signify a challenge is also a word. Undoubtedly, in the order of perception, the image and writing, for example, do not solicit the same type of consciousness, and in the image itself, there are many modes of reading. A diagram lends itself to signification much more than a drawing, an imitation more than an original, a caricature more than a portrait. But precisely, it is no longer a question here of a theoretical mode of representation, it is a question of this image, given for this meaning. The mythical word is formed of a material already worked with a view to an appropriate communication. It is because all the materials of the myth, whether representative or graphic, presuppose a signifying consciousness, that one can reason about them independently of their material. This material is not indifferent. The image is, of course, more imperative than writing. It imposes the meaning at once, without analyzing it, without dispersing it. But this is no longer a constitutive difference. The image becomes a writing, as soon as it is significant. Like writing, it calls for a lexis. Here, therefore, we will henceforth mean by language, discourse, word, etc., any unity or any significant synthesis, whether verbal or visual, A photograph will be for us speech in the same way as a newspaper article. The objects themselves can become speech, if they signify something. This generic way of conceiving language is moreover justified by the very history of writing. Well before the invention of our alphabet, objects like the Inca Quipu, or drawings like pictograms were regular words. This does not mean that we should treat mythical speech like language. To tell the truth, myth comes under a general science that extends to linguistics, and which is semiology. The myth as a semiological system. As the study of a word, mythology is in fact only a fragment of that vast science of signs that Saussure postulated some 40 years ago under the name of semiology. Semiology is not yet established. However, since Saussure himself and sometimes independently of him, a whole section of contemporary research constantly returns to the problem of meaning, psychoanalysis, structuralism, eidetic psychology, certain new attempts at literary criticism of which Bachelard gave the example, no longer want to study the fact as it signifies. Now, to postulate a signification is to resort to semiology. I do not mean that semiology would equally account for all this research. They have different contents. But they have a common status. They are all sciences of values. They are not content with encountering the fact, they define it and explore it as a value for. Semiology is a science of forms, since it studies meanings independently of their content. I would like to say a word about the necessity and the limits of such a formal science. Necessity is the very necessity of all exact language. Zdanov made fun of the philosopher Alexandrov, who spoke of the spherical structure of our planet. It seemed until now, says Zdanov, that only the form could be spherical. Zdanov was right. One cannot speak of structures in terms of forms, and vice versa. It may well be that on the plane of life there is only an indistinguishable totality of structures and forms. But science has no use for the ineffable, it must speak life if it wants to transform it. Against a certain quixoticism, moreover, alas, Platonic, of synthesis, all criticism must consent to asceticism, to the artifice of analysis, and in analysis, it must appropriate methods and languages. Less terrorized by the specter of formalism, historical criticism would perhaps have been less sterile. She would have understood that the specific study of forms in no way contradicts the necessary principles of totality and of history. Quite the contrary, the more a system is specifically defined in its forms, the more it is open to historical criticism. Parodying a well-known word, I would say that a little formalism takes us away from history, but that a lot brings it back. Is there a better example of a total critique than the description, at once formal and historical, semiological and ideological, of holiness in Sartre's Saint Genet? The danger, on the contrary, is to consider forms as ambiguous objects, half-forms and half-substances, to endow the form with the substance of form, as Jdanovian realism did, for example. Semiology, set within its limits, is not a metaphysical trap, it is one science among others, necessary but not sufficient. The important thing is to see that the unity of an explanation cannot be due to the amputation of this or that of its approaches, but, in accordance with Engels's words, to the dialectical coordination of the special sciences which therein are engaged. This is the case with mythology. It is part both of semiology as a formal science and of ideology as a historical science. It studies ideas in form. I will therefore recall that all semiology postulates a relationship between two terms, a signifier and a signified. This relationship bears on objects of a different order, and that is why it is not an equality but an equivalence. We must take care here that contrary to common language which simply tells me that the signifier expresses the signified, I am dealing in any semiological system not with two, but with three different terms, because what I grasp is not a term, one after the other, but the correlation which unites them. There is therefore the signifier, the signified and the sign, which is the associative total of the first two terms. Or a bouquet of roses, I make it signify my passion. Is there only one signifier and one signified here? The roses and my passion? Not even, to tell the truth, there are only passionate roses here. But on the level of analysis, there are indeed three terms, for these roses charged with passion allow themselves to be perfectly and justly decomposed into roses and into passion. Both existed before joining together and forming this third object, which is the sign. As much as it is true, on the lived level, I cannot dissociate roses from the message they carry, just as much, on the level of analysis, I cannot confuse roses as signifier and roses as sign. The signifier is empty, the sign is full, it is a meaning. Take another black pebble, I can make it signify in several ways, it's a simple signifier, but if I charge it with a definitive signified, death sentence, for example, in an anonymous vote, it will become a sign. Naturally, there are between the signifier, the signified and the sign, functional implications, like from the part to the whole, so close that the analysis may seem futile, but we will immediately see that this distinction is of capital importance for the study of myth as a semiological schema. Naturally, these three terms are purely formal, and they can be given different contents. Here are some examples. For Saussure, who worked on a particular but methodologically exemplary semiological system, language, the signified, is the concept, the signifier is the acoustic image, of a psychic order, and the relation of the concept and the image, it is the sign, the word, for example, or concrete entity. Point 2 for Freud, as we know, the psyche is a thickness of equivalences, of being worth for. One term, I refrain from giving it precedence, is constituted by the manifest meaning of conduct, another by its latent meaning or proper meaning, it is for example the substrate of the dream. As for the third term, it is here also a correlation of the first two, it is the dream itself, in its totality, the failed act or the neurosis, conceived as compromises, economies operated thanks to the junction of a form, first term, and an intentional function, second term. We see here how necessary it is to distinguish the sign from the signifier. The dream, for Freud, is no more its manifest datum than its latent content, it is the functional link between the two terms. Finally, in the Sartrean critique, I will confine myself to these three known examples. The signified is constituted by the original crisis of the subject, the separation from the mother in Baudelaire, the naming of theft in Genet. Literature as discourse forms the signifier, and the relationship between crisis and discourse defines the work, which is a signification. Naturally, this three-dimensional schema, however constant it may be in its form, is not accomplished in the same way. One cannot therefore repeat too often that semiology can only have unity at the level of forms, not of content. Its field is limited, it concerns only one language, it only knows one operation, reading or deciphering. We find in the myth the three-dimensional scheme of which I have just spoken, the signifier, the signified and the sign. But the myth is a particular system in that it is built from a semiological chain that exists before it, it is a secondary semiological system. What is a sign, i.e. the associative total of a concept and an image, in the first system becomes a simple signifier in the second. It should be remembered here that the materials of mythical speech, language properly speaking, photography, painting, poster, rite, object, etc., however different they may be at the start, and as soon as they are captured by the myth, are reduced to a pure signifying function. The myth sees in them only one and the same raw material, their unity is that they are all reduced to the simple status of language. Whether it is a question of literal spelling or pictorial spelling, the myth wants to see there only a total of signs, only a global sign, the final term of a first semiological chain. And it is precisely this final term that will become the first term or partial term of the enlarged system that it builds. It is as if the myth shifted the formal system of the first significations up a notch. As this translation is essential for the analysis of the myth, I will represent it in the following way, it being understood that the spatialization of the diagram is here only a simple metaphor. As we can see, there are two semiological systems in myth, one of which is disconnected from the other, a linguistic system, language, or the modes of representation assimilated to it, which I will call language. Object, because it is the language which the myth seizes to construct its own system, and the myth itself, which I will call metalanguage, because it is a second language, in which we speak of the first. Reflecting on a metalanguage, the semiologist no longer has to wonder about the composition of the language object, he no longer has to take into account the detail of the linguistic scheme, he will only have to know the total term, or global sign, and only insofar as this term will lend itself to myth. This is why the semiologist is justified in treating writing and the image in the same way. What he retains of them is that they are both signs, they arrive at the threshold of myth, endowed with the same signifying function, they both constitute a language object. It is time to give one or two examples of mythical speech. I will borrow the first from a remark by Valéry III. I am a 5th grade student in a French high school, I open my Latin grammar, and I read a sentence there, borrowed from Aesop or Phaedra, Quia ego nominer leo. I stop and reflect, there is an ambiguity in this proposition. On the one hand, the words there have a simple meaning, because my name is Lion. And on the other hand, the sentence is obviously there to mean something else to me, insofar as it is addressed to me, a 5th grade student. It clearly tells me, I am a grammar example intended to illustrate the rule of attribute agreement. I am even obliged to recognize that the sentence in no way conveys its meaning to me, it tries very little to tell me about the lion and the way it is called, its true and ultimate meaning is to impose itself on me as the presence of a certain accord of the attribute. I conclude that I am faced with a particular semiological system, enlarged, since it extends to language. There is indeed a signifier, but this signifier is itself formed by a total of signs, it is in itself a first semiological system, my name is Lion. For the rest, the formal scheme unfolds correctly, there is a signified, I am a grammar example, and there is a global signification, which is nothing other than the correlation of the signifier and the signified, for neither the denomination of the lion, nor the example of grammar are given to me separately. And now here's another example, I'm at the hairdresser's, someone hands me a number of Paris Match. On the cover, a young Negro dressed in a French uniform gives a military salute, his eyes raised, no doubt fixed on a fold of the tricolor flag. This is the meaning of the image. But, naive or not, I see what it means to me, that France is a great empire, that all its sons, without distinction of color, serve faithfully under its flag, and that there is no better answer to the detractors of a so-called colonialism, only the zeal of this black to serve his so-called oppressors. I therefore find myself, here again, faced with a heightened semiological system, there is a signifier, itself formed, already, from a prior system, a black soldier gives the French military salute, there is a signified, this is an intentional mixture of Frenchness and militarism, there is finally a presence of the signified through the signifier. Before proceeding to the analysis of each term of the mythical system, it is advisable to agree on a terminology. As we now know, the signifier can be considered, in myth, from two points of view, as the final term of the linguistic system or as the initial term of the mythical system. Two names are therefore needed here, on the level of language, that is to say, as the final term of the first system, I will call the signifier, meaning, my name is Lion, a Negro gives the French military salute, on the plane of the myth, I will call it, form. For the signified, there is no possible ambiguity, we will leave it the name concept. The third term is the correlation of the first two, in the language system, it is the sign, but it is not possible to use this word without ambiguity, since, in the myth, and this is its main particularity, the signifier is already formed from the signs of the language. I will call the third term of the myth, meaning, the word is all the better justified here in that the myth effectively has a double function, it designates and it notifies, it makes people understand and it imposes. The form and the concept. The signifier of the myth is presented in an ambiguous way, it is both meaning and form, full on one side, empty on the other. As meaning, the signifier already postulates a reading, I seize it with my eyes, it has a sensory reality, unlike the linguistic signifier, which is of a purely psychic order, it has a richness, the denomination of the lion, the salvation of the Negro are plausible sets, they have sufficient rationality, as a total of linguistic signs, the meaning of the myth has its own value, it is part of a story, that of the lion or that of the Negro, in meaning, a meaning is already constructed, which could very well be self-sufficient. Even if the myth did not seize it and suddenly turn it into an empty, parasitic form. Meaning is already complete, it postulates a knowledge, a past, a memory, a comparative order of facts, ideas, decisions. By becoming form, meaning removes its contingency, it empties, it becomes impoverished, the story evaporates, only the letter remains. There is here a paradoxical permutation of the operations of reading, an abnormal regression from meaning to form, from linguistic sign to mythical signifier. If we enclose kia ego nomen leo in a purely linguistic system, the proposition finds there a plenitude, a richness, a history, I am an animal, a lion, I live in such and such a country, I have just returned from hunting, one would like that I share my prey with a heifer, a cow, and a goat, but being the strongest, I take all the shares for various reasons, the last of which is simply that my name is Lion. But as a form of myth, the proposition contains almost nothing of this long history. Meaning contained a whole system of values, a history, a geography, a morality, a zoology, a literature. The form has removed all this richness, its new poverty calls for a meaning that fills it. The story of the lion must be pushed back a long way to make room for the example of grammar, the biography of the Negro must be bracketed, if one wants to liberate the image, dispose it to receive it signified. But the crucial point in all this is that form does not suppress meaning, it only impoverishes it, distances it, it keeps it at its disposal. We believe that the meaning is going to die, but it is a suspended death, the meaning loses its value, but retains life, from which the form of the myth will feed. The meaning will be for the form like an instantaneous reserve of history, like a submissive richness, which it is possible to recall and remove in a sort of rapid alternation, the form must constantly be able to take root again in the meaning and feed in nature, above all, she must be able to hide there. It is this interesting game of hide and seek between meaning and form that defines the myth. The shape of the myth is not a symbol, the Negro who salutes is not the symbol of the French Empire, he has too much presence for that, he gives himself for a rich, lived, spontaneous, innocent, indisputable image. But at the same time this presence is submissive, remote, rendered as if transparent, it draws back a little, becomes an accomplice to a concept that comes to it fully armed, French imperiality, it becomes borrowed. Let us now see the signified, this story which flows outside of the form, it is the concept which will absorb it all. The concept is determined, it is both historical and intentional, it is the motive which causes the myth to be uttered. Grammatical exemplarity, French imperiality are the very impulse of the myth. The concept re-establishes a chain of causes and effects, motives and intentions. Unlike the form, the concept is in no way abstract, it is full of a situation. By the concept, it is a whole new story which is implanted in the myth, in the denomination of the lion, previously emptied of its contingency, the example of grammar will call up my whole existence, time, which gives birth to me at such a time when Latin grammar is taught, history, which distinguishes me by a whole game of social segregation of children who do not learn Latin, the pedagogical tradition that led to this example being chosen from Aesop or Phaedrus, my own linguistic habits, which see in the agreement of the attribute a notable fact, worthy of illustration. The same goes for the saluting Negro, as a form, its meaning is short, isolated, impoverished, as a concept of French imperiality, it is once again linked to the totality of the world, to the general history of France, to its colonial adventures, to its present difficulties. To tell the truth, What is invested in the concept is less the real than a certain knowledge of the real. Passing from meaning to form, the image loses knowledge, it is to better receive that of the concept. In fact, the knowledge contained in the mythical concept is a confused knowledge, formed of soft, unlimited associations. It is necessary to insist on this open character of the concept. It is by no means an abstract, purified essence, it is a shapeless, unstable, nebulous condensation, the unity and coherence of which depend above all on function. In this sense, we can say that the fundamental character of the mythical concept is to be appropriated. Grammatical exemplarity concerns very precisely a specific class of pupils. French imperiality must affect such a group of readers and not such a other. The concept responds closely to a function, it is defined as a trend. This cannot fail to recall the signified of another semiological system, Freudianism. For Freud, the second term of the system is the latent meaning, the content, of the dream, of the failed act, of the neurosis. Now, Freud clearly notes that the second meaning of conduct is its proper meaning, that is to say, appropriate to a complete, profound situation. It is, just like the mythical concept, the very intention of conduct. A signified can have several signifiers. This is notably the case of the linguistic signified and the psychoanalytical signified. This is also the case with the mythical concept. It has at its disposal an unlimited mass of signifiers. I can find 1,000 Latin phrases which make present to me the agreement of the attribute. I can find 1,000 images which signify to me the imperiality French. This means that quantitatively, the concept is much poorer than the signifier, it often only represents itself. From form to concept, poverty and wealth are in inverse proportion. To the qualitative poverty of the form, repository of a rarefied meaning, corresponds a wealth of the concept open to all of history, and, to the quantitative abundance of forms, corresponds a small number of concepts. This repetition of the concept through different forms is precious for the mythologist. It allows the myth to be deciphered, it is the insistence of a behavior that reveals its intention. This confirms that there is no regular relationship between the volume of the signified and that of the signifier. In language, this relationship is proportionate, it hardly exceeds the word, or at least the concrete unit. In myth, on the contrary, the concept can extend across a very large expanse of signifier. For example, an entire book will be the signifier of a single concept, and conversely, a tiny form, a word, a gesture, even lateral, provided it is noticed, can serve as a signifier for a concept inflated with a very rich history. Although it is not usual in language, this disproportion between the signifier and the signified is not specific to myth. In Freud, for example, the failed act is a signifier of a thinness out of proportion with the meaning. Own that it betrays. As I said, there is no fixity in mythical concepts, they can be created, altered, undone, completely disappear. And it is precisely because they are historical that history can very easily suppress them. This instability obliges the mythologist to use an appropriate terminology, of which I would like to say a word here, because it is often a source of irony. It is a question of neologism. The concept is a constituent element of the myth. If I want to decipher myths, I must be able to name concepts. The dictionary gives me some of them: goodness, charity, health, humanity, etc. But by definition, since the dictionary gives them to me, these concepts are not historical. But what I most often need are ephemeral concepts, linked to limited contingencies. Neologisms are inevitable here. China is one thing, the idea that a French petty bourgeois could have of it not long ago is another. For this special mixture of bells, rickshaws, and smoke houses of opium, no other word possible than that of sinity. This is not beautiful? Let us at least console ourselves by recognizing that the conceptual neologism is never arbitrary, it is built on a very sensible proportional rule 1. The meaning. In semiology, the third term is nothing other, as we know, than the association of the first two. It is the only one that is given to be seen in a full and sufficient way. it is the only one that is actually consumed. I called it, meaning. As we can see, the signification is the myth itself, just as the Saussurean sign is the word, or more exactly the concrete entity. But before giving the characteristics of signification, we must reflect a little on the way in which it is prepared, that is to say on the modes of correlation of the concept and the mythical form. It should first be noted that in the myth, the first two terms are perfectly manifest. Contrary to what happens in other semiological systems, one is not buried behind the other, they are both given here, and not one here and the other there. However paradoxical it may seem, the myth hides nothing, its function is to deform, not to make it disappear. There is no latency of the concept in relation to the form, there is no need for an unconscious to explain the myth. Obviously we are dealing with two different types of manifestation. The presence of the form is literal, immediate, it is, moreover, extended. This is due, we cannot repeat it too often, to the already linguistic nature of the mythical signifier, since it is constituted by an already traced meaning, it can only be given through a material, whereas in language, the signifier psychic rest. In the case of the oral myth, this extension is linear, because my name is lion. In that of the visual myth, the extension is multidimensional. In the center, the uniform of the Negro; at the top, the blackness of his face; on the left, the military salute, etc. The elements of the form therefore have relationships of place and proximity between them. The mode of presence of the form is spatial. The concept, on the contrary, is given in a global way. It is a kind of nebula, the more or less blurred condensation of knowledge. Its elements are knotted by associative relations, it is supported not by an extension, but by a thickness. Although this metaphor remains perhaps too spatial, its mode of presence is memorial. The relationship that unites the concept of myth to meaning is essentially a relationship of deformation. We find here a certain formal analogy with a complex semiological system like that of psychoanalysis. Just as for Freud the latent meaning of conduct distorts its manifest meaning, so in myth the concept distorts meaning. Naturally, this deformation is only possible because the form of the myth is already constituted by a linguistic meaning. In a simple system like language, the signified cannot deform anything at all, because the signifier, empty, arbitrary, offers it no resistance. But here, everything is different. The signifier has in a way two faces, a full face, which is the meaning, the story of the lion, of the Negro soldier, and an empty face, which is the form, because, my name is Lion, nigger soldier French saluting the tricolor flag. What the concept deforms is obviously the full face, the meaning. The lion and the black man are deprived of their history, changed into gestures. What the Latin exemplarity distorts is the denomination of the lion in all its contingency, and what French imperiality disturbs is also a primary language, a factual discourse that told me about the salvation of a Negro in uniform. But this deformation is not an abolition. The lion and the black man remain there, the concept needs them, they are half amputated, their memory is taken away, not their existence. They are both stubborn, silently rooted, and talkative, speech entirely available at the service of the concept. The concept, literally, deforms but does not abolish meaning. A word will account for this contradiction, it alienates it. It is because we must always remember that myth is a double system, a sort of ubiquity is produced in it. The departure of the myth is constituted by the arrival of a meaning. To keep to a spatial metaphor whose approximate character I have already underlined, I would say that the meaning of myth is constituted by a sort of incessant turnstile which alternates the meaning of the signifier and its form, a language object and a metalanguage, a purely signifying consciousness and a purely imaging consciousness. This alternation is in a way picked up by the concept which uses it as an ambiguous signifier, at the same time intellective and imaginary, arbitrary and natural. I do not want to prejudge the moral implications of such a mechanism, but I will not depart from an objective analysis if I point out that the ubiquity of the signifier in myth reproduces very exactly the physics of the alibi, We know that this word is a spatial term in the alibi too. There is a full place and an empty place, tied together by a relationship of negative identity. I am not where you think I am where you believe that I am not. But the ordinary alibi, police, for example, has an end, the real stops it, at a certain moment, from turning. The myth is a value, it does not have the truth as its sanction, nothing prevents it from being a perpetual alibi, it is enough for it that its signifier has two faces to always have an elsewhere, the meaning is always there. To present form, the form is always there to outrun the meaning. And there is never any contradiction, conflict, split between meaning and form, they are never found in the same point. In the same way, if I'm in a car and I'm looking at the landscape through the window, I can adapt at will to the landscape or to the window. Sometimes I'll grasp the presence of the window and the distance from the landscape, sometimes, on the contrary, the transparency of the glass and the depth of the landscape, but the result of this alternation will be constant, the window will be both present and empty to me, the landscape will be both unreal and full to me. The same applies to the mythical signifier, the form there is empty but present, the meaning is absent and yet full. I can only be surprised by this contradiction if I voluntarily suspend this turnstile of form and meaning, if I accommodate each of them as an object distinct from the other, and if I apply to the myth a static process of deciphering, in short if I thwart its own dynamic, in a word, if I pass from the state of reader of myth to that of mythologist. And it is again this duplicity of the signifier that will determine the characteristics of signification. We now know that myth is a word defined by its intention, I am a grammar example, much more than by its letter, my name is lion, and yet the intention is somehow frozen, purified, eternalized, literally absent. The French Empire? But it's quite simply a fact, this brave Negro who salutes like a lad from our country. This constitutive ambiguity of mythical speech will have two consequences for signification. It will present itself at the same time as a notification and as an observation. The myth has an imperative, interpellatory character, starting from a historical concept, arising directly from contingency, a class of Latin, the threatened empire, it is me that it comes to look for, it is turned towards me, I submit to its intentional force, it summons me to receive its expansive ambiguity. If I take a walk in the Spanish Basque country, for example, one I can no doubt notice an architectural unity between the houses, a common style, which leads me to recognize the Basque house as a specific ethnic product. However, I do not feel personally concerned or, so to speak, attacked by this unitary style, I see only too well that it was there before me, without me, it is a complex product which has its determinations at the level of a very broad history, it does not call me, it does not provoke me to name it, unless I am thinking of inserting it into a vast picture of rural housing. But if I'm in the Paris region and see at the end of Rue Gambetta or Rue Jean Jaurès a pretty white chalet with red tiles, brown woodwork, asymmetrical roof sections and a largely wattled facade, I seem to receive an imperious, personal invitation to name this object like a Basque chalet, even more, to see in it the very essence of Basqueness. It's because here, the concept manifests itself to me in all its appropriation, it comes looking for me to force me to recognize the body of intentions that motivated it, placed there like the signal of an individual story, like a confidence and a complicity, it's a real call addressed to me by the owners of the chalet. And this call, to be more imperative, consented to all the impoverishments, everything that justified the Basque house in the order of technology, the barn, the external staircase, the dovecot, etc., all that fell, there is only a brief, indisputable signal. And the ad hominem is so frank that it seems to me that this chalet has just been created on the spot, for me, like a magic object that has arisen in my present without any trace of the history that produced it. Because this interpellative word is at the same time a frozen word, at the moment of reaching me, it suspends itself, turns on itself and catches up with the generality, it transits itself, it whitens itself, it becomes innocent. The appropriation of the concept suddenly finds itself distanced by the literalness of the meaning. There is a sort of stoppage there, in both the physical and judicial sense of the term. French imperiality condemns the Negro who salutes to being only an instrumental signifier. The Negro calls out to me in the name of French imperiality, but at the same time, the salvation of the Negro thickens, it vitrifies, it congeals into an eternal recital destined to found French imperiality. On the surface of language, something no longer moves, the use of signification is there, hiding behind the fact, imparting to it a notifying allure, but at the same time, the fact paralyzes the intention, gives it a kind of discomfort of immobility. To clear it, it freezes it. It is because the myth is a word stolen and returned. Only the speech that we bring back is no longer quite the one that we stole. In bringing it back, we haven't put it back exactly in its place. It is this brief larceny, this furtive moment of rigging, which constitutes the frozen aspect of mythical speech. There remains one final element of meaning to examine, its motivation. We know that in language, the sign is arbitrary, nothing naturally obliges the acoustic image tree to signify the concept tree. The sign, here, is unmotivated. However, this arbitrariness has limits, which are due to the associative relations of the word. The language can produce a whole fragment of the sign by analogy with other signs. For example, one says amiable, and not amiable, by analogy with amour. Mythical meaning is never completely arbitrary, it is always partly motivated, inevitably contains a part of analogy. For the Latin exemplarity to meet the denomination of the lion, an analogy is needed, which is the accord of the attribute. For French imperiality to seize the Negro who salutes, there must be an identity between the Negro's salute and the French soldier's salute. Motivation is necessary for the very duplicity of myth. Myth plays on the analogy of meaning and form, no myth without motivated form. Extreme case, I have before me a collection of objects so disorderly that I cannot find any meaning in it. It would seem that here, deprived of prior meaning, the form cannot root its analogy anywhere and that the myth is impossible. But what form can always make readable is disorder itself. It can give meaning to the absurd, turn the absurd into a myth. This is what happens when common sense mythologizes surrealism. For example, even the absence of motivation does not embarrass the myth, because this absence itself will be sufficiently objectified to become legible, and finally, the absence of motivation will become secondary motivation, the myth will be re-established. Motivation is fatal. It is nonetheless very fragmentary. First of all, it is not natural, it is history that provides the form with its analogies. On the other hand, the analogy between meaning and concept is never more than partial. The form drops many analogues and retains only a few. It keeps the sloping roof, the exposed beams of the chalet basque, give up the staircase, the barn, the patina, etc. We must even go further. A total image would exclude the myth, or at least would oblige it to grasp in itself only its totality. This last case is that of bad painting, constructed entirely on the myth of the filled and of the finite. This is the opposite but symmetrical case of the myth of the absurd. Here the form mythifies an absence, there, an overflow. But in general, the myth prefers to work with the help of poor, incomplete images, where the meaning is already well degreased, ready for a signification, caricatures, pastiches, symbols, etc. Finally, the motivation is chosen from among other possible ones. I can give French imperiality many other signifiers than the military salute of a Negro. A French general decorates a one-armed Senegalese, a nun hands out herbal tea to a bedridden, a white teacher teaches attentive young Negroes. The press is responsible for demonstrating every day that the reserve of mythical signifiers is inexhaustible. There is, moreover, a comparison which will give a good account of the mythical signification. It is neither more nor less arbitrary than an ideogram. The myth is a pure ideographic system, where the forms are still motivated by the concept they represent, without however, and by far, covering its representative totality. And just as historically the ideogram has gradually left the concept to associate itself with sound, thus becoming more and more unmotivated, so the wear and tear of a myth can be recognized by the arbitrariness of its meaning. All Molière in a doctor's collar. 1. I say, Spanish, because in France the petit bourgeois promotion has caused a whole mythical architecture of the Basque chalet to flourish. 2. From the ethical point of view, what is disturbing in the myth is precisely that its form is motivated. For if there is a health of language, it is the arbitrariness of the sign that founds it. What is disgusting in the myth is the recourse to a false nature, it is the luxury of significant forms, as in those objects which decorate their usefulness with a natural appearance. The will to weigh down the significance of all the caution of nature provokes a kind of nausea. The myth is too rich, and what it has too much is precisely its motivation. This disgust is the same that I feel in front of the arts which do not want to choose between physis and antiphysis, using the first as an ideal and the second as a saving. Ethically, there is a kind of baseness to play on both counts. Reading and deciphering the myth. How is the myth received? Here we must return once again to the duplicity of its signifier, both meaning and form. Depending on whether I will accommodate on one or the other or on both at the same time, I will produce three different types of reading. 1 degree. If I adapt to an empty signifier, I let the concept fill the form of the myth without ambiguity, and I find myself faced with a simple system, where the meaning becomes literal again. The Negro who salutes is an example of French imperiality, it is its symbol. This way of accommodating is that, for example, of the producer of myth, of the press editor who starts from a concept and seeks a form for it too. 2 degrees. If I accommodate on a full signifier, in which I clearly distinguish the meaning from the form, and hence the deformation that one causes the other to undergo, I undo the meaning of the myth, I receive it as an imposture. The Negro who salutes becomes the alibi of French imperiality. This type of accommodation is that of the mythologist. He deciphers the myth, he understands a deformation. 3 degrees. Finally, if I accommodate on the signifier of the myth as on an inextricable whole of sense and form, I receive an ambiguous signification, I respond to the constitutive mechanism of the myth, to its own dynamic, I become the reader of the myth. The Negro who salutes is no longer either an example or a symbol, even less an alibi, he is the very presence of French imperiality. The first two accommodations are static, analytical, they destroy the myth, either by displaying its intention or by unmasking it. The first is cynical, the second is demystifying. The third accommodation is dynamic, it consumes the myth according to the very ends of its structure. The reader experiences the myth as a story that is both true and unreal. If we want to link the mythical schema to a general history, to explain how it responds to the interest of a defined society, in short to pass from semiology to ideology, it is obviously at the level of the third accommodation that you have to place yourself. It is the reader of myths himself who must reveal their essential function. How, today, does he receive the myth? If he receives it in an innocent way, what's the point of offering it to him? And if he reads it in a reflective way, like the mythologist, what does the alibi presented matter? If the reader of the myth does not see French imperiality in the saluting Negro, it was useless to burden him with it, and if he sees it, the myth is nothing but a loyally stated political proposition. In a word, either the intention of the myth is too obscure to be effective, or it is too clear to be believed. In both cases, where is the ambiguity? This is just a false alternative. Myth hides nothing and displays nothing, it distorts. The myth is neither a lie nor an admission, it is an inflection. Placed before the alternative of which I spoke a moment ago, the myth finds a third exit. Threatened to disappear if it yields to one or the other of the first two accommodations, it gets out of it by a compromise. It is this compromise, charged with passing on an intentional concept, the myth does not encounter in the language then betrayal, because language can only erase the concept if it hides it or unmask it if it says so. The elaboration of a second semiological system will allow the myth to escape the dilemma, forced to reveal or liquidate the concept, it will naturalize it. We are here at the very principle of the myth, it transforms history into nature. We now understand why, in the eyes of the consumer of myths, the intention, the ad homination of the concept can remain manifest without however appearing interested. The cause which causes the mythical word to be uttered is perfectly explicit, but it is immediately paralyzed in a nature. It is not read as motive, but as reason. If I read the Negro saluting as a pure and simple symbol of imperiality, I must renounce the reality of the image. It discredits itself in my eyes by becoming an instrument. Conversely, if I decipher the Negro's salute as an alibi for coloniality, I annihilate the myth even more surely under the evidence of its motive. But for the reader of myth, the outcome is quite different. Everything happens as if the image naturally provoked the concept, as if the signifier founded the signified. The myth exists from the precise moment when French imperiality passes to the state of nature. Myth is excessively justified speech. Here is a new example which will make it clear how the myth reader comes to rationalize the signified by the signifier. We are in July. I read the headline in François, Price, first slowdown. Vegetables, the decline has begun. Let us quickly establish the semiological scheme. The example is a sentence. The first system is purely linguistic. The signifier of the second system is here constituted by a certain number of lexical accidents, the words, premier, amorce, la base, or typographical, enormous letters on the headlines, where the reader ordinarily receives the new capitals of the world. The signified or concept is what must be called a barbaric but inevitable neologism, governmentality, government conceived by the mainstream press as the essence of efficiency. The meaning of the myth follows clearly. Fruits and vegetables are going down because the government has decided so. However, it so happens, in a fairly rare case, that the newspaper itself, whether confident or honest, has dismantled 2 lines below the myth it had just elaborated. He adds, it is true, in modest characters the decline is facilitated by the return to seasonal abundance. This example is instructive for 2 reasons. First of all, we fully see the impressive character of the myth. What is expected of it is an immediate effect. No matter if the myth is then dismantled, its action is presumed to be stronger than the rational explanations that can a little later deny it. This means that the reading of the myth is suddenly exhausted. I cast a quick glance at my neighbor's François. I pick only one meaning from it, but I read a true meaning. I perceive the presence of government action in the drop in fruits and vegetables. That's all, that's enough. A deeper reading of the myth will in no way increase either its power or its failure. The myth is both imperfect and indisputable. Time or knowledge will add nothing to it, take nothing away from it. And then, the naturalization of the concept, which I have just given for the essential function of myth, is exemplary here. In a primary system, exclusively linguistic, causality would be, literally, natural. Fruits and vegetables go down because it is the season. In the second, mythical, system, causality is artificial, false, but it somehow slips into the vans of nature. This is why the myth is experienced as innocent speech, not because its intentions are hidden. If they were hidden, they could not be effective, but because they are naturalized. In fact, what allows the reader to consume the myth innocently is that he does not see in it a semiological system, but an inductive system, where there is only an equivalence. He sees a sort of causal process. The signifier and the signified have, in his eyes, relations of nature. We can express this confusion in another way. Every semiological system is a system of values. Now, the consumer of the myth takes signification for a system of facts. The myth is read as a factual system, whereas it is only a semiological system. One freedom of accommodation is a problem that does not come under semiology. It depends on the concrete situation of the subject. 2. We receive the naming of the lion as a pure example of Latin grammar, because we are, as grown ups, in a position of creation with regard to it. I will return later to the value of context in this mythical schema. Myth as stolen language. What is the essence of the myth? It is to transform meaning into form. In other words, the myth is always a theft of language. I steal the Negro who salutes, the white and brown chalet, the seasonal drop in fruit, not to make examples or symbols of them, but to naturalize, through them, the empire, my taste for Basque things, the government. Is every primary language inevitably the prey of myth? Is there no sense that can resist this capture whose form threatens it? In fact, nothing can be immune to myth. Myth can develop its second schema from any meaning whatsoever, and, as we have seen, from the deprivation of meaning itself. But not all languages resist in the same way. Language, which is the language most frequently stolen by myth, offers weak resistance. It itself contains certain mythical dispositions, the outline of an apparatus of signs intended to manifest the intention which causes it to be employed. This is what one could call the expressiveness of language. The imperative or subjunctive moods, for example, are the form of a particular signified, different from meaning. The signified here is my will or my prayer. This is why some linguists have defined the indicative, for example, as a zero state or degree, facing the subjunctive and the imperative. Now, in the fully constituted myth, the meaning is never at 0 degree, and that is why the concept can deform it, naturalize it. We must remember once again that the deprivation of meaning is by no means a 0 degree. This is why myth can very well grasp it, giving it, for example, the meaning of the absurd, of surrealism, etc. Basically, only degree 0 could resist the myth. Language lends itself to myth in another way. It very rarely imposes a full, undeformable meaning from the outset. This is due to the abstraction of its concept. The concept of tree is vague, it lends itself to multiple contingencies. Undoubtedly language has a whole appropriative apparatus at its disposal, this tree, the tree which, etc. But there always remains, around the final meaning, a virtual thickness where other possible meanings float. The meaning can almost constantly be interpreted. One could say that language offers myth an open meaning. The myth can easily insinuate itself, inflate itself into it. It is a theft by colonization. For example, the decline has begun. But what decline? That of the season or that of the government? Meaning here becomes the parasite of the article, yet defined. When the meaning is too full for the myth to invade it, it twists it, delights it in its entirety. This is what happens to mathematical language. In itself, it is an informable language, which has taken all possible precautions against interpretation. No parasitic meaning can insinuate itself into it. And this is precisely why the myth will prevail as a whole. He will take such a mathematical formula, E = mc2, and will make of this unalterable meaning the pure signifier of mathematicity. We can see that what the myth steals here is a resistance, a purity. Myth can affect everything, corrupt everything, and even the very movement that refuses itself to it, so that the more the language object resists at the beginning, the greater its final prostitution. Whoever resists totally, yields here totally. Einstein on one side, Paris match on the other. We can give this conflict a temporal image. Mathematical language is a finished language, and which draws its very perfection from this consented death. Myth is, on the contrary, a language that does not want to die. It tears from the senses on which it feeds an insidious, degraded survival. It provokes in them an artificial respite in which it settles at ease. It makes talking corpses. Here is another language that resists myth as much as it can, our poetic language. Contemporary poetry one is a regressive semiological system. While myth aims at ultra-signification, at the amplification of a primary system, poetry, on the contrary, attempts to rediscover an infra-signification, a pre-semiological state of language. In short, it strives to transform the sign back into meaning. Its ideal, tendential, would be to achieve not the meaning of words, but the meaning of things themselves. This is why it disturbs the language, increases as much as it can the abstraction of the concept and the arbitrariness of the sign, and stretches to the limit of the possible the connection of the signifier and the signified. The floating structure of the concept is here exploited to the maximum. It is, contrary to prose, all the potential of the signified that the poetic sign tries to make present, in the hope of finally reaching a sort of transcendent quality of the thing, in its natural and non-human sense. Hence the essentialist ambitions of poetry, the conviction that it alone grasps the thing itself too precisely insofar as it wants to be an anti-language. In short, of all the users of speech, poets are the least formalistic, because they alone believe that the meaning of words is only a form, with which the realists that they are cannot be satisfied. This is why our modern poetry always asserts itself as a murder of language, a sort of spatial, sensitive analogue of silence. Poetry occupies the opposite position of myth. Myth is a semiological system that claims to transcend itself into a factual system. Poetry is a semiological system which claims to retract itself into an essential system. But here again, as with mathematical language, it is the very resistance of poetry that makes it an ideal prey for myth. The apparent disorder of signs, the poetic face of an essential order, is captured by myth, transformed meaning void, which will serve to signify poetry. This explains the improbable character of modern poetry. By fiercely refusing myth, poetry surrenders to it, feet and fists bound. Conversely, the rule of classical poetry constituted a consensual myth, whose dazzling arbitrariness formed a certain perfection, since the balance of a semiological system depends on the arbitrariness of its signs. Voluntary consent to myth can moreover define all of our traditional literature. Normatively, this literature is a characterized mythical system. There is a meaning, that of discourse, there is a signifier, which is the same discourse as form or writing, there is a signified, which is the concept of literature, there is a meaning, which is the literary discourse. I broached this problem in Writings Degree 0, which was, all in all, nothing more than a mythology of literary language. I defined writing there as the signifier of literary myth, that is to say as a form already full of meaning and which receives a new meaning from the concept of literature. The conscience of the writer had provoked, about 100 years ago, a moral crisis of literary language. Writing revealed itself as signifier, literature as meaning. Rejecting the false nature of traditional literary language, the writer has violently deported himself towards an anti-nature of language. The subversion of writing has been the radical act by which a number of writers have attempted to deny literature as a mythical system. Each of its revolts has been a murder of literature as signification. All have postulated the reduction of literary discourse to a simple semiological system, or even, in the case of poetry, to a pre-semiological system. It is an immense task, which demanded radical behavior. We know that some went so far as the pure and simple scuttling of discourse, silence, real or transposed, manifesting itself as the only possible weapon against the major power of the myth, its recurrence. It therefore appears extremely difficult to reduce the myth from the inside, because this very movement that one makes to free oneself from it, here it becomes in its turn prey to the myth. The myth can always in the last instance signify the resistance that are opposed to him. To tell the truth, the best weapon against the myth is perhaps to mythify it in turn. It is to produce an artificial myth, and this reconstituted myth will be a true mythology. Since myth steals language, why not steal myth? It will suffice for this to make it itself the starting point of a third semiological chain, to posit its meaning as the first term of a second myth. Literature offers some great examples of these artificial mythologies. I will remember here Bavard and Picouchet by Flaubert. This is what one might call an experimental myth, a myth in the second degree. Bavard and his friend Picouchet represent a certain bourgeoisie, in conflict. Moreover, with other bourgeois strata their speeches already constitute a mythical word. Language does have a meaning there, but this meaning is the empty form of a signified conceptual, which here is a kind of technological insatiety, the meeting of meaning and concept forms, in this first mythical system, a signification which is the rhetoric of Bavard and Picouchet. It is here, I break it down for the purposes of the analysis, that Flaubert intervenes. In this first mythical system, which is already a second semiological system, it will superimpose a third chain, in which the first link will be the signification, or final term, of the first myth. The rhetoric of Bavard and Picouchet will become the form of the new system. The concept will be produced here by Flaubert himself, by Flaubert's gaze on the myth that Bavard and Picouchet had built for themselves. It will be their constitutive inclination, their insatiability, the panic alternation of their apprenticeships, in short what I would like good to be able to call, but I feel thunderbolts on the horizon la Bavardité Picouchet. As for the final meaning, it's the work, it's Bavard and Picouchet for us. The power of the second myth is to ground the first in observed naivete. Flaubert engaged in a real archaeological restoration of a mythical word, he is the Viollet-le-Duc of a certain bourgeois ideology. But less naive than Viollet-le-Duc, he placed in his reconstruction additional ornaments which demystify it. These ornaments, which are the form of the second myth, are of the subjunctive order. There is a semiological equivalence between the subjunctive restitution of the speeches of Bavard and Picouchet, and their inclination for the merit of Flaubert, and of all the artificial mythologies, there are some remarkable ones in the work of Sartre, is to have given the problem of realism a frankly semiological outcome. It is certainly an imperfect merit, because the ideology of Flaubert, for whom the bourgeois was only an aesthetic hideousness, had nothing realistic about it. But at least he avoided the major sin in literature, which is to confuse the ideological real with the semiological real. As an ideology, literary realism absolutely does not depend on the language spoken by the writer. Language is a form, it cannot be realistic or unrealistic. All it can be is mythical or not, or again, as in Bavard and Picouchet, counter-mythical. Unfortunately, there is no antipathy between realism and myth. We know how often our realistic literature is mythical, if only as a crude myth of realism, and how much our unrealistic literature has at least the merit of being little so. It would obviously be wise to define the writer's realism as an essentially ideological problem. It is certainly not that there is no responsibility of the form with regard to the real. But this responsibility can only be measured in semiological terms. A form can only be judged, since there is a process, as signification, not as expression. The writer's language is not responsible for representing reality, but for signifying it. This should impose on criticism the obligation to use two strictly distinct methods. The writer's realism must be treated either as an ideological substance, for example, Marxist themes in the work of Brecht, or else as a semiological value, the objects, the actor, the music, the colors in Brechtian dramaturgy. The ideal would obviously be to combine these two criticisms. The constant error is to confuse them. Ideology has its methods, semiology has its own. One classical poetry, on the contrary, would be a strongly mythical system, since it imposes on meaning an additional signified, which is regularity. The Alexandrine, for example, has value both as the meaning of a discourse and as the signifier of a new total, which is its poetic signification. Success, when it occurs, depends on the degree of apparent fusion of the two systems. As we can see, it is not a matter of harmony between substance and form but of an elegant absorption of one form into another. I mean by elegance the best possible economy of means. It is by an age-old abuse that criticism confuses meaning and substance. Language is never anything but a system of forms, meaning is a form. Here we find meaning, as Sartre understands it, as the natural quality of things, situated outside a semiological system. Saint Genet, p. 243. 3. Style, at least as I defined it, is not a form, it does not arise from a semiological analysis of literature. In fact, style is a substance constantly threatened with formalization. First of all, it can very well degrade in writing, there is a Malraux writing, and in Malraux himself. And then, style can very well become a particular language, the one the writer uses for himself and for himself alone. Style is then a kind of solipsistic myth, the language that the writer speaks to himself. We understand that at this degree of solidification, the style calls for deciphering, a profound critique. The works of J.P. Richard are an example of this necessary critique of styles. For subjunctive form, because it is in this way that Latin expressed the style or indirect discourse, an admirable instrument of demystification. The bourgeoisie as a public limited company. The myth lends itself to history in 2 points, by its form, which is only relatively motivated, by its concept, which is historical in nature. We can therefore imagine a diachronic study of myths, either by subjecting them to retrospection, and this is then to found a historical mythology, or by following certain myths of yesterday down to their present form today, and that is then making perspective history. If I stick here to a synchronic sketch of contemporary myths, it is for an objective reason: our society is the privileged field of mythical significations. Now we have to say why. Whatever the accidents, the compromises, the concessions and the political adventures, whatever the technical, economic, or even social changes that history brings us, our society is still a bourgeois society. I am well aware that since 1789, in France, several types of bourgeoisie have succeeded each other in power, but the underlying status remains, which is that of a certain property regime, of a certain order, of a certain ideology. Now, in the name of this regime, a remarkable phenomenon occurs: as an economic fact, the bourgeoisie is named without difficulty, capitalism professes itself. Bourgeois in the chamber. As an ideological fact, it disappears completely. The bourgeoisie has erased its name by passing from the real to its representation, from the economic man to the mental man. It manages facts, but does not compose with values, it to undergo a true operation of ex-nomination to his statute. The bourgeoisie is defined as the social class that does not want to be named. Bourgeois, petty bourgeois, capitalism 2, proletariat 3 are the sites of an incessant hemorrhage. Meaning flows out of them, until the name becomes useless. This phenomenon of ex-nomination is important, it must be examined in a little detail. Politically, the hemorrhage of the bourgeois name takes place through the idea of nation. It was a progressive idea in its time, which served to exclude the aristocracy. Today, the bourgeoisie is diluted in the nation, even if it means rejecting the elements that it decrees foreign, the communists. This directed syncretism allows the bourgeoisie to collect the numerical guarantee of its temporary allies, all the intermediate, and therefore formless classes. An already long usage has not been able to deeply depoliticize the word nation. The political substratum is there, very close. Such a circumstance suddenly manifests it. There are, in the chamber, national parties, and nominal syncretism displays here what it claimed to hide, an essential disparity. As we can see, the political vocabulary of the bourgeoisie already postulates that there is a universal. In it, politics is already a representation, a fragment of ideology. Politically, whatever the universalist effort of its vocabulary, the bourgeoisie ends up coming up against a resistant core, which is, by definition, the revolutionary party. But the party can only constitute political wealth. In bourgeois society, there is neither culture nor proletarian morality, there is no proletarian art. Ideologically, everything that is not bourgeois is obliged to borrow from the bourgeoisie. Bourgeois ideology can therefore fill everything and without danger lose its name. No one here will refer it to it. It can without resistance subsume the theater, art, the bourgeois man under their eternal analogues. In a word, it can ex-name itself without restraint. When there is only one and the same human nature left, here the defection of the bourgeois name is total. There are undoubtedly revolts against bourgeois ideology. This is what is generally called the avant-garde. But these revolts are socially limited, they remain recoverable. Firstly, because they come from a very fragment of the bourgeoisie, from a minority group of artists, intellectuals, with no other audience than the very class they contest, and who remain dependent on its money to speak out. And then, these revolts are always inspired by a very strong distinction between the ethical bourgeois and the political bourgeois. What the avant-garde contests is the bourgeois in art, in morals. It is, as in finest time of Romanticism, the grocer, the Philistin, but no political contestation. For what the avant-garde does not tolerate in the bourgeoisie is its language, not its status. This status is not necessarily that she approves of it, but she puts it in parentheses. Whatever the violence of the provocation, what she finally assumes is the abandoned man, not the alienated man, and the abandoned man is still at Mulman 5. This anonymity of the bourgeoisie becomes even thicker when we pass from bourgeois culture properly speaking to its extended, popularized, used forms, to what one could call public philosophy, that which feeds daily morality, civil ceremonials, profane rites, in short the unwritten norms of relational life in bourgeois society. It is an illusion to reduce the dominant culture to its inventive core. There is also a bourgeois culture of pure consumption. The whole of France is bathed in this anonymous ideology. Our press, our cinema, our theater, our popular literature, our ceremonies, our justice, our diplomacy, our conversations, the weather, the crime that we judge, the marriage we are moved by, the cuisine we dream of, the clothes we wear, everything in our daily life is dependent on the representation that the bourgeoisie has for itself and for us of the reports of the man and the world. These normalized forms call for little attention, even in proportion to their extent. Their origin can easily be lost there. They enjoy an intermediate position, being neither directly political nor directly ideological. They live peacefully between the action of militants and the litigation of intellectuals, more or less abandoned by each other. They join the enormous mass of the undifferentiated, the insignificant, in short of nature. Yet it is through its ethics that the bourgeoisie penetrates France. Practiced nationally, bourgeois norms are experienced as the obvious laws of a natural order. The more the bourgeois class propagates its representations, the more they become naturalized. The bourgeois fact is absorbed in an indistinct universe, whose sole inhabitant is the eternal man, neither proletarian nor bourgeois. It is therefore by penetrating into the intermediate classes that bourgeois ideology can most surely lose its name. Petty bourgeois norms are residues of bourgeois culture. They are degraded, impoverished, commercialized, slightly archaic, or if you prefer, old-fashioned, bourgeois truths. The political alliance of the bourgeoisie and the petty bourgeoisie has decided the history of France for more than a century. It has rarely been broken, and each time without a future. 1848, 1871, 1936. This alliance thickens over time. It gradually becomes symbiosis. Temporary awakenings may occur, but the common ideology is never again called into question. The same natural paste covers all the national representations. The grand bourgeois marriage, resulting from a class right, the presentation and the consumption of wealth, can have no relation to the economic status of the petty bourgeoisie, but through the press, the news, literature, it is gradually becoming the very norm, if not lived, at least dreamed of the petty bourgeois couple. The bourgeoisie continues to absorb into its ideology a whole humanity which does not have its profound status, and which can only live it in the imagination, that is to say in a fixation and an impoverishment of consciousness. 6. By spreading its representations through a whole catalogue of collective images for petty bourgeois use, the bourgeoisie consecrates the illusory lack of differentiation of social classes. It is from the moment when a typist at 25,000 francs a month recognizes itself in the great bourgeois wedding that the bourgeois ex-appointment achieves its full effect. The defection of the bourgeois name is therefore not an illusory, accidental, incidental, natural, or insignificant phenomenon. It is bourgeois ideology itself, the movement by which the bourgeoisie transforms the reality of the world into an image of the world, history into nature. And this image is remarkable in that it is an inverted image. 7. The status of the bourgeoisie is particular, historical. The man it represents will be universal, eternal. The bourgeois class has built its power precisely on technical and scientific progress, on an unlimited transformation of nature. Bourgeois ideology will restore an unalterable nature. The first bourgeois philosophers penetrated the world of significations, subjected everything to a rationality, decreeing destined for man. The bourgeois ideology will be scientistic or intuitive. It will note the fact or will perceive the value, but will refuse the explanation, the order of the world will be sufficient or ineffable, it will never be significant. Finally, the primary idea of a perfectible, mobile world will produce the reversed image of an immutable humanity, defined by an infinitely renewed identity. In short, in contemporary bourgeois society, the passage from the real to the ideological is defined as the passage from an antiphysis to a pseudophysis. 1. Capitalism is condemned to enrich the worker, Match tells us. 2. The word capitalism is not economically taboo, it is ideologically, it cannot enter the vocabulary of bourgeois representations. It took Farouk's Egypt for a court to condemn a defendant by name for anti-capitalist activities. 3. The bourgeoisie never uses the word proletariat, which is reputedly a leftist myth, except when there is interest in imagining the proletariat led astray by the Communist Party. 4. It is remarkable that the ethical, or aesthetic, adversaries of the bourgeoisie remain for the most part indifferent, if not even attached to its political determinations. Conversely, the political adversaries of the bourgeoisie neglect to deeply condemn its representations, they often even go so far as to share them. This break in the attacks benefits the bourgeoisie, it allows it to blur its name. But the bourgeoisie should understand itself only as a synthesis of its determinations and its representations. 5. There may be disordered figures of the abandoned man, Ionesco for example. This does not detract from the safety of essences. 6. The provocation of a collective imaginary is always an inhuman enterprise, not only because the dream essentializes life into destiny, but also because the dream is poor and it guarantees an absence. 7. If men and their conditions appear in all ideology reversed as in a dark room, this phenomenon stems from their historical vital process. Marx, German Ideology, p. 157. Myth is depoliticized speech. And it is here that we find the myth. Semiology has taught us that myth is responsible for founding a historical intention in nature, a contingency in eternity. But this approach is the very one of bourgeois ideology. If our society is objectively the privileged field of mythical significations, it is because myth is formally the most appropriate instrument for the ideological reversal that defines it. At all levels of human communication, myth operates the reversal of the antiphysis into pseudophysis. What the world provides to myth is a historical reality, defined, so far back as to be necessary, by the way in which men have produced or used it, and what the myth restores is a natural image of this reality. And just as bourgeois ideology is defined by the defection of the bourgeois name, myth is constituted by the loss of the historical quality of things, things in it lose the memory of their fabrication. The world enters language as a dialectical relationship of activities, of human acts, it emerges from myth as a harmonious array of essences. A prestidigitation has taken place, which has turned the real upside down, emptied it of history and filled it with nature, which has taken away their human meaning from things in such a way as to make them signify a human insignificance. The function of myth is to evacuate the real, it is, literally, an incessant flow, a hemorrhage, or, if you prefer, an evaporation, in short, a perceptible absence. It is now possible to complete the semiological definition of myth in bourgeois society. Myth is depoliticized speech. We must naturally understand politics in the profound sense, as a set of human relations in their real, social structure, in their power to manufacture the world. It is above all necessary to give an active value to the suffix dice. Here it represents an operative movement, it constantly actualizes a defection. In the case of the Negro soldier, for example, what is evacuated is certainly not French imperiality, quite the contrary, it is this that must be made present, it is the contingent, historical, in a word, fabricated, quality of colonialism. The myth does not deny things, its function is on the contrary to speak about them, simply, it purifies them, makes them innocent, founds them in nature and in eternity, it gives them a clarity which is not that of explanation, but that of observation. If I observe French imperiality without explaining it, I'm very close to finding it natural, self-evident, here I am reassured. By passing from history to nature, myth economizes, it abolishes the complexity of human acts, gives them the simplicity of essences, it suppresses all dialectic, all assent beyond the immediate visible, it organizes a world without contradictions because without depth, a world spread out in evidence, it founds a happy clarity, things seem to mean all by themselves one. But what, is the myth always a depoliticized word? In other words, is the real always political? Is it enough to speak of a thing naturally for it to become mythical? One could answer with Marx that the most natural object contains, however weak, however dissipated, a political trace, the more or less memorable presence of the human act which produced, arranged, used, subjected, or rejected to. This trace, the language object, which speaks things, can manifest it easily, the meta-language, which speaks things, much less. But myth is always meta-language, the depoliticization that it operates often intervenes against an already naturalized background, depoliticized by a general meta-language, trained to sing things, and no longer to act them. It goes without saying that the force necessary for the myth to deform its object will be much less in the case of a tree than in that of a Sudanese. Here, the political charge is very close, a great quantity of artificial nature is needed to evaporate it, there, it is distant, purified by a whole secular thickness of meta-language. So there are strong myths and weak myths. In the first, the political quantum is immediate, the depoliticization is abrupt. In the second, the political quality of the object has faded, like a color, but a trifle can reinvigorate it brutally. What could be more natural than the sea? And what could be more political than the sea sung by the filmmakers of Lost Continent 3? In fact, the meta-language forms a kind of reserve for the myth. Men are not in a relationship with the myth of truth, but of use, they depoliticize according to their needs. There are mythical objects left dormant for a time, they are then only vague mythical schemes, whose political weight seems almost indifferent. But this is only a situational opportunity, not a structural difference. This is the case with our Latin grammar example. It should be noted that here the mythical word acts on a matter already transformed for a long time. The sentence of Aesop belongs to literature, it is, from the very start, mythified, therefore exonerated, by fiction. But it suffices to replace for a moment the initial term of the chain in its nature of language object, to measure the evacuation of the real affected by the myth. Imagine the feelings of a real society of animals transformed into an example of grammar, in attributive nature. To judge the political charge of an object and the mythical hollow that embraces it, it is never from the point of view of signification that one must place oneself, it is from the point of view of the signifier, it is of the stolen thing and in the signifier, of the language object, that is to say of the meaning. There is no doubt that if one consulted a real lion, he would affirm that the example of grammar is a strongly depoliticized state, he would claim as fully political, the jurisprudence which makes him claim prey because he is the strongest, unless we are dealing with a bourgeois lion who would not fail to mythologize his strength by giving it the form of a duty. It is clear that here the political insignificance of the myth is due to its situation. The myth, we know, is a value, it suffices to modify its surroundings, the general, and precarious, system in which it takes place, to adjust its scope as closely as possible. The field of the myth is here reduced to a fifth-grade class in a French high school. But I suppose that a child captivated by the story of the lion, the heifer, and the cow and rediscovering through imaginary life the very reality of these animals, would appreciate much less casually than we the fainting of this transformed lion in attribute. In fact, if we consider this myth politically insignificant, it is quite simply that it is not made for us. 1. To the principle of pleasure of Freudian man, one could add the principle of clarity of mythological humanity. This is the whole ambiguity of the myth, its clarity is euphoric. 2. V. Marx and the example of the cherry tree. German Ideology, I, p. 161. 3 cp 663. The myth, on the left. If the myth is a depoliticized speech, there is at least one speech which is opposed to the myth, it is the speech which remains political. We must return here to the distinction between language object and metalanguage. If I'm a lumberjack and I come to name the tree I'm felling, whatever the form of my sentence, I'm talking about the tree, not about it. This means that my language is operative, linked to its object in a transitive way. Between the tree and me, there is nothing other than my work, that is to say an act. See, this is a political language, it presents nature to me only insofar as I am going to transform it, it is a language by which I act the object. The tree is not for me an image, it is simply the meaning of my act. But if I'm not a woodcutter, I can no longer talk about the tree, I can only talk about it, it is no longer my language which is the instrument of a tree in action, it is the sung tree which becomes the instrument of my language. I no longer have anything but an intransitive relationship with the tree is no longer the meaning of the real as a human act, it is an available image. Faced with the real language of the woodcutter, I create a second language, a metalanguage, in which I will act, not the things, but their names, and which is to primary language what the gesture is to the act. This second language is not entirely mythical, but it is the very place where myth is established, for myth can only work on objects which have already received the mediation of a first language. There is therefore a language which is not mythical, it is the language of the productive man, wherever man speaks to transform the real and no longer to preserve it as an image, wherever he links his language to the making of things, the metalanguage is referred to an object language, the myth is impossible. This is why properly revolutionary language cannot be a mythical language. Revolution is defined as a cathartic act intended to reveal the political charge of the world, it makes the world, and its language, all of its language, is functionally absorbed in this doing. It is because it produces speech that is fully, that is to say initially and finally political, and not like myth, speech that is initially political and finally natural, that the revolution excludes myth. Just as bourgeois nomination defines both bourgeois ideology and myth, so revolutionary nomination identifies revolution and the deprivation of myth. The bourgeoisie masks itself as bourgeoisie and thereby produces myth, the revolution displays itself as a revolution and thereby even abolishes the myth. I was asked if there were any left myths. Of course, insofar as the left is not the revolution. The myth of the left arises precisely at the moment when the revolution transforms itself into the left, that is to say, accepts to mask itself, to veil its name, to produce an innocent metalanguage and to deform itself into nature. This revolutionary nomination may or may not be tactical, this is not the place to discuss it. In any case, sooner or later it is felt to be a process contrary to the revolution, and it is always more or less in relation to the myth that revolutionary history defines its deviations. A day has come, for example, when it is socialism itself that has defined the Stalinist myth. Stalin as a spoken object presented for years, in a pure state, the constituent characteristics of mythical speech, a meaning, which was the real Stalin, that of history, a signifier, which was the ritual invocation to Stalin, the fatal character of the epithets of nature surrounding his name, a signified, which was the intention of orthodoxy, of discipline, of unity, appropriated by the communist parties to a definite situation, a signification finally, who was a sacralized Stalin, whose historical determinations found themselves grounded in nature, sublimated under the name of genius, that is to say of the irrational and the inexpressible. Here, the depoliticization is evident, she fully denounces the myth one. Yes, the myth exists on the left, but there are not at all the same qualities as the bourgeois myth. Leftist myth is inessential. First of all, the objects he seizes are rare, they are only a few political notions, unless he himself has recourse to the whole arsenal of bourgeois myths. The myth of the left never reaches the immense field of human relations, the very vast surface of insignificant ideology. Daily life is inaccessible to him. In bourgeois society there is no leftist myth concerning marriage, cooking, the home, the theater, justice, morals, etc. And then, it is an accidental myth, its use is not part of a strategy, as is the case of the bourgeois myth, but only of a tactic, or, at worst, of a deviation. If it occurs, it is a myth suited to convenience, not necessity. Last but not least, it is a poor, essentially poor myth. It does not know how to proliferate, produce to order, and in a limited temporal view, it is poorly invented. It lacks a major power, that of storytelling. Whatever he does, there remains in him something stiff and literal, the whiff of a watchword, as we say expressively, he remains dry. What could be slimmer, in fact, than the Stalinist myth? No invention, here, a clumsy appropriation, the signifier of myth, this form of which we know the infinite richness in bourgeois myth, is in no way varied, it is reduced to a litany. This imperfection, if I may say so, is due to the nature of the left. Whatever the indeterminacy of this term, the left is always defined in relation to the oppressed, proletarian or colonized. Of the oppressed can only be poor, monotonous, immediate, his destitution is the very measure of his language, he has only one language, always the same, that of his acts, meta-language is a luxury, he cannot yet access it. The speech of the oppressed is real, like that of the woodcutter, it is transitive speech, it is almost powerless to lie, the lie is a richness, it supposes an asset, truths, alternative forms. This essential poverty produces rare, meager myths, either fugitive, or heavily indiscreet, they display in themselves their mythical nature, point to their mask with their finger, and this mask is hardly that of a pseudo-physis, this physis is still a wealth, the oppressed can only borrow it, it is powerless to empty the real meaning of things, to give them the luxury of an empty form, open to the innocence of a false nature. We can say that in a sense, the myth of the left is always an artificial myth, a reconstituted myth, hence its clumsiness. 1. It is remarkable that Khrushchevism presented itself not as a political change, but essentially and solely as a conversion of language. Moreover, the conversion was incomplete, because Khrushchev devalued Stalin, he did not explain it, he did not repoliticize him. 2. It is today the colonized who fully assumes the ethical and political condition described by Marx as the condition of the proletarian. The myth, right. Statistically, the myth is on the right. There, he is essential, well-fed, shiny, expansive, talkative, he constantly invents himself. He grasps everything, justice, morals, aesthetics, diplomacy, household arts, literature, shows. Its expansion has the very measure of the bourgeois ex nomination. The bourgeoisie wants to preserve being without appearing to be, it is therefore the very negativity of bourgeois appearance, infinite like all negativity, which infinitely appeals to myth. The oppressed is nothing, he has only one word within him, that of his emancipation, the oppressor is everything, his speech is rich, multifaceted, supple, disposing of all possible degrees of dignity, he has the exclusivity of meta-language. The oppressed makes the world, he has only an active, transitive, political, language, the oppressor preserves it, his word is full, intransitive, gestural, theatrical, it is the myth, the language of one aims to transform, the language of the other aims to eternalize. Does this plenitude of the myths of order, this is how the bourgeoisie calls itself, contain internal differences? Are there, for example, bourgeois myths and petty bourgeois myths? There can be no fundamental differences, because regardless of the public that consumes it, the myth postulates the immobility of nature. But there can be degrees of fulfillment or expansion, certain myths ripen best in certain social areas, for the myth too, there are microclimates. The myth of the childhood poet, for example, is an advanced bourgeois myth, it barely emerges from the inventive culture, Cocteau for example, and only touches on its consumed culture, the expressive part of the bourgeoisie can still find it too invented, too unmythical to recognize the right to consecrate it. A whole section of bourgeois criticism works only with duly mythical materials. It is a myth that is not yet well established, broken in, it does not yet contain enough nature, to make The child poet, the element of a cosmogony, one must renounce the prodigy, Mozart, Rimbaud, etc., and accept new norms, those of educational psychology, Freudianism, etc. It is a myth still green. Each myth can thus comprise its history and its geography, one is moreover the sign of the other, a myth matures because it spreads. I have not been able to make any real study of the social geography of myths. But it is very possible to trace what linguists would call the isoglosses of a myth, the lines that define the social place where it is spoken. As this place is moving, it would be better to speak of the waves of implantation of the myth. The Menudro et myth thus knew at least 3 amplifying waves, 1 degree the Express, 2 degrees Paris Match, her, 3 degrees France Evening. Certain myths oscillate, will they appear in the big press, at the home of the suburban annuitant, in hairdressing salons, in the metro? The social geography of myths will remain difficult to establish as long as we lack an analytical sociology of the press. Point 1. But we can say that its place already exists. For lack of being able to establish the dialectal forms of the bourgeois myth, we can always sketch out its rhetorical forms. We must understand here by rhetoric a set of fixed, regulated, insistent figures, in which are placed the varied forms of the mythical signifier. These figures are transparent, in that they do not disturb the plasticity of the signifier, but they are already sufficiently conceptualized to adapt to a historical representation of the world, just as classical rhetoric can account for an Aristotelian type representation. It is through their rhetoric that bourgeois myths outline the general perspective of the pseudophysis, which defines the dream of the contemporary bourgeois world. Here are the main figures. 1 degree vaccine. I have already given examples of this very general figure, which consists in confessing the accidental evil of a class institution the better to mask its principal evil. We immunize the collective imagination with a small inoculation of badly recognized, it is thus defended against the risk of generalized subversion. This liberal treatment would not have been possible only 100 years ago. At that moment, the well-to-do bourgeois was not composing, he was quite stiff. It has since become much more flexible, the bourgeoisie no longer hesitates to recognize a few localized subversions, the avant-garde, the childish irrationality, and so on. It now lives in a compensation economy, as in any well-made public limited company, the small shares legally, but not really, compensate for the large shares. 2 degrees the deprivation of history. The myth deprives the object of which it speaks of all history. Point 2. In it, history evaporates, it is a kind of ideal servant, it prepares, brings, disposes, the master arrives, it disappears silently, there is nothing left to do but enjoy without wondering where this beautiful object comes from. Or better, it can only come from eternity, it has always been made for the bourgeois, the Spain of the Blue Guide has always been made for the tourist, the primitives have always prepared their dances for an exotic rejoicing. We see everything that this happy figure makes disappear from embarrassment, both determinism and freedom. Nothing is produced, nothing is chosen, all that remains is to possess these new objects, from which any dirty trace of origin or choice has been removed. This miraculous evaporation of history is another form of a concept common to most bourgeois myths, the irresponsibility of man. 3 degrees identification. The petty bourgeois is a man who is powerless to imagine the other 3. If the other presents himself to his sight, the petty bourgeois blinds himself, ignores it, and denies it, or else he transforms him into himself. In the petty bourgeois universe, all facts of confrontation are reverberating facts, everything else is reduced to the same. Shows, courts, places where the other risks exposing themselves, become mirrors. It's that the other is a scandal that attacks the essence. Dominici, Gerard Dupres can only access social existence if they are first reduced to the state of small simulacra of the President of the Assizes, the Prosecutor General. It is the price which it is necessary to put to condemn them in all justice, since justice is an operation of scales, and that the scales can weigh only the same and the same. There are in every petty bourgeois consciousness little simulacra of the hoodlum, the parricide, the pederast, etc., which the judicial body periodically extracts from its brain, places on the dock, greedy and condemns. One never judges only errant analogues, a question of road, not of nature, because man is made that way. Sometimes, rarely, the other reveals himself to be irreducible, not out of a sudden scruple, but because common sense opposes it. One does not have white skin, but black, another drinks pear juice and not Pernod. How to assimilate the Negro, the Russian. There is a backup figure here, exoticism. The other becomes pure object, spectacle, puppet, relegated to the confines of humanity. He no longer attacks the security of his home. This is above all a petty bourgeois figure. For, even if he cannot experience the other, the bourgeois can at least imagine its place. This is what is called liberalism, which is a kind of intellectual economy of recognized places. The petty bourgeoisie is not liberal, it produces fascism. While the bourgeoisie uses it, it takes the bourgeois route late. 4 degrees tautology. Yes, I know, the word is not beautiful. But the thing is also very ugly. Tautology is this verbal process which consists in defining the same by the same. The theater is the theater. We can see in it one of those magical behaviors with which Sartre dealt in his sketch for a theory of emotions. We take refuge in tautology as in fear, or anger, or sadness. When we are short of explanation, the accidental lack of language is magically identified with what one decides to be a natural resistance of the object. There is a double murder in tautology. You kill the rational because it resists you, you kill language because it betrays you. Tautology is a fainting at the right time, a salutary aphasia. It is a death, or if you want a comedy, the indignant representation of the rights of the real against language. Magical, it can, of course, only take shelter behind an argument of authority. Thus the exhausted parents respond to the child begging for explanations. It's like that, because it's like that, or better still, because, one point, that's all, an act of shameful magic, which makes the verbal movement of the rational but immediately abandons it, and believes it is done with causality because it uttered the introductory word. The tautology attests to a deep distrust of language. You reject it because you miss it. Now, any refusal of language is a death. Tautology founds a dead world, an immobile world. 5 degrees Ninism. I thus call this mythological figure which consists in posing two opposites and balancing one by the other in such a way as to reject them both. I don't want this or that. She is rather a figure of bourgeois myth, because she belongs to a modern form of liberalism. We find here the figure of the balance. The real is first reduced to analogues, then it is weighed. Finally, the equality established, we get rid of it. There is also a magical behavior here. We send back to back what was inconvenient to choose. We flee the intolerable real by reducing it to two opposites which balance each other out only insofar as they are formal, relieved of their specific weight. Ninism can have degraded forms. In astrology, for example, evils are followed by equal goods. They are always carefully predicted from a perspective of compensation. A terminal equilibrium immobilizes values, life, destiny, etc. There is no more to choose, you have to endorse it. 6 degrees The quantification of quality. This is a figure that prowls through all the preceding figures. By reducing all quality to quantity, myth saves intelligence, it understands the real at a cheaper price. I have given several examples of this mechanism, which bourgeois, and especially petty bourgeois, mythology does not hesitate to apply to aesthetic facts which, on the other hand, it proclaims to participate in an immaterial essence. The bourgeois theatre is a good example of this contradiction. On the one hand, the theatre is given as an essence irreducible to any language and which is discovered only in the heart. In intuition, he receives from this quality a shady dignity. It is forbidden as a crime of lace essence to speak of the theatre scientifically, or rather, any intellectual way of positing the theatre will be discredited under the name of scientism, of pedantic language. On the other hand, bourgeois dramatic art is based on a pure quantification of effects, A whole circuit of computable appearances establishes a quantitative equality between the money for the ticket and the tears of the actor, the luxury of a setting, what is called, for example, with us, the naturalness of the actor is above all a clearly visible quantity of effects. 7 degrees the statement. The myth tends to the proverb. Bourgeois ideology invests here its essential interests, universalism, the refusal of explanation, an unalterable hierarchy of the world. But we must once again distinguish the language object from the meta-language. The popular, ancestral proverb still participates in an instrumental grasp of the world as an object. A rural observation, such as it's nice, retains a real link with the usefulness of good weather. It is an implicitly technological observation. The word here, despite its general, abstract form, prepares acts, it fits into a manufacturing economy. The rural man does not talk about the good weather, he acts on it, draws it into his work. All our popular proverbs represent in this way active speech which has gradually solidified into reflective speech, but of a shortened reflection, reduced to an observation, and timid in a way, cautious, attached as closely as possible to the empiricism. The popular proverb foresees much more than it affirms. It remains the word of a humanity which is made, not which is. The bourgeois aphorism, for its part, belongs to meta-language. It is a second language which is exercised on objects already prepared. Its classic form is the maxim. Here, the observation is no longer directed towards a world to be made, it must cover a world already made, bury the traces of this production under an eternal evidence. It is a counter-explanation, the noble equivalent of the tautology, of this because imperative that the parents in search of knowledge suspend above over the heads of their children. The foundation of the bourgeois observation is common sense, that is to say a truth which stops at the arbitrary order of the one who speaks it. I have given these rhetorical figures in no order, and there may be many others, some may wear out, others may be born. But such as they are, we can clearly see that they come together in two large compartments, which are like the zodiacal signs of the bourgeois universe, the essences and the scales. Bourgeois ideology continuously transforms the products of history into essential types, like the cuttlefish throwing its ink to protect itself. It never ceases to blind the perpetual fabrication of the world, to fix it as an object of infinite possession, to inventory its possessions, to embalm it, to inject into the real some purifying essence which will stop its transformation, its flight towards other forms of existence. And this asset, thus fixed and fixed, will finally become computable. Bourgeois morality will essentially be a weighing operation, essences will be placed in scales of which bourgeois man will remain the motionless scourge. For the very end of myths is to immobilize the world. Myths must suggest and mimic a universal economy which has fixed once and for all the hierarchy of possessions. Thus, every day and everywhere, man is arrested by myths, sent back by them to this immobile prototype which lives in his place, suffocates him like an immense internal parasite and traces for his activity the narrow limits where he is allowed to suffer without moving the world. Bourgeois pseudophysis is fully a ban on man inventing himself. Myths are nothing other than this incessant, indefatigable solicitation, this insidious and inflexible demand, which wants all men to recognize themselves in this eternal and yet dated image that we have constructed of them one day as if it were necessary. Be for all time. Because the nature in which they are locked up under the pretext of making them eternal, is only a use. And it is this use, however great, that they must take in hand and transform. One newspaper printouts are insufficient data. The other information is incidental. Paris Match gave, a significant fact, for publicity purposes, the composition of its public in terms of standard of living. Le Figaro, July 12, 1955. Out of 100 buyers in the city, 53 have a car, 49 have a bathroom, etc., whereas the average French standard of living is as follows: car, 22%, bathroom, 13%. That the purchasing power of the reader of Match is high, the mythology of this publication made it possible to foresee it. 2 marks, we have to deal with this history, since ideology is reduced either to an erroneous conception of this history or to a complete abstraction of this history. German Ideology, p. 153. 3. Marx, what makes them representatives of the petty bourgeoisie is that their minds, their consciences do not go beyond the limits that this class draws for its activities. 18. Brumaire. And Gorky, the petty bourgeois is the man who preferred himself. Necessity and limits of mythology. I must say, in conclusion, a few words from the mythologist himself. This term is very pompous, very confident. We can however predict to the mythologist, if one day he finds one, some difficulties, if not of method, at least of feeling. No doubt he will have no difficulty in feeling justified, whatever his mistakes. It is certain that mythology participates in a making of the world, taking it for granted that the man of bourgeois society is at all times immersed in a false nature. She tries to rediscover under the innocence of the most naive relational life, the deep alienation that these innocences are responsible for conveying. The unveiling that it operates is therefore a political act, founded on a responsible idea of language. It thereby postulates its freedom. It is certain that in this sense mythology is an agreement with the world, not as it is, but as it wants to be. Brecht had an effectively ambiguous word for this, it was Einverstandnis, a la both intelligence of reality and complicity with it. This accord of mythology justifies the mythologist, it does not fulfill him, his profound status still remains a status of exclusion. Justified by politics, the mythologist is nevertheless far from it. His speech is a meta-language, it does nothing, at most does it reveal, and again, for whom? Its task always remains ambiguous, embarrassed by its ethical origin. He can experience revolutionary action only by proxy, hence the borrowed character of his function, that something a little stiff and a little applied, messy and excessively simplified which marks all intellectual behavior founded openly in politics. The liberated literatures are infinitely more elegant, they have their place in the meta-language. And then the mythologist excludes himself from all consumers of myth, and that something still passes for such and such a particular public point one. But when the myth reaches the whole collectivity, if one wants to liberate the myth, it is the whole community from which one must move away. Any somewhat general myth is indeed ambiguous, because it represents the very humanity of those who, having nothing, have borrowed it. To decipher the Tour de France, the good vin de France, is to abstract oneself from those who are distracted by it, from those who warm up to it. The mythologist is condemned to live a theoretical sociality. For him, to be social is, in the best of cases, to be true. His greatest sociality resides in his greatest morality. His connection to the world is sarcastic. We must even go further. In a sense, the mythologist is excluded from history in the very name of whom he claims to act. The destruction that it carries in the collective language is for him absolute, it fulfills its task to the brim, he must live it without hope of return, without presupposition of payment. He is forbidden to imagine what the world will be like when the immediate object of his criticism has disappeared. Utopia is an impossible luxury for him. He doubts very much that tomorrow's truths are the exact opposite of today's lies. History never assures the pure and simple triumph of one opposite over its opposite, it reveals, by being made, unimaginable outcomes, unpredictable syntheses. The mythologist is not even in a Moses situation, he does not see the promised land. For him, the positivity of tomorrow is entirely hidden by the negativity of today. All the values of his enterprise are given to him as acts of destruction, some exactly cover the others, nothing exceeds. This subjective grasp of history where the powerful germ of the future is only the deepest apocalypse of the present, Saint just expressed it with a strange word, what constitutes the Republic is the total destruction of what is opposed to it. This should not be understood, I believe, in the banal sense of, we must clear before rebuilding. The copula here has an exhaustive meaning, there is for such a man a subjective night of history, where the future becomes essence, the essential destruction of the past. A final exclusion threatens the mythologist, he constantly risks causing the reality he claims to protect to vanish. Beyond all words, the DS-19 is a technologically defined object, it has a certain speed, it faces the wind in a certain way, etc. And this real, the mythologist cannot speak of. The mechanic, the engineer, even the user speaks the object, the mythologist is condemned to meta-language. This exclusion already has a name, it is called ideologism. Jadanovism strongly condemned it, without proving moreover that it was, for the moment, avoidable, in the first Lukács, in the linguistics of Mar, in works like those of Benecke, of Goldman, opposing to it the reserve of a real inaccessible to ideology, like language according to Stalin. It is true that ideologism resolves the contradiction of the alienated real, by an amputation, not by a synthesis, but Jadanovism does not even resolve it. The wine is objectively good, and at the same time, the goodness of the wine is a myth, that is the aporia. The mythologist gets out of there as best he can, he will concern himself with the goodness of the wine, not the wine itself, just as the historian will concern himself with the ideology of Pascal, not with the pensées themselves. This seems to be a difficulty of the time. Today, for the moment still, there is only one possible choice, and this choice can only relate to two equally excessive methods, either to pose a real entirely permeable to history, and ideologizing, or, conversely, to posit a real that is finally impenetrable, irreducible, and, in this case, to poetize. In a word, I do not yet see a synthesis between ideology and poetry. By poetry I mean, in a very general way, the search for the inalienable meaning of things. It is doubtless the very measure of our present alienation that we do not manage to overcome an unstable grasp of the real, we sail ceaselessly between the object and its demystification, powerless to render its totality, for if we penetrate the object, we liberate it but we destroy it, and if we leave it its weight, we respect it, but we restore it still mystified. It would seem that we are condemned for a certain time to always talk excessively about the real. Ideologism and its opposite are undoubtedly behaviors that are still magical, terrorized, blinded and fascinated by the tearing of the social world. And yet this is what we must seek, a reconciliation of reality and men, of description and explanation, of object and knowledge. September 1956. 1. It is not only from the public that one separates, it is also sometimes from the very object of the myth. To demystify poetic childhood, for example, I had to somehow lack confidence in the child Menudroet. I had to ignore in it, under the enormous myth with which it is embarrassed, like a tender, open possibility. It's never good to speak against a little girl.